The Rise of the Argentine Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Top Secret Intelligence and the Germans. After sending Eleanor home, St. Hurst arrived at the Wren Institute by car, which served as the temporary base for the new Falcon Bureau. When sending away the little hoodlums tonight, the people from the Intelligence Bureau gave him an important message, jointly sent by Guerrero and Andrew. People from the armed forces drove him to a building, which was located in the most remote corner of the manor and designated as a restricted area, with at least a 50-man team providing protection every day. It was also the current temporary base of the Intelligence Bureau. St. Hurst walked into the third-floor office, where two people were waiting for him with a serious expression. St. Hurst motioned for them to sit down, then directly opened the secret report. This was currently the highest-level report, and also the Intelligence Bureau's first top-secret document, with the highest level of destruction clearance. The signatures of Andre and Guerrero were on it. He smelled a hint of unusualness from it. Now Guerrero had classified various intelligence reports by level. Top-secret intelligence could only be accessed by the director, deputy director, and ministers of the Intelligence Bureau. Currently, no more than 7 people could view this report. The Wren Arms Factory had received a large investment and transformation from St. Hurst in recent months, and its development was very rapid. However, due to technical, equipment, and talent reasons, the production line was struggling and not doing very well. The Ministry of Defense's orders had not yet been obtained. Overall, it was still losing a lot of money, and currently it was also competing with the Domingo Arms Factory for a new batch of pistol orders, which was a very stressful time. Currently, a factory and a firearms production line, specifically for the M1911A, had been built on a vacant lot outside the manor, but St. Hurst was not very satisfied. Professor Don Cody was the part-time director of the Wren Institute and also the chief engineer of the arms factory. The current factory director was Augustine Rossi, a deputy director originally appointed by Philip. After leading the team to Boo City, he was appointed as the new factory director. His technical processing level was very high, and he was also the head of the production department. But obviously, this secret report seemed extraordinary. St. Hurst carefully read the secret report, which also cleared up many of his confusions about the fleeing Nazis after World War II. St. Hurst sometimes frowned, and sometimes his face was calm. The more he read, the more exciting it became. This intelligence was a great thing, at least for him. It was a particularly good thing, and St. Hurst planned to seize this opportunity by any means. This could potentially completely change the fate of St. Hurst's arsenal. This matter was greatly related to the Nazis, involving a group of German talents who fled to South America before and after Germany's defeat in World War II. Closing the report, St. Hurst glanced at the two people sitting in front of the table. When was this situation discovered, Andre? This intelligence is indeed very important. Very well done. Andre was originally responsible for the intelligence organization in Boo City, and was also responsible for keeping an eye on St. Hurst's 3 industries, newspaper, soda factory, and research institute. It was discovered last month, but it took a lot of time to collect intelligence. This Don has strong counter-reconnaissance abilities, and we also discovered it by accident. Currently, there is no other contact, but we have discovered several important informants. On the 18th of last month, Don had some contact with a secret organization, and I don't know if it's a good thing or not. I think it's a good thing. Our strength is too weak, and we need to absorb more talent. These Germans are people who have lost their homes, and we have a certain strength, so we can cooperate with them more thoroughly. This secret report talked about some Nazi espionage activities in Argentina by the Third Reich. They once established a secret radio station. In August 1944, with the cooperation of the CIA and the Argentine intelligence authorities, most of the German agents and spies were arrested, permanently ending all effective espionage activities of VID4 in the West. Operation Bolivar ended, which was the official announcement from the government. The Germans who managed to escape continued to conduct small-scale espionage activities in Latin America until the end of World War II in 1945. But the amount of secret radio communications never returned to its original level. But besides spies, they also had some secret arsenals in Argentina. The most important one was Fritz, who was actually a Jew. He set up many bicycle factories in Argentina. Although as early as 1944, Argentina froze diplomatic relations with the Axis powers and joined the Allied forces, and declared war on the Axis powers in March 1945, but after the end of World War II, the Argentine government still opened the door wide for Nazi elements fleeing from Europe, issuing more than 10,000 blank passports. Argentina once became a paradise for Nazi war criminals in South America. More than 300 high-ranking Nazis entered Argentina, and some even became guests of honor of the president, like the head of the Argentine Air Force, and President Perón himself was once a pro-Nazi element, and still is to some extent. As early as the 1930s, Perón was sent to Europe as a military observer, to Germany and Italy, as well as Spain. Germany and Italy were both the core of the Axis powers, as well as the Little Japan in the Far East. Intelligence showed that this Professor Don was actually of German descent, and the number of German descendants in Argentina is currently estimated to be at least 500,000, most of whom came before World War II. During and after World War II, most of them hid and changed their names, and were not very conspicuous. Only those with clean backgrounds like clothes dared to come out to work, but they would also receive some discrimination. And Don was in contact with a person in charge of a former secret arsenal, whose name was unknown. He had many bicycle factories in Argentina, one of which was in Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina, and Don was in very frequent contact with him. Guerrero contacted a female worker at the bicycle factory named Margaret American, who as an informant developed by Andrew. According to her, Fritz founded this bicycle company in 1943. He registered the company as vice president. As for how long he has lived in Argentina, no one knows the details. It is still a mystery. Obviously, the Germans in the bicycle factory once received protection from the presidential palace, but now, the presidential palace no longer has much energy to protect him. The current presidential palace is opposed by many Argentines. Some of the things they have done have violated the laws of economic development, such as high welfare, printing money to distribute money, and various unfinished economic plans. These Germans are preparing to sell or transfer this bicycle factory in the city center, while looking for some new partners. If there are no new cooperation opportunities, they may go to Chile, where the political and economic environment is obviously better than Argentina. These people are not very optimistic about Perón now, and their usefulness to Perón is not as great. Even the equipment in these arsenals, dating back to the 1930s and 40s, is something we don't have, St. Tessa said with a sigh. Only when truly delving into the highly specialized field of firearms equipment did he increasingly feel powerless. Yes, boss, St. Tessa seemed somewhat excited. This was a gift delivered right to his door, and he absolutely couldn't miss it, or he'd be asking for trouble. If the Americans could plunder German scientists and the Soviets could dismantle German industrial equipment, then it was perfectly reasonable, even quite justified, for him, St. Tessa, to set up a small arsenal and absorb some German talent. The next day, St. Tessa went to the engineering department and found Professor Dunn working in the laboratory. He seemed to be processing a cutting part. "Hello, Professor Dunn. How about we talk about the Rhine Research Institute? There's something very important I need to discuss with you," St. Tessa said. "Ah, Cohen, of course. Just let me finish processing this component," Don replied, wearing glasses to protect against glare. "All right, you go ahead. I'll wait for you outside." Half an hour later, Don finished with the component, changed his clothes, and came out. "Cohen, what's the matter?" "It's like this, Professor Don. I'd like to talk about the Flex bicycle factory. Let's go to the Research Institute." "Andrew, you're driving. I knew this day would come," Don said, appearing somewhat lonely, but not very surprised. He obviously thought that St. Tessa was an official fishing agent, even though he was very happy working at the Firearms Institute. "Don't think like that. I want to deepen our cooperation. I only care about the future development of the factory. As for what they and you have done in the past, I don't really care about that," St. Tessa said directly, shaking his head. "Is that so? If you're not with a state intelligence agency, then we can certainly talk about cooperation." The state intelligence agency was the Argentine intelligence agency established by Perón. "I have some connections with the military. I held a warrant officer rank in the army, but we're not with the intelligence agency. I come bearing friendship, all right. I came to Argentina to study in 2028. I used to be a secret overseas member of the Nazis. Later, I joined Argentine citizenship and have been in secret contact with them ever since. After the fall of the Third Reich, they received protection from the presidential palace, but now the situation is very difficult. Many civilian products can't generate profits. Argentina's export policies have severely damaged the factory, and high welfare is about to drag us down, and we don't dare to sell military products, so many have been abandoned. Saint Tessa had roughly guessed this. Perón had the greatest control over Buenos Aires and Buenos Aires province, and most of the flex factories were located in those areas. Can you contact the person in charge of the flex factories, Professor Don? I can buy all of your production lines. You can even receive protection from the forces behind me. We can cooperate more deeply. We are very powerful. We have influence in Córdoba, the north, Buenos Aires province, and Buenos Aires city. Saint Tessa was shamelessly bragging, creating the impression of vast power and strength, at least as on paper strength was indeed becoming difficult to ignore. In order to gain Don's trust, we have a dozen or 20 factories, and we are going to build steel mills, cement factories, and fertilizer factories. And let me tell you a secret, we particularly hate Jews. They are scum. Saint Tessa wasn't lying. He really hated Jews. Then there's no problem. We believe in the friendship of the Argentinians towards us. We've also investigated you, Cohen. Although you appear to be just a student, the people behind you are very frightening. At least we can't find out anything about them. Obviously, it wasn't as simple as he said. They must have investigated Saint Tessa as well. Saint Tessa's visible strength was already not simple, and his hidden strength was even more terrifying. Of course, they wouldn't know that Saint Tessa's on paper strength was all he had. I predicted your prediction, and it wasn't an overactive imagination on their part. After losing the backing of the Third Reich, they had completely lost their foundation. Now they were even planning to defect to Chile. Clearly they were nearing the end of their rope. Congratulations, Professor Don. You've made a very good choice. I believe you will receive very good returns. I can promise that unless our organization collapses, we will always protect you until you normalize. As for the Jews, I will take care of them. This is my promise. You can contact the people at the flex factories today and have them come here to find me. They can all join my factory, and I can find you a truly safe place in Jujuy province, Salta province, the northern province, or in the central Córdoba province. You can also leave Argentina for Chile at any time. We can provide assistance in Santiago, providing any help you want, Saint Tessa promised earnestly, while also making grand claims. He intentionally wanted to subdue or recruit these Germans, showing off his muscles. This was his sincerity. In Jujuy province and Salta province, thunder mining was now an important force, enough to guarantee their safety. Alright, thank you, Cohen. I will discuss it with them again. These Germans who came over didn't dare to show their faces, not even to establish a force, let alone engage in politics or business. Even finding work as a laborer was difficult, especially since many factories in Argentina were now state-owned. Their cooperation with local forces was also very limited. Besides being exploited, they were often deceived and their surplus value squeezed. But Saint Tessa was completely different. He was full of sincerity and possessed Argentina's most efficient factories, welcoming all talent. Saint Tessa was a thoroughly Argentine, able to develop freely without being targeted by the authorities. As long as he defeated the local forces, it would be a clear case of the survival of the fittest, and no one would dare to talk nonsense or complain. Moreover, he had the mark of the Córdoba gang, his own vast factory forces, and scattered forces in the north. He could indeed be said to be a very good partner. Of course, it would still take some time. Their trust was not so easy to earn. Professor Don was just a middleman. Saint Tessa's goal was simple, to annex the armaments equipment of these seemingly flex bicycle factories. The opportunity could not be missed. Even a bicycle factory could be used as the foundation for a motorcycle factory. It was truly a treasure trove. For others, it was a burden, but for him, it was a goldmine. His arsenal could rapidly expand and develop into one of the largest arsenals in Argentina and even South America, and one that truly had the strength to conduct research and development, not like now, where they could only make knockoffs with the implicit support of General Thompson. Rhine Firearms Factory finally obtained permission from the Ministry of Defense to participate in the new round of handgun replacement bidding by the Ministry of Defense. The Argentine Ministry of Defense's Liberator building is located in the central area of the capital, adjacent to the presidential residence. Chapter 102 Newspaper Office and Bicycle Factory. Just as Saint Tessa was preparing to contact the people from the Fritz Bicycle Factory, he suddenly thought of something. It had been a long time since he had visited the new newspaper. This was also because he had been quite busy since returning to Boo City, with one thing after another needing to be arranged and handled, especially the several teams going abroad for inspection, investment, and equipment purchase. They were basically all scheduled to depart in October, but currently, Bus City didn't have direct flight routes to Europe, Japan, or Australia, requiring them to take short-haul flights or transfer several times, spending an unknown amount of time on the road. The Thunder mining team was better off, as they could directly exit from the Potassium Triangle in Jujuy Province, transfer to Valparaiso in Chile, and then take a boat to Sydney to set up an office. Before taking another boat to Perth in Western Australia, they would investigate the coal mine development situation in Western Australia, directly negotiate for ready-made mines, and then purchase wasteland. According to St. Tess's rough addresses during this period, they only needed to manage the relationship with the Perth government and spend a lot of money. Western Australia, apart from various minerals, was quite backward. However, the team from Ryan Heavy Machinery going to Japan was more troublesome. They had to take a boat south from Bus City, pass through the Strait of Magellan, and travel more than 10,000 nautical miles to reach Sydney. They were only halfway there, then had to go north from Sydney to Yokohama, and finally take a train to reach Tokyo. Cicero also gave up the trip to Japan for this reason, as the round trip would take at least 2 months, and encountering storms would require them to dock for repairs, taking even more time. The cement factory and prally teams going to Europe were better off, at only about 10,000 nautical miles, with many routes available for direct travel by boat. Saints from the United States going to Japan was also relatively convenient. In addition, he also had to prepare some international drafts, arrange for Thunder Cross personnel for protection, and handle various aspects of foreign exchange and passports, especially the funds, which required his personal signature, all of which were very troublesome. Thursday morning, it wasn't Professor Pukin's class, so he skipped it. This time, it was about the legislative history of Argentina, mostly memory work, so he was sorry. Teacher John Christopher's lectures were too, reading from the book without any highlights, and he didn't pay much attention to classroom discipline, so skipping his class was a preferred choice. Argentina is a civil law country, and laws and international treaties enacted by the Congress are the highest laws of the country. And to be honest, studying the legal history of Argentina is not as good as studying the legal history of countries like the Soviet Union, the United States, China, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. After all, Argentina's legislation is almost at the bottom globally and completely unsuitable for the country's development. The judicial system consists of the Supreme Court and various federal courts. The federal courts are composed of courts in 23 provincial administrative regions, and each local government also has its own administrative structure, court system, and legislative body. The weakness of Argentina's central government is also reflected in various local powers, and legislative power is one of them. The reason why Córdoba can challenge the presidential palace is also due to the imbalance between local power and the power of the presidential palace. With insufficient centralization, St. Tessa had all of these things memorized, so there was no need to study them again. He was going to the newspaper office to check the development results, which was the task of the chairman. Checking the recent development results of the newspaper office was very necessary, after more than 2 months of laissez-faire development. He didn't know if the initially set course had been distorted. He didn't want this newspaper office, for which he had spent a lot of effort recruiting people, giving money, and buying equipment, turned up doing a lot of useless work. The guidance of public opinion was still very important, which would be beneficial for earning a good reputation in the future. Without saying hello to Andrew, St. Tessa directly changed into ordinary clothes and came to the new newspaper office. Walking into the new newspaper office, he clearly felt a different atmosphere. The overall situation was much better than when he had just taken over, with 2 Thunder Cross security personnel standing at the entrance. "Boss," the security guard saw St. Tessa and was about to call out, "No need, you're busy, I'm just here to take a look." St. Tessa waved his hand. "Yes, boss." St. Tessa looked at the newspaper office and saw that it was developing quite well, with many new faces that he didn't recognize. However, he recognized people from personnel and finance, because this was a surprise inspection, so it could reflect the basic situation of daily work. St. Tessa came to the personnel department and saw Natalie working hard. "Natalie, come to my office." Natalie is currently the head of the personnel department of the new newspaper office and also the person in charge of Intelligence Bureau informants, having been developed into a formal member of the Intelligence Bureau. "Yes, boss. I'll arrange it right away." St. Tessa went directly to his exclusive chairman's office and took a few newspapers to read. The office was not big, but it was clean and tidy, obviously with careful cleaning work. When Natalie entered the office, a group of employees began to gossip. "Is that the legendary handsome and rich boss?" He's even more handsome than the president and looks only in his 20s. Yeah, the boss is almost like a celebrity. TCH, he's only a little more handsome than me. So what if he's rich? Shameless. Is today's evening paper interview starting to be typeset and printed, Bane? Today's evening paper, 3,000 copies, has already started trial printing. The mold adjustment machine has started working and can be printed before noon, as long as there's no big news in the afternoon. Luther, don't talk nonsense anymore. You should know that the salary at our new newspaper office is not low, so be careful of getting fired. I actually admire the boss very much. I just have bad habits from doing interviews. I have to make up for it today. Yeah, it's good to know. Cherish such a good job, you know? And you can learn a lot in our newspaper office. You've only been here for less than a month, so you don't know how amazing the boss was back then. Yeah, I also admire him very much. Back then, the new newspaper office was just a third-rate newspaper, but now it's already catching up to the top 5. It's really amazing. The circulation of the evening paper is even in the top 3. It's too amazing. Your advertising department has gotten a few big clients this month, right? Haha, yeah, they're all begging us to help them advertise. The effect is too good. Senior, do you want me to make you a cup of coffee? The new coffee that was just issued this month hasn't been opened yet. The benefits are really good. No need. I actually prefer free soda. Our newspaper office doesn't have the rules and regulations of other newspaper offices. As long as you work hard and meet the performance assessment standards, you can get a high salary. A real high salary. Understood. It's just that I was used to it before. I will correct it now. These employees get along quite well, joking with each other, and their efficiency is high. After all, as long as they don't make mistakes, they can work until retirement in the current newspaper office in Argentina. Boss, why do you have time to come to the newspaper office today? Natalie looked at Saint Tessa excitedly. Yeah, just came to take a look. How many people are there in the newspaper office now? Saint Tessa looked at the newspaper in his hand without looking up. There are more than 80 people in the newspaper office now. 58 new employees have been recruited. Several new offices have been set up. There are 11 reporters, and departments such as the editorial department and the novel department have been set up. There are also people recruited for novel serializations. The current office seems a bit crowded. How about this? I'll arrange a new place for you. Arrange it well, okay, boss. Our photography department, especially the cameras and photos that you arranged for special attention, has purchased a batch of new cameras, which has given our newspaper office a lot of advantages. This was a change made to attract some young users, which was very costly, besides the growth of elderly customers. There's also the significant progress with young customers that you've been particularly focused on. Some shorter novels and comics have started serialization, and the 16-page evening newspaper has developed rapidly, with sales catching up to the morning newspaper and still growing. Good. Compile all these documents and reports and send them to me, then have the head of the finance department come over. Yes, boss. Saint Tessa called in the heads of various departments: finance, editorial, advertising, sales, journalism. Finally, he had an understanding of the development of the new Argentinian newspaper. They were doing well. Andrew strictly implemented Saint Tessa's development policy and ran the newspaper very well. Last month, our newspaper made a profit of 5.2 million pesos, selling 240,000 copies. This month's goal is an average of 10,000 copies per day, a target of 310,000 copies. Well done. Everyone worked together last month and made great progress. This month, every full-time employee will receive a bonus of 3,000 pesos. Saint Tessa waved his hand and directly issued 300,000 pesos. Yes, boss. The procurement of various new equipment, especially cooperation with paper mills, must be done well. Allocate funds to update various equipment. Now the peso is devaluing. Spending more to turn it into productivity is fundamental. Yes, boss. Arrange the first May tea of spring for everyone today, and also arrange a gathering at a large hotel this month if sales continue to break through to over 400,000 copies by the end of the year. I'll arrange a vacation fund for you to go on vacation to the south and see the Antarctic icebergs also. Prepare bonuses and prizes. Understood, boss. Saint Tessa came to the newspaper office to be a wealth-scattering boy. Only high salaries and various benefits can make these guys work hard, and money isn't important. This is Saint Tessa's consistent strategy. Bring enough benefits to his subordinates to make them work for him with peace of mind. Earn more money. Provide you with various security systems. and ensure that the salary level of the companies under his banner is among the industry leaders, with a strong sense of belonging coupled with a sound competition system. This is enough to ensure his competitiveness. After all, power is from the bottom up. Although St. Hesser is strict, he really gives real money, rather than high salaries under the pressure of those unions. Therefore, his factories, whether in terms of loyalty or competitiveness, have first-class combat effectiveness. There is also a very important factor, that is, as long as you have the ability and make great contributions, you can rise very quickly, and your position salary also increases very quickly. Promotions are all recognized by St. Hesser, and the rapid development of the company and factory means there are large vacancies, and he always takes the internal promotion route. After finishing the newspaper's affairs, St. Hesser finally met the head of the bicycle factory on Saturday afternoon. Horst Koch, currently the general manager of Fritz Bicycle Factory, and also the head of all Germans in the bicycle factory. They basically haven't obtained Argentine passports. We have been abandoned by Perón. He thinks nuclear weapons are more important. We are just small factories, Horst said. The reason is that our factory's equipment is too outdated at that time. Our country had close ties with the Argentine government during World War II and promised to provide Argentina with a large number of trade opportunities after the war. But you also know the result. We failed. The fact is that Perón has no way to protect us anymore. You can completely trust us and our team. I can meet any conditions you offer. Note, any conditions. Where else can we go? In essence, we are still Germans. They directly issue blank passports to senior executives, but we don't have them. Tens of thousands of us came to Argentina before. I can provide you with passports, provide a sum of absolutely clean money, and you can also choose to join my factory. I am very short of talent. It's even no problem to send you out of Argentina. We have many secret devices. As long as you can, if you are willing to work for me, I will help your family solve all problems. I admit your conditions are very tempting. Do you still remember the Jews? Of course, I remember. They have established their first territory in the Middle East. Their intelligence agency, the Mossad, will surprise you very much. Their intelligence and your hatred, by the way, I have to say, they will cause you losses, is real. They do have a great feud with us, so we are also paying attention. If you join our factory, my factory will be the most powerful arms factory in South America in the future, and you will be completely whitewashed. I will provide you with all protection. We are the Cordoba gang, and we have influence in many places in Argentina, enough to protect you, and we have a good reputation. I still have to consider this and discuss it with my people, but the equipment in the city center of Buenos Aires can indeed be transferred to you. This is our sincerity and cooperation. The equipment of this bicycle factory is from the 1930s and 1940s and is already quite outdated, and it is too easy to lose money if Argentina sells products now without strong competitiveness. Well, consider it carefully. In Argentina, no one but me can provide this kind of condition. You can live normally in this country in the future. I can promise that no one can hurt you, whether it is Americans or Jews. Okay, how about I take you to visit the factory in the city center? With pleasure. Seeing that this guy had loosened his mouth, St. Hesser also breathed a sigh of relief. He had boasted, and he had to do it, but just like their situation, they had become abandoned sons for St. Hesser. It was a treasure. If the equipment was old, he could just spend money to update it, but talent was more valuable. They are likely to have production lines for machine guns and various military equipment. This kind of thing is generally only imported through the national level or smuggled across the border, but it is easy to attract attention. His level is not enough. If there is ready-made equipment in the country, then he can promote the development plan of the arms factory faster. St. Hesser thought happily. If this cooperation goes smoothly, the Rhine Ordnance Factory will be separated from Rhine Corporation and established as Rhine Fritz Industrial Company, LNAP for short, and the Rhine Mechanical Research Institute will be merged to increase the company's research and development capabilities. The bicycle production line will be spun off again to establish a real bicycle factory, which is also a large market, merge into another Rhine company to prepare for the introduction of Japanese motorcycle production lines if the merger is successful. Rhine Industries will already be second only to the Argentine Army Light Weapons Factory, FMAP for short, in Buenos Aires and the Argentine Military Aircraft Manufacturing Factory, FMA for short, in Cordoba, of which FMA is the heart of Argentina's aviation industry, directly surpassing the Domingo Ordnance Factory. In Rosario, Domingo Mate Light Weapons Factory has reverse-engineered a batch of STG-44s in recent years and named them CAM-1, as well as the famous Sistema M1911A, with at least 50,000 produced, and St. Hesser has also reverse-engineered a lot of low-cost M1911s for convenience. However, according to the Malvinas War data in later generations, the Argentine army did not purchase the domestically produced CAM-1, but imported the Belgian FAL automatic rifle, which greatly damaged the development potential of the Domingo factory and fed foreign military factories. The various military governments in Argentina also began to become importers of light weapons. It is better to buy than to manufacture. St. Hesser will definitely not sit idly by and watch this happen. Chapter 103 Happy Cooperation. After a few days of consideration, Horst finally notified St. Hesser, expressing his willingness to cooperate with him and take him to visit a factory. St. Hesser, accompanied by 5 mechanical factory personnel, 2 intelligence personnel, and 10 security personnel, followed Horst to a relatively remote factory in the city center. This factory had 5 floors and looked quite old. Horst used a key to open a large iron gate. He didn't turn on the lights, probably because the wiring was old and the electricity had been cut off long ago. A distinct smell wafted over, a mixture of machine oil and a metallic tang. St. Hesser could also see some cobwebs on the ceiling and dust from bicycle parts on the floor. Clearly, this factory had been abandoned for some time. Walking inside the somewhat empty and deserted factory building, one could only hear breathing and footsteps. The first floor was scattered with some bicycle parts and piles of wheels. There was a lot of dust and oil on top. St. Hesser followed behind him. There was nothing too important here. A great country is gone. From Otto the Great's Holy Roman Empire to Prussia's Hohenzollern dynasty, and then to the Third Reich, our great Germany is now divided in two. The French, on the other hand, have risen again. Horst continued to walk forward. After a corner, there were many more mechanical equipment, placed relatively neatly. Some were covered with oilcloth, but most were scattered parts on the ground, and they looked quite old. Now the Germans who stayed in Argentina have also dispersed, moving on to new lives. They no longer expect the former Fourth Reich. The war ended only 6 years ago. Since the teacher passed away, many of us have started to change our names and leave. This is where explosives were produced. Horst pointed to a set of equipment. St. Hesser found it somewhat familiar, similar to the explosives factory in Maria Town. And the explosives factory was the starting point for the development of the Rhine armaments factory. Horst said these words with emotion, and there was a hint of moisture in the corners of his eyes. St. Hesser didn't feel any sympathy. This was inherently courting death, ultimately benefiting the Americans. He even felt like laughing a little. After all, my great Argentina's future is much more miserable than yours. At least East and West Germany still have a chance to reunite in the future. Argentina can't even handle the Falkland Islands, so he chose to remain silent. Our bicycle factory and plastic factory had more than 800 workers at its peak. We could produce a lot of weapons and ammunition. These equipment were all transported from the homeland. This machine tool is used for processing parts. Horst touched the scattered machine tool parts. His white gloves quickly became dirty. He recalled the once bustling production, but unfortunately, it lasted for only a year before they heard the news of Germany's defeat. Many people directly collapsed and chose to end their lives. These were all treasures once. It was really not easy to cross the ocean. The other factories also gradually stopped production, but there was nothing I could do. St. Hesser also saw German nameplates on some of the equipment. Sure enough, they were all marked with Made in Germany. The machines looked like products from the 30s and 40s, with some colored lights and buttons, giving them a very retro feel. It's just unknown if they can still be turned on. The machines looked a bit old, but they could probably be started. This floor mostly consisted of small lathes, rubber tracks, huge wheels, and oil stains, all filled with the aura of mechanical processing. Most of the people in our factory didn't have such strong beliefs, or you could say they were abandoned. The truly fanatical ones went with him, and there was another group with slightly weaker beliefs who went deep into the jungle to establish a Nazi base. To be honest, these things are not very useful anymore. After all, we have no foundation. The strength of the regular army is very powerful. Horst, this piece of history and secrets. St. Hesser was also somewhat surprised and astonished. It must be said that he was still very charismatic, having once led the rise of Nazi Germany. No comment obviously. Horst intentionally revealed some Nazi secrets. After speaking, he forcefully pulled open a large oilcloth. St. Hesser took a look and immediately became a little uneasy, his breathing also becoming heavier. This is a 7mm bullet casing production line, mainly used with the MP-40 submachine gun. It hasn't been turned on for 5 years now. If you want to start it up, There's no problem at all. At its peak, it could produce 30,000 bullets a day, but unfortunately, it's not very useful. This was truly like a pillow arriving when one was sleepy. The Rhine armaments factory, it was too difficult. It must be taken down. Although this thing is a bit old, it can make bullets. This is not easy, really? A bullet production line producing 30,000 rounds a day, 900,000 rounds a month? What are you trying to do? Plan to overthrow Argentina and establish the Fourth Reich? And with so many factories, wouldn't Perón's people find out? St. Hesse was also a little strange. Actually, this place wasn't particularly remote, no. Back then, our bicycle factory was divided into 7, and there was even a secret final assembly factory, each producing parts separately. Moreover, these are no longer very useful and are just left here to rust. Good fellow, this was division of labor and cooperation, and the efficiency was relatively high. Can this place produce the 7 caliber? I don't like it. 7.92 mm was basically exhausted later and replaced by the Italian standard. The 7.62 mm standard bullet is the common NATO caliber, which is more conducive to the subsequent introduction of various guns for imitation. After Germany's defeat, 7.92 mm has lost its market. This is the fate of the defeated. As long as the production molds are modified, replaced, and corrected, it can be done. Of course, it requires a lot of investment. Horst only thought that these were some special little quirks of St. Hesse. Changing from a large caliber to a small caliber is still easier. For him, it's not a big problem if St. Hesse wanted to change to 9 mm. It would probably require overturning and redesigning, which would be much more difficult. You guys take a good look at these equipment and make an assessment. I'll continue the tour. St. Hesse turned his head and instructed several mechanical factory employees, asking them to do a value assessment. This was also the purpose of their coming to this factory today. Horst took a wooden hand grenade sample from the wall, scaring the people around him. Boss, this is the M24 stick grenade production line. It won't explode now. The M24 is an offensive grenade. The metal warhead is only a thin steel plate. There are not many effective fragments when it explodes. It mainly relies on the shock wave of the explosive explosion to kill. Because the charge is large, with a full 200 grams, the explosive power is still very large. Good fellow, this bicycle factory can even produce grenades. It's definitely an arsenal, no doubt. Although this is just a stick grenade, the production process is relatively simple. St. Hesse followed him to the workshop on the second floor. There was also a freight elevator up and down, but there was no electricity, so they could only take the stairs, which was very advanced. These machine tools can process metal products. It's just that the production of iron and copper is too low in Argentina, coupled with various problems, so they can't be produced. These are for producing gun barrels. Except for some heavy artillery, light and medium artillery barrels can produce a lot. Horst once again pulled open a layer of oilcloth, revealing seamless steel pipes. St. Hesse was once again shocked. It turned out that this bicycle factory had so many good things. If they were merged and digested well, this would definitely be a top-notch South American armaments factory. Although these equipment have a certain generation gap compared to other countries, you wouldn't happen to be able to produce STG-44s, would you? This rifle is the forerunner of assault rifles. Although it wasn't the earliest assault rifle developed, it's much better than the PPSH-41 submachine gun. The AK-47 was inspired by this guy and developed. Because there was no large-scale mass production, there are very few finished products now. It is estimated that there are many in Yugoslavia, and Argentina has also obtained some. We brought a lot of finished products from there and handed them over to the presidential palace, but there is no production line for this. If there was, Perón's people would have taken it long ago. I heard that their armaments factory is reverse engineering it, but I don't know if it's true, Horst said disdainfully. Obviously, the strength of many factories in Argentina has long been declining, not to mention that he had seen the peak of Krupp. Koch, can you gather these production line workers again? I can offer the highest wages in Argentina. I can assess the purchase funds for these equipment, most of which aren't very advanced. This was the truth. He wanted to buy more advanced production line equipment, but talent cultivation would be difficult. Most of the workers at Rhine Armaments Factory were just dabblers. It took them more than half a year to make a pistol, and it barely succeeded only after St. Hesse found a professor. But until now, they haven't received any orders from the Ministry of Defense, making it a severely loss-making business. Moreover, he had invested so much money, which made him deeply realize the weakness of his own power. Even with the foresight of someone from later generations, Saint Husser then followed to several factories in the suburbs, mostly operating under the guise of plastic factories and bicycle factories. There weren't many workers, and most had already run away to find their own way. After inspecting several factory buildings, Saint Husser assessed that these old machine tools could form an entire assembly line for manufacturing certain weapons, including machine guns, cannons, bullets, grenades, bombs, aircraft parts, and so on. Saint Husser was shocked for a day before he seriously composed himself and negotiated with Horst's team. Rhine Institute. Conference room, all 7 of your factories plus the assembly plant will be merged into one. I can offer the highest acquisition price, and you can all work until retirement with regularized production. I can satisfy any of your reasonable requests, including but not limited to housing, domestic towns, and various protections. We have a professional security company, and we have the final say in some towns. You can directly obtain Argentine citizenship, and we can even help rescue people from German prisons. Many of these people have acquaintances in German prisons. Death is the end, but most of those who are alive probably won't have a good second half of their lives. As long as Saint Husser can extend the intelligence agency's reach to Western Europe, he will have the ability to rescue people to Argentina. Moreover, Argentina is large enough, with enough countryside where they can spend the rest of their lives in peace. I basically agree. These factories have basically stopped production and will just become a pile of scrap metal if they continue to be abandoned. Horst had been listening carefully and weighing the pros and cons. These factories were indeed outdated, but they were not at all outdated in Argentina. Unfortunately, no one except Saint Husser wanted these thankless equipment. Most of these ordnance factories are being eliminated, and Argentina will follow the Indian military route in the future, which is a hodgepodge of weapons from all countries. There are already signs of this. Weapon production is a completely loss-making business without orders. Even a cannery can have higher profits than it, and the investment is also very large. Only ambitious people like Saint Husser, who are not very smart, dare to invest in this industry. Horst, this is my plan, to establish a military-industrial company. You can be the deputy manager, in charge of these factories, and then find useful equipment for research and development and production. As for the salary, let's set it at $1,500 a month for now. Rhine Military Company can now settle in US dollars. What do you think? As for the old staff, you can arrange for them to come in. I will approve one for each, as long as they are capable. At $200 a month, a salary of $200 in Argentina is very high, equivalent to 14,000 pesos a month. Although the currency has depreciated, it is still equivalent to the original 10,000 pesos. The Argentine peso is depreciating too quickly, so the US dollar is a hard currency. This condition is indeed very high. I can agree. So, boss, what are your next plans? Horst quickly got into his role. Can our company combine these factories separately? For example, make the bullet production line into a factory, becoming a bullet factory, as well as a machine gun factory, a grenade processing factory, and so on. No problem. Now that we are a legal and legitimate company, this can be done completely, and these equipment will be valued at $300,000, to be paid in 3 months. Saint Husser once again offered a high price. Most of these equipment are no longer very valuable, but this fund must be given. That's acceptable. I will set up a foundation with these funds to provide assistance to some old German buddies. Horst considered for a while and nodded seriously. These factories actually belonged to Nazi Germany, but now Nazi Germany has been liquidated, so buying them directly is quite reasonable. After all, many people are barely surviving. And this is a reasonable way to avoid risk. As long as you can get these equipment running and have enough talent, I will give you enough support. Yes, boss, we will work hard. Horst's whole body trembled with excitement. The bicycle factory had long been failing. Although the Germans were good at opening factories in all aspects, producing these bicycles was just a cover. The output was not high, and there was no capital investment. Their specialty was producing various weapons. As for returning to Germany, that would be like an old man hanging himself, courting death because they were just marginal figures and didn't make money. After being abandoned by Byron, no one was willing to help them anymore, because they couldn't even protect themselves. The various bizarre operations of the Argentine presidential palace in the past 2 years have brought many factories to the brink of crisis, especially in the second half of this year, when inflation is severe and outrageous. Many of the former factory employees are not doing very well. Many have even moved to the slums. They were carefully selected talents with high technical skills, Horst added. Happy cooperation. St. Husser shook Horst's hand tightly. The sooner the better. I don't want them to be wasted anymore. This is a huge loss to our company, St. Husser said with regret, looking at the scenery outside the window with his hands behind his back. These Germans are the best workers, the best catfish. At the very least, the strength of this military factory will increase rapidly. Thus, on October 10, Rhein Fritz Military Industrial Company was officially established. Rhein Armaments Factory and Rhein Institute were merged into it. Augustine temporarily served as the acting general manager and could be promoted if he performed well. Horst served as the deputy general manager, and the professor served as the chief engineer, along with several deputy chief engineers. A group of people were also promoted. Preparations were also made to split and merge these 8 factories into a medium-sized company with 8 factories and 1 research institute. The general manager was the factory director of Rhein Armaments Factory. The development goals were quickly released. In the future, it would become a professional weapon production, research and development, and sales integrated military company. It merged 7 military factories under the guise of bicycle factories and 1 assembly plant in one go. It can basically be said that it directly became the 3rd largest military factory in Argentina, except that the various machine tool equipment was a bit broken and the craftsmanship was a bit backward. Although the mergers were all relatively small-scale factories, in terms of scale, it was not small at all. Horst was also very helpful. He was a ruthless person, with a high salary as an incentive, and directly obtaining the passport arranged by St. Husser, and dispatching several security guards. He immediately regained his confidence and began his great cause. In just a few days, he pulled 200 old employees from the bicycle factory to join the new company. The salary alone was not small, but in terms of their technical level, it was not a loss at all. They were better than many current armaments factory workers, and they were quite capable. If you ask him how he persuaded them, he only needed to say one sentence: I will pay you $200 a month, just do your job well. God, that's $200. Now they can't even find a job that pays $50. Is this a scam? But Horst quickly dispelled their doubts. Moreover, the number of employees also increased quickly, because the new boss was very generous and paid more, 4 times more than before. Of course, those who could be paid $200 were basically considered senior technicians. St. Husser couldn't afford some jobs that could be done with simple training. The salary was not that high. Cohen Brothers Company was responsible for recruitment. Soon, part of the bicycle factory's production line was restarted. Chapter 104 Ryan Police Submachine Gun. Commander Thompson is now an important figure in the Argentine military's blue faction and one of the leaders of the Córdoba gang. The Córdoba gang is not only synonymous with the original Córdoba city garrison, but also the dominant force in the Argentine Air Force, with Córdoba being the main base of the Argentine Air Force. The blue faction also holds a small stake in the Navy and Army, and represents some local city garrisons and the ragtag forces of the capital garrison. Of course, the capital garrison has now fallen into the hands of the red faction, who are anti-Perón. The blue faction is also a very complex force. Relatively speaking, the blue faction has a stronger tendency towards nationalism, Catholicism, and pro-Franco sentiments. While naturally close to the United States, they also admire some of the Perón government's economic and industrial policies. The blue faction seeks to reduce politicization and increase professionalism to defend the common interests of the military. This was targeted by Perón, allowing the red faction to surpass the blue faction. Of course, to be honest, fundamentally, the red and blue factions are aligned in their interests, both representing the Argentine military. St. Husser has never received internal news from the blue faction, and even prevents the Falcon Bureau from gathering too much in-depth information, because his life is important. If he is accidentally killed, repeatedly jumping back and forth depends on whether he has the ability. It's best to cling tightly to Commander Thompson's thigh. The blue faction's current strength is far inferior to the red faction, which controls the majority of the Navy and Army. This is also due to economic reasons. Moreover, Perón's falling out with the United States in recent years has severely damaged the pro-American blue faction, which is only now beginning to recover and increase its strength. Originally, it was unlikely that Commander Thompson would reach the position of Minister of Defense, but a series of events and coincidences after the middle of last year allowed him to take a step further, which also made St. Husser receive more attention and protection. Thompson holds a large number of shares in the Argentine military aircraft manufacturing plant on behalf of others, and also holds certain shares in several banks in Córdoba, forming a political alliance. He represents the military industry and banking industry of Córdoba city. He has a lot of money, but even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. The Ministry of Defense's allocations and orders are too small, but with Argentina's strength, when it comes to building airplanes, it's really cheaper to buy than to build. Exaggeratingly, they might only be able to build planes at a World War I level. Cordoba's military industry belongs to heavy industry, requiring huge investments, a long production time, and long-term continuous investment, which is not very friendly to the Argentine military, which values profits. This is quite different from the Red Faction's army and navy forces represented by the Buenos Aires Light Weapons Factory. They also own shipyards in Bahia Blanca and Buenos Aires, and the Rosario has the Domingo factory. While light weapons and shipbuilding have better investment-to-output ratios, especially shipbuilding, and the Ministry of Defense's orders for aircraft are very few, which has led to the Blue Faction's current weakness. Because several giants have been removed by Paron, but St. Hesar's rapid rise has changed this situation, allowing the Blue Faction to see the hope of growth. So under the leadership of Commander Thompson, St. Hesar's factory can also be said to be the military factory of the Cordoba gang, which cannot be seen on the surface. Only then can it progress rapidly without too many external enemies. Of course, this also sacrifices some interests, such as the transfer of profits from some factories and some internal support, which is inevitable. So when St. Hesar intended to enter the military industry, he was even more satisfied with St. Hesar. He couldn't provide much financial support, because making airplanes is a major undertaking, not as useful as guns, ammunition, and artillery, so he could only provide some simple help from an economic perspective. The Blue Faction is more interested in promoting industrial development than the Red Faction, although this may only be because their military leaders have shares in industry and banking. Similarly, the military still has collective ownership of military factories, and military factories have become an important part of Argentina's industrial sector, so the Red and Blue factions are aligned in their overall interests, but belong to two separate factions. With Buenos Aires and Cordoba as their representative cities of interest, this is really the legendary situation where there are no factions within the party. It's all strange and bizarre. Isn't it normal for the military to have factions and cliques? St. Hesar muttered. He is slowly coming into contact with the core of the Cordoba gang and the Blue Faction. Commander Thompson also intentionally or unintentionally revealed some information, making him feel like a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky. He cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. Saturday morning, what good things? You're here for the bidding in 2 days, right? This time, Commander Thompson was wearing a military uniform, with even greater majesty, but when he saw that it was St. Hesar, his expression relaxed. General, you are becoming more and more like a great general, just like San Martin. Dealing with the colleagues from the Ministry of Defense, and those people from the Navy and Army, has almost stiffened my face. I'm getting used to it now. This little guy is really his lucky star. General, take a look at what this is. St. Hesar took out a bullet from his pocket. This is a 9.19mm German-made Luger bullet, right? What's so special about it? Thompson picked up the bullet, weighed it, and examined it carefully before noticing that the text at the bottom of the bullet was different. Ren 1951. Ren, isn't that the name of your factory? Is this a bullet produced by your factory? Is it handmade? You can already produce bullet production lines. The 9mm Luger is the most widely used pistol cartridge in the world. Thompson touched the bullet with his body temperature and asked in confusion, I brought 2 Argentine-made MP40 submachine guns and 5 Walter P38s. I parked the car outside, in the back of the carriage, St. Hesar said somewhat boastfully, emphasizing the words Argentine-made. These are famous guns, and St. Hesar also has a bullet production line and a production line. Really? You can produce this MP40? You always give me either fright or surprise. A pipe a while ago was a small surprise. Now this is a big surprise. This time, we can definitely beat those Red Faction guys and get the police force's order. This is a real good thing. Obviously, he knew that St. Hesar wouldn't buy 2 finished products and bring them back. Basically, every time they met, he would give him a surprise. Of course, a genuine Argentine-made Schmeisser MP40 submachine gun, with better optimization than the original German version. I also brought 2 Thompson submachine guns for comparison. This time, we will definitely eat a big chunk of the light weapons factory's orders. We also have the ability to further optimize and improve. St. Hesar felt that this acquisition was too valuable. The Fritz bicycle factory is awesome. Things like artillery and grenades are not very useful for the time being, but producing submachine guns, pistols, and bullets is profitable. and they can also be exported abroad. This is one of the most valuable products after the acquisition. Horse really gave him a big surprise, to be honest. Reverse engineering the M1911A for so long hasn't yielded any results, and other than looking good, having great power, and being handsome, the M1991A is really not suitable for large-scale equipment, but being able to get back a little is a little, losing almost close to $1 million. It's all disappointment. He was initially blinded by the reputation of this famous heavy pistol and rushed to start the pistol project, but without this pistol, St. Hesser wouldn't have entered the military industry, and the subsequent development of the soda factory would definitely be very difficult. Cohen, you're getting richer and richer now, you can even get MP40s. You're really a talent. Come on, I'll take you to the barracks to practice shooting. Commander Thompson was also a little excited. This is a weapon that Argentina can produce, a submachine gun that can rival the Chicago typewriter in performance. There's absolutely no problem with performance, and most importantly, St. Hesser said that it can continue to be improved in the future. This is simply unbelievable. Grabbing St. Hesser's hand, he hurriedly called someone to go to the capital garrison to prepare for target practice. General, why don't we have lunch first? It's the middle of the day, and the barracks are probably resting too. That's right. Let me make a phone call first. The food in the barracks is too terrible. Doma, that guy definitely won't make anything good to eat. Thompson went to the study to make a phone call before having the cook arrange lunch, giving St. Hesser a feast. Afternoon, Capital Garrison Barracks. St. Hesser obediently sat in the back of the military vehicle. It's different when someone is driving. Unlike Cordoba, the Capital Garrison is located in the suburbs and is not stationed in the city. Thompson spoke, looking out the window. Cohen, Garrison Commander General Cordio is my classmate. He's a Red and we get along pretty well. I even consider being the godfather to his son, but that was almost 20 years ago. After saying that, he paused for a moment, then turned to St. Hesser and said, in 1943, Argentina was plunged into chaos by political infighting. The garrison troops near the capital entered Buenos Aires. Castillo fled in a hurry. After several rounds of internal strife within the army, Ramirez took over as interim president. Later, that guy Perón picked up the advantage, which many people didn't expect. The commander of the garrison has been changed several times. General Avalos was anti-Perón and used to be one of our blues. Now he's retired. Now it's Cordia Doma of the Reds. Of course, we have a good relationship. He's also in the Ministry of Defense now. We Cordoba didn't get involved in this mess, but we were also hit hard. Thompson told him some history from time to time, appearing friendly and kind. This time, he estimated that he could give the Reds a hard time. Then they entered the barracks. The two didn't speak anymore until they got out of the car in front of a two-story building. They saw someone lying under a tree in front of the door, sleeping. If it weren't for the badge on his uniform, you wouldn't know he was a general. When Thompson saw him, he immediately said loudly, Doma, are you still guarding here today? Ha. Today is Saturday. I'm sleeping at home, Cordia replied coldly. You bastard, you didn't say that when you called me just now. You're so old, but you still like to dig at people. Cordia then stood up. He was about the same height as St. Hesser, but a little taller than General Thompson. He was probably about the same age as Thompson, but he was a bit overweight. He didn't take care of himself as well as Thompson. Doma, let me introduce you. This is Cohen, our little hero from Cordoba. He's brought a lot of good stuff today. You have to support him when the time comes. Hello, General Cordia. St. Hesser didn't say much, gave a standard military salute, and stood behind Thompson. Nice to meet you, Cohen. Thompson often mentions you, but if it's a copy of the M1911A, unless the price is much cheaper, I don't think you'll get the order, General. This time is different. It's a new guy. No, two new guys, St. Hesser said confidently. Let's go to the shooting range together. I want to see if you're exaggerating. Cordia shook his head, obviously not believing him. Most young people like to exaggerate. He's seen too many. He's just like Perón, who likes to brag. The soldiers behind him followed, carrying 3 wooden boxes filled with bullets and guns as the holder. St. Hesser directly opened the box and took out an MP40. This is an Argentine version of the MP40. All the parts are produced by our Rain factory. The power is very good. Which of you two generals wants to try it first? I'll try it. Are you sure this thing wasn't bought from Germany? Cordia took the gun and felt that it seemed a lot lighter. He carefully looked at it and pulled the safety device before he felt that it was very different. The later MP40 set the stuck device for the bolt handle when not firing. Just gently press the bolt handle and to lock it directly, and the problem of the gun is easy to misfire will no longer occur. Is this the latest version of the MP40? And many parts have been changed. It looks good. Cordia carefully disassembled the submachine gun, which seemed very professional. He found that this one was much better than the one he visited in Germany in 1942. And it used a lot of plastic parts. He had a good memory. He knew a lot of details of the MP40 very well. At that time, this gun gave him a great shock. The one he took didn't have a safety device, and it went off at that time. Unfortunately, this gun has hardly appeared in Argentina. Then I'll take a Thompson. Let's compare. St. Hesser quickly took out a Thompson submachine gun and handed it to General Thompson after the two adjusted their guns, loaded their magazines, and started the competition. The result came out quickly, about the same. If this is produced by you, I will lobby for you for this purchase. Your MP40 is really good. The recoil is very small and the sound is small. It is very suitable for the police force. Do you have anything else you haven't taken out? General Cordia was quickly attracted by this excellent submachine gun. This is really a rare good gun. There is also the general purpose pistol Walter P38, which is also a matching bullet and can be used together. This time it's stable. You're going to make a fortune. After listening to Cordia, St. Hesser, this guy definitely has no problem defeating those people in the light weapons factory. This is a complete set, and it is definitely enough for the police to maintain law and order. It is bullying to use assault rifles, and the army has not used assault rifles without body armor. Being hit by a pistol within a range of 50 meters will basically lose combat effectiveness, and submachine guns are designed according to this characteristic, with short range, fast rate of fire, and dense bullet impact points, which is no problem to suppress pistols. Thompson stood aside without interrupting, and after they finished speaking, he asked, Cohen, which submachine gun do you prefer? St. Hesser took an MP40, loaded it, and fired it in one go, hitting the target, and then said, I prefer the MP40. It has more power. I especially like the crisp and pleasant sound of the gun. I don't like the sound of the Thompson submachine gun. This kind of weapon is only used by gangsters and sissies. The rate of fire is too fast, it requires more bullets, and the recoil is too small. It's not fun to use. There is also a very important problem. The Thompson submachine gun is too expensive. St. Hesser said against his will, my great MP40 is the best in the world, and it must be awesome if it is produced by our rain factory, and everything that can make me money is a good thing. If I had a Thompson submachine gun production line, I would also like the charming da-da-da sound of the Chicago typewriter, but to be honest, the typewriter is too expensive and the manufacturing process is difficult, which is very uneconomical. The American stopped production in 45 years. Relatively speaking, the MP40 is better. This is the best weapon for the Argentine police. As long as there are no accidents, he will win the order from the Ministry of Defense this time, and Jesus will not help. You are so glib, you must have fooled a lot of girls, but to be honest, this MP40 is very good, and it can also be used for military purposes, but the price should be lowered. It is best to produce more. It is very good, Cohen. You have done a great thing. Thank you for your support, General. I will continue to work hard and contribute to the great republic. Well, I have only had one girlfriend, so far. St. Hesser saluted again. Argentina has been a republic since 1860. Okay, I won't keep you for dinner this time. Let's have a good chat next time when you are free. I plan to get off work early and go back to find my wife. General Cordia obviously couldn't have too much contact with Thompson, so he issued an eviction order at about 3 o'clock and asked them to leave. This trip to the barracks was very pleasant, and with the support of the commander of the capital garrison, the success rate increased again. The supreme military commander of the Argentine national defense system is the president, and the supreme decision-making body is the National Security Council, whose members include the president, vice president, and ministers of interior, foreign affairs, national defense, and economy. The president serves as the chairman. The Ministry of National Defense is a department of the government and is the highest military administrative organ. The Liberator building of the Argentine Ministry of National Defense is located in the central area of the capital. Adjacent to the presidential residence, it is the location where the country's president and his subordinates work. It is the highest administrative command center of Argentina and one of the most historically significant buildings in Argentina because its exterior walls are painted pink. It is also known as the Pink House. During President 18 Roca's second term as president, he officially announced the Rose Palace as the office of the president and prime minister. The armed forces are composed of regular troops and paramilitary forces, and most of the paramilitary forces are the Argentine police force, which is currently under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of National Defense. This tender was initiated by the police force to prepare for a new round of firearms and increase police firepower. MP40 Rain Police Submachine Gun, P51 Rain Police Pistol, M1911A Rain Police Pistol. St. Hesser shamelessly used these three names to compete for the Ministry of Defense's tender. Chapter 105 Ministry of Defense Orders. October 15, Monday, 9 a.m., Butchin, Liberator Building, Ministry of Defense Police Force New Weapon Bidding Event. The scene wasn't crowded, the personnel were orderly and relatively quiet, the atmosphere was a bit solemn, and people entered one after another. The bidding event officially started at 10 a.m. too. Rain Fritz Military Industries, also located in Boo City, is a new dark horse in the military industry. Rumor has it that it belongs to the military's Blue faction. They have also been vigorously promoting themselves, even appearing in some newspaper news, afraid that others wouldn't know. 3. Argentine Bossa Pistol Company, headquartered in Luo City, specializing in the production and research of pistols, known for producing compact mini short pistols and revolvers, belonging to the neutral faction, with a certain market share, not very famous, an old pistol factory, often appearing as a background, but the weapon performance is relatively reliable in comparison. Among the three bidding factories, Rain Military Industries has the strongest momentum, which is inseparable from St. Hesser's crazy hype. After all, being able to participate in the bidding event itself represents strength and influence. Many rumors are circulating within the city, saying that Rain Military Industries' new products have already been exported and sold to the French, and also exported to Africa, and that it uses German technology and is approved by the United States, etc. Normally, none of the foreign bidding arms companies would attend. Usually, Butchin Light Weapons Factory would eat its fill, go through the motions, and then distribute some soup scraps. This time it was obviously different. Rain Military Industries was established in less than a year. Everyone is questioning whether it can challenge the Light Weapons Factory this time. Rain Military Industries has the endorsement of General Thompson, a rising star in the Ministry of Defense, as well as General Cordide of the Capital Garrison, and even some big shots are joining in to watch the show. The Ministry of Defense exceptionally found some knowledgeable people and held a formal bidding event, also setting up some judges and on-site live ammunition testing and performance projects. In fact, the procurement volume this time is not too large, just equipping more than 10,000 operational police with new weapons. Originally, purchasing some pistols would have been enough. The M1911A is the focus of this procurement. Everyone likes this heavy pistol, but Rain Military Industries, the catfish, not only proposed a lower purchase price slogan, but also brought new things. Based on the broken confidentiality system, it was soon known that they were submachine guns and pistols, but the models were unknown. There are three products, with a fierce background. The Light Weapons Factory, after hearing this news, immediately became uneasy and produced some semi-finished products to participate in the bidding event, including some newly improved submachine guns and pistols. In comparison, Rain Military Industries is more confident. One of their three items is a heavyweight weapon, plus a matching pistol, basically making it a sure thing. After all, the charm and popularity of the MP40 is very high, but it was not successfully introduced at the beginning this time. Professor Darn is leading the Rain Military Industries team. He has the highest prestige in the new company and knows many people. Able to keep the factory in order, he is also the oldest employee of the new company, with the highest academic qualifications, not competing for power and profit, and can be regarded as the stabilizing force of the new company. Having an old person in the family is like having a treasure. Moreover, he has relationships with both new and old employees. Horst, leading the Fritz Light Weapons Factory personnel, is also attending. St. Hesser did not participate. The purpose of this special bidding event by the Ministry of Defense is to equip police weapons and equipment. At this time, the police departments in various parts of Argentina are nominally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Defense. St. Hesser also finds it a bit strange, considering it rather chaotic. Normally, the police force should be independent of and parallel to the Ministry of Defense. The two should not be subordinate, but should be under the leadership of the Argentine Supreme Military Council. This is a quasi-military force of considerable size. Although it can usually only deal with criminal gangs and maintain, public order, Under the suppression of various city guard systems in the past, the strength of the police department was quite weak and rarely achieved anything. It was not until last year, when the National Defense Force reorganized the local army, that the police department's power increased significantly. After a boring opening speech, the host directly asked the three factories to send representatives to the stage, with Rain Factory first, Light Weapons Factory second, and Bossa Factory third. Horst had also undergone Saint-Hezer's speech training, revised a lot of the speech, Geo, draft, and prepared thoroughly, practicing for a long time, not at all stage. Frightened. Hello everyone, I am Horst, the representative of Rain Military Industries. As everyone knows, simplicity is more difficult than complexity. You have to put in tremendous effort to simplify things, but in the end, it's all worth it, because once you do, you can create miracles. Today I want to bring you a fantastic gun combination, an Argentine miracle. After a boastful opening, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Horst, seeing that the atmosphere was good, immediately continued, "This time I am responsible for introducing the Rain-style police submachine gun MP40 and the P51 Rain-style police pistol produced by our factory. Among them, the MP40 submachine gun is the latest masterpiece of our factory. I believe everyone will like it." Horst took out the MP40 from the staff's hands, held it up for display, and did some special painting. Shameless, too shameless. This is clearly a submachine gun made by the Germans. You directly attribute it to yourselves, too shameless. The general manager of the Light Weapons Factory, Pastor Leiter, thought psychologically, recognizing it as German goods at a glance, without even changing the name. Most other knowledgeable people thought the same way. They more or less yearned for German goods and certainly knew the famous MP40 gun, but this gun had never appeared in the official Argentine series. Too few of them flowed out. Argentine domestic firearms and ammunition are mainly American-made, with many imitations and licenses. There are many military compradors. Horst had no psychological pressure, and even gradually accepted this shameless statement under Saint-Hezer's influence. If I give you something to copy, you can't even put it together. That's the strength. Moreover, weapon production is not called copying, it's called reverse engineering, understand? This MP40 is a brand new version that you have never seen before, with upgraded safety and reliability. It can adapt to both tropical jungles and icy and snowy conditions. Overall, the MP40 is a very mature submachine gun. It has a simple structure and is easy to disassemble and assemble. You don't even need any tools to disassemble the entire gun. Moreover, it performs very reliably on the battlefield. It has been tested in actual combat in World War II. The failure rate is still very low in harsh environments. It can be used throughout the country from south to north. We have conducted many experiments and it performs much better than the Thompson submachine gun, and it is more powerful. Welcome everyone to come to the Ministry of Defense's shooting range to experience and visit later. We have prepared 20 MP40 submachine guns and 20,000 rounds of ammunition. Next, I will talk about the Rain-style P51 police pistol, which uses the same pistol ammunition and can be seamlessly connected. Horst boasted about the submachine gun as being particularly high-end, making various comparisons with the Thompson's technical data, making everyone feel that it was more than twice as awesome. Does anyone have any questions for me? Horst saw that the scene was not very active, so he used the trump card given by Saint-Hezer's cold field plan. I want to ask, what if the police encounter data gangster assault rifles? The firepower of submachine guns is obviously not as good. Also, what if the data gangster wear bulletproof vests? Neither pistols nor submachine guns can beat them. Is the 9mm bullet not powerful enough? Why not directly use rifles? The only way to suppress assault rifles is with assault rifles, right? There was a shill in the audience, arranged in advance, who asked a series of sharp questions, and the people at the scene were attracted by these tricky questions. It was, Julio, interesting, informative. This is a very good question. This general asked very well. Pistol bullets are certainly not as powerful as rifle bullets, which is normal, but at short distances, the power is actually about the same. Submachine guns are very suitable for urban warfare. Because there are many buildings, there are many advantages to using pistol bullets in submachine guns, one of which is that it is not easy to accidentally injure civilians after penetrating the target. This is very important for us to protect civilians. Most of the time, criminals are not that scary. If the data gangster basically don't have bulletproof vests, the police use submachine guns and pistols, It's better not to use short assault rifles. After all, assault rifles are for foreign enemies, but submachine guns are for internal enemies. Moreover, submachine guns and pistols use the same bullets, which is very convenient for logistics. If the data gangster are heavily equipped with bulletproof vests and submachine guns can't penetrate, this is an extreme situation, and short assault rifles need to be replaced. If you really encounter data gangster using assault rifles, in this situation, it is recommended to call the army to suppress them. This already belongs to rebellion, and I am powerless. The audience burst into laughter, and the police chiefs agreed with this view. Most police stations now only have pistols, and some still use revolvers. As a result, some gangs have already started using more powerful weapons, and submachine guns are a good firepower supplement. And if they use assault rifles, are they sending the police out to die? It's more appropriate to send troops to suppress them directly. Argentina's current police departments only have ordinary police. Having a gun is considered good. Revolvers are the most common, as well as M1927 and M1911A. The armed police and special police hadn't even shown up yet. Their firepower was truly weak. Indeed, that makes a lot of sense. Our police department's firepower is too pathetic. Even the gangs are using Thompsons, so it's normal for us to use MP40s. I just don't know what the price is like. It shouldn't be too expensive. Support domestic products. I like this gun at first glance. If the power is good, I'll submit a report to the city government to get special funds for procurement and buy a batch directly. A large gang has appeared in our city, and we need to crack down on them. This was a police department that didn't participate in the bidding, planning to go back and write a note to apply for funds. That's right, how did I not think of that? We have to get this going, or the mayor will get rid of me first. If we're going to buy, we should buy a whole set. I just don't know how the products from the Domingo factory are. Let's keep looking. Next, the exciting and anticipated moment has arrived. I believe everyone thinks such a powerful product must be very expensive. Everyone can guess the wholesale price. Seeing that no one responded, Horst continued, our procurement bid price is $40 per piece. Yes, only $40. The more you buy, the cheaper it gets. Each gun comes with 36 rounds of ammunition. Additional purchases are calculated separately. With a bang, the entire venue suddenly became noisy. They were going crazy, really going crazy. $40, a ridiculously low price. Everyone under the stage had only one thought, is this fake? So cheap? Are you not making money? Are you the patriotic? You need to know that the current cost of a Thompson submachine gun is $45. The price of an American Thompson submachine gun in 1939 was $209. By 1942, it had dropped to $70, and in 1945 it dropped further to $45. This was due to large-scale procurement. Thompson's production was close to 2 million units. The cost price of the M3 grease gun is $20, and the estimated cost of the MP40 is at least $25, and this is just the cost price. Adding overseas transportation, retail, and RU00260 costs, the ex-factory price is generally set at about twice that. Domestic procurement will be much cheaper, but not by much. Back then, Saint Hessa bought Thompsons in bulk in the United States, and one cost no less than $80. They were hard to find, and he had to ship them back himself, almost cursing his mother. Horst also introduced the price of the M1991, a replica, which was also very cheap. They were just earning some processing fees to recoup some losses. Rhine Factory said it very well. We have also launched a submachine gun this time, the PA-29mm submachine gun, improved from the PAR-1 submachine gun. The main improvement is the addition of a single-shot firing function and a grip safety. The bolt can only be released from the safety sear when the safety handle is gripped. Our bidding price for this submachine gun is $45. This is the Domingo factory's imitation of the M3A1 submachine gun, also known as the grease gun produced by General Motors, also called the M3 injector gun. It wins with its low price, but it's too ugly. It can only be said that its appearance is not good enough. Anyway, it's much uglier than the MP40. To be honest, when they saw that Rhine Factory was offering the MP40, and the bid price was $30, they understood that the bulk of this procurement was basically irrelevant to them, but they had to bite the bullet and brag about it. Originally, He wanted to quote $50 because his mass production price required $30, but after hearing Rhine Factory's quotation, he temporarily changed it to $45 per piece. Anyway, he wouldn't sell much, so he would earn a little less finally. Bossa Company bid on the police pistol project and came down after a 10-minute introduction. While most of the people at the scene were still in shock, this bidding conference was like a later generation product launch event by Rhine Military Industries. Many people were so hyped up that they wanted to snap up a few. After the final results came out, it also fully took care of the other two companies and got some orders. Now, I announce that the winning bidder for this procurement is Rhine Military Industries page 40, 9000 page 51s, and 1000 M1951s. Buck and Domingo Factory wins the bid for 1000 PA2s, and Sistema wins the bid for 1000 M1927s. Bossa Company wins the bid for 1000 TPRC 1950s. Rhine got the lion's share of this Ministry of Defense press conference, followed by Buck and Domingo, and finally Bossa Factory. Horst's speech was very brilliant. Speaking of Bossa Company, its most famous moment was the first World Cup in 1930. At that time, Argentina faced Uruguay, and eventually the host Uruguay and Argentina advanced to the final. The two sides will compete for the first World Cup trophy. Nearly 40,000 Argentine fans shouted the slogan "Die if you don't fight" and crossed the Paraná River to run to Montevideo on the other side of the river to cheer for their country. The Uruguayan fans, as the home team, had been waiting in full battle. 60,000 fans poured into the Century Stadium for the final, hoping to witness Argentina bowing down to them again because the confrontational atmosphere between the fans of both sides was extremely tense before the game. The Uruguayan government had to increase security forces and take strong measures to search the fans entering the stadium one by one. As a result, they didn't know until they searched that more than 1,600 revolvers were found from the fans who arrived at the scene, most of which were produced by Bossa Company, making this brand famous in Latin America. Later, it declined a lot and often belonged to the eternal runner-up of the bidding conference, and now it has been surpassed by Rhine Military Industry in one fell swoop. If these were brought into the stadium, and the fans on both sides disagreed, and guns were drawn and war broke out, then it would be a large-scale fan war in the stadium, which would be much more explosive than the later Russian 100 fans fighting 3,000 British fans at that time. The Uruguayan government dispatched a full 2,000 police officers for the final, almost on par with the armed fans at that time. Argentina could be regarded as full of martial virtue. It is a pity that the final result was that Uruguay defeated Argentina again 4-2 and raised the World Cup for the first time. Argentine fans, who were defeated by the Uruguayans twice, could hardly hide the disappointment and anger in their hearts. A large number of people in Buchan gathered in front of the Uruguayan embassy to throw stones to vent their dissatisfaction, quite like Turkey burning the Russian flag. Rhine Military Industry had just been established, and there were actually a lot of things to adjust. After all, there are all kinds of people when you have 100 people, not to mention that Rhine Military Industry quickly had a scale of more than 1,000 people, which was very chaotic. So rectification was essential. There are now a total of 9 factories, most of which are still empty shells. It seems a bit messy, and it can't form a synergy, and it also wastes resources invisibly. St. Hesse certainly couldn't sit idly by. As the boss, he didn't idle. In addition to going to school, he was arranging to dismantle equipment, transport equipment, and then arrange personnel every day. He cut through the mess with a sharp knife, divided and handed over equipment and units of 2 factories, and the people followed the equipment, and then formed new factories and new teams. Of course, 8 of the factories were small in area and the equipment was scattered. This time, they were reorganized into 3 factories. Fritz Light Weapons Factory, which is one of the 3 main bodies constituting the new Rhine Military Industry. The bicycle production equipment was split off, piecemeal, and a larger one was found in the existing factory building, and a new bicycle factory was established and incorporated into Rhine Company, specializing in bicycles. Mosquitoes are small, but they are still meat, and at least bicycles will be popular for another 70 years, which is not a problem. Other heavy equipment was also transferred to the Rhine Arms Factory and reorganized into the Rhine Arms and Ordnance Factory. St. Hesse's purpose is also very simple. Rhine Military Industry only needs 2 factories for the time being, and it can't afford more. This is a money-consuming thing. They are Rhine Arms and Ordnance Factory. The new factory is located next to the Research Institute, covering a large enough area, mainly responsible for the development and mass production of artillery and large-caliber heavy machine guns. It has received a lot of molds and equipment from the Fritz factory. The old employees have some experience in explosives factories, and they have allocated a lot of technical personnel. It is better to develop these. They are integrating resources these days. The Arms and Ordnance Factory did not participate in this bidding conference. They were busy debugging new equipment, and the transfer of the money-losing pistol production line also relieved these old employees and lightened the burden. Fritz Light Weapons Factory rented a large factory building and moved the light weapons production lines of 8 small factories to form an assembly line, which can also improve production efficiency and reduce production costs. As for the old factory buildings of small factories, they will be used for other purposes. Fritz Factory is responsible for the mass production of light weapons, submachine guns, pistols, and future assault rifle mass production. It currently has the largest scale and the most employees, and the equipment, data, and personnel of the M1911A have also been transferred. Rhine Research Institute continues to be responsible for providing technical support and RU-00260 support. 3 pillars stand together. Augustin, the director of Rhine Military Industry and Arms and Ordnance Factory, showed good leadership and coordination skills. Recently, he has been busy with the construction of the Arms and Ordnance Factory. So far, he has done a good job. Horst is a bit low-key. Currently, the new company is making the biggest contribution, and the Fritz factory is currently the largest in scale. This bidding can actually be regarded as mainly based on him. After all, the 2 most important new products are provided by him, and the company's focus of research is on how to produce more cost-effective guns and ammunition, and improve and update versions. Professor Don's Rhine Research Institute has also become more and more handy, jointly developing with old partners, which has greatly increased the strength of the Rhine Research Institute, and truly revolutionized the new company's RU-00260 strength. This is St. Hesse's first company with RU-00260 strength, which is quite rare. Chapter 106 Establish a Society. After busying himself with a restructuring of Rheinmetall Industries, the next step was to focus on the mass production matters following the successful bid, leaving the Augustine trio to handle it. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of October. Many jacaranda trees were in bloom, making for a beautiful sight. Petals were scattered all over the ground inside the National University of Buenos Aires. In a deserted large classroom, St. Hesse and several classmates were cleaning, removing some of the debris. Cohen, from now on, you're the president of our club. It's just that the club's name is a bit strange and not imposing enough. I still think New Paris Alliance sounds more powerful. Powell carried a scout to the corridor, saying weakly, rubbing his aching back. He looked enviously at Cicero by the back door, who carried one in each hand, throwing 2 desks onto the corridor with a loud thud. Cicero is really strong. If that punch landed on Eddie, he'd probably go straight to the hospital. Eddie adjusted his glasses and tore a newspaper off the wall. After a glance, he found it boring, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it out the window. Fighting still depends on Cohen. I can't beat him. He's strong. Cohen, come and throw some heavy stuff too. Cicero, hearing Eddie's words from afar, replied. I'll be there in a bit. I'm not good at naming things either. This one's fine. Several names I came up with were already taken. Send me those files, or this will take too long. St. Hesse, wearing a mask, his clean white shirt now covered in dust, was pulling out some wooden planks from the front door, tossing them backward with great skill. A few days ago, he registered the club with the National University of Buenos Aires Students' Union. Today, he managed to get the activity room approved. It's just that the classroom has been abandoned for too long, with too much debris. He estimated it would take an entire afternoon. Actually, I think it's good. New Youth Alliance, how powerful and nice does it sound? Being a good youth in the new era is much better than that National University of Buenos Aires Youth Federation. They're just a bunch of gangsters, no different from those people in the outer city. Jim had seen many such things, holding a plastic bucket and sprinkling water in the room to reduce the dust. To be honest, the National University of Buenos Aires was now a chaotic mess, with all sorts of shady characters. That youth federation is all mysterious. They just mix some dark secrets and obscure academic stuff together. It's not even as good as the Pope scandals. They're just lackeys of some landed gentry, Eddie said disdainfully, struggling to drag a wooden plank out with his greasy hair. Wolf, for someone with such a powerful name, didn't Cohen end up helping you get your revenge? In the future, don't randomly criticize those from landed gentry families. We middle-class people can't afford to offend them. I was really blind to think those dogs from the Youth Federation were good people. Wolf was actually quite introverted. He was indeed grateful to Saint Tessa after this incident, so he joined the new Youth Alliance as soon as possible. This really requires thanking Cohen. If he hadn't brought Cicero and scared those people from the Youth Federation, they probably would have come to mess with you again. It's just a small matter. I just can't stand these guys bullying people just because their families have power and influence. It just so happens that I'm a bit stronger than them. Last Friday, Saint Tessa was discussing industrial farms with people from the biology department when he saw 7 or 8 well-dressed members of the Youth Federation bullying a classmate. He went up and started throwing punches, beating them so badly that they had to pay a lot of medical expenses. Only then did he discover that Wolf was among the bullied. Later, they tried to retaliate. Saint Tessa couldn't bear it any longer and had to call Cicero's friends to smash the Youth Federation's activity room. Experiencing what it felt like to be a student, he also wondered why he had to put up with this nonsense. After thinking for a while, he gathered a group of friends from the school and established and registered a new club, becoming the president himself. This could also add to his resume. After all, school experience also needs to be embellished a bit. Moreover, freshmen would be arriving in a few months, so it would be a good opportunity to recruit some new people. He had joined several terrible clubs before, but he was always dissatisfied, feeling that something was wrong. He also saw that these large families and landed gentry had established clubs of various kinds at the National University of Buenos Aires to attract talent, but it had already turned into factionalism and bullying of freshmen, so he simply went along with it. That's right. I even thought it was a good club, requiring recommendations. In the end, it's almost like a mafia. Eddie, you and Wolf go find someone to collect the waste. I feel like you're too weak. You need to eat more. Wolf and Eddie were really skinny. Doing some cleaning was okay, but looking at so much debris in the classroom, it would be faster to do it themselves. Wolf and Eddie, upon hearing Saint Tessa's instructions, promptly took the money and went outside the school to find someone to clear the items in the corridor. Cicero, Cohen, and Powell were stronger and more muscular, so they stayed behind to clean. The group worked hard for an entire afternoon, finally cleaning the huge classroom. The trash in the corridor required 7 or 8 trips back and forth in a pickup truck. The next day, in the new Youth Alliance's classroom, the walls were whitewashed, and the holes in the floor were repaired. Saint Tessa paid out of his own pocket and found an electrician to install the classroom lights, finally hanging up the club's sign. President, now that the new Youth Alliance has been officially established, should we have a feast today? Bring more people over to build up our momentum. As for eating, we'll talk about it when there are more people. Vice President Powell, you and Eddie are responsible for the membership department, to create a roster. Minister Eddie, you are responsible for the internal affairs department, to establish various club regulations and systems. I will temporarily be responsible for the external affairs department, to get some sponsorships for the new Youth Alliance. Yes, President, the others will be temporarily assigned to the research department. This will be our main department in the future. President, I also want to be a minister. Students didn't have any money. He could get some from the newspaper, Plary International, the soda factory, and the bicycle factory, which would sponsor a lot of money. If that didn't work, he could set up some foundations. Saint Tessa was stirring up trouble within the university, preparing to launch a student public opinion storm. He emphasized strategy in his actions and methods in his schemes. As for the purpose, it was nothing more than seeing if he could find some talent. Getting them to truly backstab would probably be impossible. Throughout November, the new Youth Alliance grew very rapidly. Some freshmen who joined after hearing Saint Tessa's reputation found that the club was researching different things, and even some older students joined because the club had ample funds, mostly sponsored and branded in the name of Saint Tessa's companies, with real money being invested, and in order to do things properly, they even published internal club magazines and held several club activities, such as debate competitions. All club members could publish internally, circulate among themselves, and exchange ideas. So it quickly grew and developed, absorbing many new club members at once. Saint Tessa could often remember the name of each member and carefully note their reasons for joining, and mostly had a conversation with them. However, the new Youth Alliance seemed to be developing in a way that was different from his original goal, and it also attracted a bunch of radical youths. They began to discuss the development path and future of national capitalism, using books such as The Wealth of Nations, The Economic History of England, and Employment, Interest, and Money as the core of their discussions. They criticized Argentina's backward and primitive capitalist system, especially the trade unions ruining the country, and all sorts of chaotic things like land revolution, caudillo aristocracy. and abolishing the land ownership of the great aristocracy to distribute the land to the peasants. Saint Hesse couldn't help but feel that these students were quite radical, but he couldn't say that they were completely unreasonable. He just thought it was some youthful idealism. If it weren't for the fact that it was a bit difficult to say, he would have even suggested that they read The Art of Dragon Slaying one afternoon. Saint Hesse was looking around the New Youth Alliance when he saw people from the debate department arguing. He was interested and listened for a while, and the more he listened, the more he felt it was too abstract. Ron, you guys are discussing these Anglo-American systems all day, but you should actually look at other countries more. Broaden your horizons and look further. Saint Hesse saw that these guys in the debate department were energetic and often participated in debate competitions, but most of them were a bit awkward, so he spoke up. President, we always feel that something is wrong with debating these things. It's indeed a bit too abstract. I wonder if there's anything you can guide us with. I heard that you also give lectures to the guys in the news department. Ron's eyes lit up. The president was a big shot as the head of the New Youth Alliance's debate department. He was very worried, always feeling that the things taught in school were a bit lacking, but the books he read in the library were also too disorganized and not systematic. I think you can study Das Kapital. This book is pretty good. Das Kapital? I've rarely heard of this book. It's written by a German. It's very well written and profound. Das Kapital was written by a German saint. And it is indeed a good book. Saint Hesse thought inwardly. If you have time, you can go to the National Library to take a look. It's really good, much better than those books written by Americans. Those Americans are just robbers at heart. How could they have any good books? We'll leave right away, President. We won't delay you. You can organize a large lecture, and the expenses can be reimbursed by the finance department. Yes, President, I'll talk to those guys in the research department. These members of the debate club immediately scattered and ran away, leaving in a rush. The people in the debate club usually come from various departments and are mostly eloquent, but BU doesn't really recommend certain special books, so Saint Hesse also intends to guide them. Moreover, the New Youth League is different from other clubs. Recently, many new departments have been established, and the names are also quite strange, such as the research department, news department, and debate department. Generally, student clubs, because they don't have school funding, are essentially student associations, often with departments like the External Relations Department, Internal Relations Department, Planning Department, and Publicity Department. While the New Youth League is more like a real learning and research club, the New Youth League regularly organizes some on-campus activities to expand its influence, and often organizes off-campus activities, such as visiting slums, going to manors, seeing the lives of landed nobles, and even holding some sports meets. Making a lively scene. Moreover, the New Youth League has off-campus channels and can even provide internship opportunities. It also often organizes gatherings, so it has slowly formed a selection process for some core members, and specially created a youth elite department to absorb them. It must be said that through this method, some talents have indeed joined, which is much faster and more effective than the study sessions initially organized by the army. Saint Hesse went with the flow, nominally soliciting sponsorship and befriending these people. His rich knowledge and practical experience also accumulated great prestige in the New Youth League. Saint Hesse also lowered his status and often led teams to the slums, and specially established a normal department within the New Youth League. All members of the club with aspirations can apply to join and teach workers. He held workers' night schools, providing free education, and often investigated their demands and wishes. Saint Hesse also combined some of his own experiences and knowledge to become a night school teacher, giving lectures to them. Most of these people came from northern Argentina, Bolivia, and Paraguay. They often didn't have much schooling, so ideological work was difficult. In the end, very few night schools were able to persist, which made him deeply frustrated. But this time he persisted, changed the boring teaching methods, and began to teach in interesting ways, such as reading newspapers and telling stories, which achieved certain results, and this workers' night school was finally able to stabilize. In addition to teaching, Saint Hesse also intended to open branches of clothing factories and other factories in Butcher, to truly help them solve some difficulties, and outsource some unimportant processes, but the slums were too big and there were too many people, which made him feel his own weakness again. The New Youth League has become the most attractive club for new blood among the newly established clubs, and many bullied students have joined. It is not only limited to BU, but also plans to gradually establish branches in some surrounding universities and military academies. President, this is a list of some members who have requested to join the normal department and take turns teaching. The only relatively troublesome thing is that the security in the slums is not very good at night, so safety is very important. I'll take care of this matter. There are so many people in the normal department this time. It seems that everyone is good. President, this is the arrangement list for tomorrow's lecture in the auditorium. Please take a look at it later. Okay, Ron and the others have done a good job. I hope it goes well tomorrow. I will go and see it too. Saint Hesser stood up and stretched. Recently, he did some small things and felt that the resistance was great. It seems that he still needs to take advantage of the situation. However, it's worth it to have scooped up a few talents in the new Youth League. The new Youth League's activities have made other associations and clubs on campus jealous, especially the previously mysterious Youth Federation, of course. They are only doing some shady things in secret, which Saint Hesser doesn't care about. After all, the new Youth League is just a simple attempt of his, occupying a small corner in BU. Moreover, the new Youth League has also found some people from the biology and agronomy majors to join. Saint Hesser registered a shale agricultural company and specially allocated funds to the people in the agronomy research department to conduct research and make plans, researching the Soviet collective farm policy. The Argentinian spring plowing has already begun. The tobacco planting base of the Potassium Triangle Eagle cigarette factory has also begun tobacco seedling cultivation. And sent in a family more than 20,000 acres of wasteland have been leased, but unfortunately, it can only be planted manually. The tractors bought from abroad have not yet arrived at the port, so the planting efficiency is a bit low, and we can only adopt the method of recruiting more farmers to cultivate. The only good news in Maria Town is that the fertilizer plant is preparing to put the first part into production at the end of the month. After a whole year of construction, there will finally be results. Various inspection, investment, and procurement groups have all set off for France, Japan, Germany, and Italy. Among them, the cement plant equipment procurement progresses the fastest. They have already bought the equipment and plan to return home. They are the first team to set off. The real battlefield is not actually on the BU side. The entire butcher, and even the entire Argentina, is surging with undercurrents. A few days ago, the presidential palace arrested some troublemakers and locked them up. There are still union people marching in the Plaza de Mayo, and some students from BU are also joining in the fun, opposing the decisions of the presidential palace. Moreover, the entire butcher is rumored that Perón intends to contact American capital and open the market, which has aroused dissatisfaction from the industrial faction in the cabinet and the red faction in the military, but it is still brewing. It is said that Mrs. Perón's cancer has worsened, which is also a major event recently. Next year, when Mrs. Perón passes away, Perón's approval rating is estimated to drop to at least 30%, and the people are also becoming very dissatisfied, and the peso is becoming less and less valuable. Argentina's political situation will basically remain stable for the next 3 or 4 years, but it is also an eventful time. Then another military government will come to power. The Perón government is actually also a military government, just wearing a layer of civilian government skin. Internationally, on October 14th, the Organization of Central American States was established, trying to get rid of American control, which has impacted the United Fruit Company. The foreign ministers of Honduras, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala signed the Charter of the Organization of Central American States in San Salvador on October 26. The British Conservative Party won power, and 77-year-old Churchill took office again. It is estimated that he will not live much longer. France is still a mess, fighting on two fronts, fighting in both Algeria and Vietnam at the same time, and the cabinet is constantly collapsing and changing people. The French-Vietnamese war is now entering a stalemate. It depends on whose blood bar is thicker. At least it can be fought for about 3 years, and France still has a certain advantage. The Plairie International Fleet has added several large tonnage ships and officially established a branch in Saigon, specially helping the French transport supplies, especially some inexpensive Argentinian canned meat, soda, and even special military shoes and uniforms, and also plans to sell higher value bullets, guns, etc. The only relatively troublesome thing is that it takes more than 2 months to go back and forth, but the profit is still considerable. During the entire French-Vietnamese War, the French Far East Army had a force of 488,000 people, of which French mainland soldiers only accounted for 22% of the total force, as well as Vietnamese local soldiers, North African soldiers, Black African soldiers, and the Foreign Legion. Moreover, the French army has sufficient military expenditure. During the war, France consumed $10 billion in military expenditure, of which $2.6 billion was US aid. Moreover, This route needs to be further expanded to establish a relationship with the Americans. The French-Vietnamese War is the highlight also. There are many Chinese in Southeast Asia, and passenger routes can be established to help them immigrate to Australia and New Zealand later. Some can immigrate to Argentina. Now factories in Argentina, especially shoe and clothing factories, are particularly short of people. Malaysia has not yet become independent, and there will be wars after independence. The Communist Party of India has illusions about the Indonesian government, trying to coexist peacefully. Saint Hesser clearly remembers the events of 11 years later, so he is also preparing to contact the Communist Party of India and sell arms to their hawks. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. They don't even understand this. They can't even copy homework. The Vietnamese are doing a very good job, so Saint Hesser also asked Rain Military to continue to expand production. The MP-40 submachine gun is still very suitable for the environment in Southeast Asia, and its performance and power are sufficient. They don't have more advanced assault rifles. The French weapons and equipment are actually not very good, such as the MAS 36 and MAS 4S38 submachine guns. Rain Military has also begun to contact some insurgent armies abroad, promoting the Argentinian version of submachine guns and pistols. With export prices being quite cheap, it is possible to make money transporting a trip of nearly 10,000 nautical miles, and Saint Hesser is also returning to transport high-quality coal from Western Australia, which requires larger tonnage ships to prepare for the initial startup. A medium-sized steel-making blast furnace must be built before the end of next year to start steel making, even if the scale is smaller. Only hundreds of thousands of tons will do. This is an urgent matter. There are no other major events. The Radical Civic Union formally invited him to join this Friday, asking him to serve as the Minister of Propaganda in Butcher. The only funny thing is that there are only 3 people left in the propaganda department of the Radical Party. Many people have been arrested by the Perón government for publishing critical remarks. Chapter 107 Military and CIA. Recently, the night security in Boo City has improved a lot. There are many police officers on duty at night, and several ignorant gangster groups have been eliminated, which has made some people in the slums much more low-key. Saint Hesser, returning from night school, looked at the police officers on the street, who were basically armed with Rheinmetall MP-40s and P-51 pistols, giving off a certain sauerkraut vibe. Nowadays, the police force has become much stronger, and its theoretical combat effectiveness is something to behold. He couldn't help but recall his chat with General Thompson the day before. General, why do you think even the military is starting to oppose the Billen government? It's a bit strange, Saint Hesser asked with some confusion. To be honest, he really didn't understand. The military was Billen's base of support, and in theory, they shouldn't be turning against him so quickly, especially since he still had 4 years left in his term. Recently, the Falcon intelligence agency had suffered successive setbacks in 3 departments, losing some people to prisons, and 2 corps members were killed by stray bullets, resulting in heavy losses. They are still begging for help to bail people out. This matter cannot involve Commander Thompson, as the Falcon Bureau is his direct secret force, while the Thunder Cross on the surface is what Thompson knows. This major mistake has also calmed him down a lot. He no longer underestimates the agents and spies of the CIA, KGB, and National Intelligence Directorate. The Falcon Bureau has completely gone into hiding. The capital is not some rural area like the Potassium Triangle. It is the heart of Argentina, full of talent, so it's better to keep a low profile. These past few times, your Rheinmetall Industries has obtained these orders. If you think about it carefully, you'll probably understand. Cohen, do you know how many police officers our country has this October? Little Thompson didn't answer directly, but asked a question instead. The police force is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Defense, and he really doesn't know the exact number, but unlike the Army, this is only a paramilitary force. As for the arms orders, the Ministry of Defense has held 2 more bidding sessions in the past month, mostly in the name of the police force, placing orders for a full 50,000 new sets of guns and ammunition, all equipped for the police force, and they have even started to equip them with heavy weapons like artillery. Rheinmetall Industries production lines are already running at full capacity, starting to smoke. For this reason, a large number of production lines must be equipped. Horst's ability to integrate resources is very strong, allowing the factory to operate in an orderly manner and build new production lines. After thinking carefully, he seemed to understand the reason why the military was opposing Billen, but it still needed to be verified. General, I don't know how many police officers Argentina has, but the number has definitely increased a lot. We have indeed taken a lot of orders. Let me tell you, Argentina now has 220,000 police officers. Last October, that number was 150,000. Now you know the reason, right? Our Argentine Army, Navy, and Air Force have just over 300,000, including miscellaneous troops, and the Ministry of Defense has been spending money to upgrade the equipment of the police force. Isn't the purpose of our great president very obvious? Commander Thompson said with a sneer. He himself belongs to the faction being suppressed, and his recent work has not been going smoothly, which is very frustrating. This is not a big secret, and it's okay to reveal it to Cohen. Recently, Rheinmetall Industries has transferred a batch of funds to the Córdoba aircraft factory. This kid is quite sensible. If you were still in the military system, this level of ability could at least make him a regimental commander, but what Cohen is doing is also fine. The blue faction is very short of people who know how to make money, so that's how it is. No wonder the Billen government is planning to do something, and it's estimated that it will offend many people in the military. St. Tessa suddenly understood. The Argentine police force belongs to the civil service system and has a deep relationship with the cabinet, naturally close to Billen. The military, on the other hand, has too much power and has become uncontrollable. Although there was the sweetness of meritorious service when he came to power, now he dislikes this old cow. Looking around, Billen has established many new departments in Argentina's administrative system, making it bloated and huge. This is a Billen interest group even larger than the labor union, but its strength is weaker than the military. In the beginning, he tried to strengthen centralization, but the result was the opposite, benefiting the local forces. Billen is trying to undermine our military. No wonder there is some dissatisfaction in the military now. Of course, he has also released the benefits of procurement, St. Tessa continued. It seems that Billen has finally realized the principle that political power comes from the barrel of a gun and is trying to seize military power. Unfortunately, he only understood this more than 5 years after taking office. It's a bit late. The Argentine military has many factions, intricate and complex. Although they seem to be divided into the blue and red factions, they are not harmonious. He plans to build up the police force as a paramilitary force starting from scratch. Their strength is not enough, and there is not much time left. Although the military is not monolithic, that is because there are no external enemies. Billen plans to cut the meat with a blunt knife, which is estimated to be uncertain. This is a profound lesson. At least when Billen came to power, his prestige was at its highest, and it was very suitable for carrying out purges. Now, if he tries to carry out purges again, he will be the first to fall. He can only do some trivial things. The four-character policy of streamlining administration and troops is always timeless. It depends on whether he does it well enough, but the national treasury only has so much military spending. If it's allocated to the police force, won't the military's military spending be reduced? Everyone is eyeing this piece of meat. This really tests his balancing skills. Let's see if President Billen can handle this matter well. Although he has released the benefits of procurement to the blue and red factions, he doesn't want us to fight among ourselves, does he? Well, you can think of this level. As expected, going to school is making progress. Unfortunately, the way he's thinking about it is wrong. We, the blue and red factions, are all people from the military. The meat is rotting in our own pot. How could we fight over this? The higher-ups are still in contact, in the end. President Billen hasn't stayed in the military for too long. The military not only represents the military, but also has close relationships with various provinces across the country. I don't know if my understanding is correct. Yes, that's right. Next year, if you have time, take Dealey with you more often. He's really stupid. Okay, General, I'm also a little curious about Dealey. He can make a good-tempered person like you so angry. Dealey Thompson is Commander Thompson's youngest son, currently a fifth-year middle school student in Córdoba. He is only 17 years old this year and is said to be a naughty child. He also has a younger daughter named Lorena Thompson, who is 12 years old this year and is in the 6th grade of elementary school in Córdoba. Mrs. Thompson seems to be only 35 years old this year and also stays in Córdoba. St. Tessa has only seen them in Commander Thompson's family photos and has never met Commander Thompson's family members. As St. Tessa's importance grows, Thompson has become a little closer to him and occasionally talks about his family matters. St. Tessa thought for a moment and didn't pay too much attention to the police force. Now he always carries 2 guns and a gun license when he goes out. One is a specially made pocket pistol with 5 rounds of ammunition, and the other is a Rheinmetall P51. Although the M1911A is easy to use and relatively tough, It is too heavy and too conspicuous. The P-51, which is based on the original German P-38, actually has ridiculously high profits. After all, even West Germany can't make this pistol now. Of the only two remaining factories, one is in East Germany under Soviet control, and the other is in Czechoslovakia. As for the Mauser factory, it has been destroyed by the French. This may be the only remaining P-38 factory in the world, and it is constantly having the mold factory modify and expand production to meet the huge demand. The potential customers for the P-51 pistol are definitely much more numerous. This is a golden egg. Horst needs to work harder. They need steel, which can only be imported from abroad. Not having our own steel mill is really annoying. I hope Plary and La Plata's teams can bring me surprises. These two teams are responsible for purchasing steel-making equipment and poaching talent from European steel mills. So far, they have inspected several large steel mills, but no good news has come back yet. Tomorrow, he will prepare to join the Radical Party, but the recent accidents of the Falcon intelligence agency have greatly increased Saint-Hess's vigilance, and he has to divert his energy to deal with them, which makes him feel a little blocked. Today, Andre and Guerrero came to Saint-Hess's house again to discuss follow-up matters. Gattuso, how many people are still missing from being bailed out of prison? There are a total of 3 personnel, including people from the Political Intelligence Department and the Military Intelligence Department. I am primarily responsible for this incident. The lack of vigilance led to a serious mistake. Find them the best defense lawyers. Provide good support and follow-up security work for the families of the deceased members. Was it done by people from the CIA? Yes, their firepower was too strong. People from the National Intelligence Service were also cooperating with them. The only good thing is that there weren't many people at the branch that day. We guess we were mistaken for another organization. But it also exposed many problems. The CIA's current office is located near the Lincoln Memorial in the Washington area. The current director of the CIA, Walter Bedell Smith, was just promoted to the rank of General of the Army this year. Smith, as Eisenhower's chief of staff, did his job to the extreme. He was energetic, efficient, good at getting along with superiors, and good at dealing with subordinates. It can be said that he is a very formidable opponent. He served as Chief of Staff of the United States Army, Chief of Staff of the Allied Forces in North Africa, Ambassador to the Soviet Union, Commander of the 1st Army Group, and Director of the Central Intelligence Agency in 1950. He is also a powerful intelligence expert. He established an intelligence advisory committee in the intelligence agency to coordinate the work of various intelligence agencies. Smith also created a 24-hour intelligence briefing, which was valued by Truman. The CIA's main task is to openly and secretly collect and analyze intelligence on foreign governments, companies, evil organizations, individuals, politics, culture, technology, etc., coordinate the activities of other domestic intelligence agencies, and report this intelligence to various departments of the United States government. It is now the highest level agency of all intelligence agencies in the United States. It is also responsible for maintaining a large number of military equipment, which was used during the Cold War to prepare for overthrowing foreign governments, such as the Soviet Union, Arbenz in Guatemala, Allende in Chile, and other opponents who posed a threat to American interests. In fact, Argentina has never produced many famous American opponents. Most of them are spineless. Judging from Guerrero and Andre's self-criticism, there were really many mistakes and missed opportunities. We were indeed careless this time. We didn't expect the CIA people to be so powerful. We need to pay more attention in the future. Temporarily stop the infiltration work in the military and government, and do our best to arrange the rescue of our personnel. I will allocate $300,000 to you for smoothing relations. The most hateful thing is that many of the CIA's informants and intelligence personnel are Argentinians. These traitors and running dogs will be executed one day. This is the reason for Saint José's anger. The CIA played a good game. Internal division was very smooth. In Argentina, a lot of intelligence can be bought with money, endlessly. With the boss's money, I believe we can smooth the relations soon and bail our people out. Actually, we were just unlucky this time. Andre, through the New Argentina newspaper, still knows some local small forces, but he can't use this to come forward. Saint José plans to start from the internal relations of the new youth league. Maybe there can be a breakthrough. Luck is also part of strength. Our strength is still too weak. We must keep a low profile and do things secretly in the future. We can't avenge our brothers for the time being. I didn't expect the CIA to have such a big influence in Buenos Aires. This is my mistake. I apologize. But I believe that one day we will remove the CIA from our country. This operation was an accident, really an accident. It happened to run into the muzzle of a gun. Before the expedition was successful, the body died first. 2 members of the Falcon Bureau were hit by stray bullets and could not be rescued. They left. Which made Saint José very angry. The anger of incompetence. Saint José tapped the table lightly twice, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable in his heart. The 2 who died were Eric Olson and Armand Pastor, 2 very young lads, about the same age as him, only in their 20s. He still remembers their expectations for the future when they joined the Falcon Bureau, especially Eric. Guerrero found him very capable, so he gave him a long-term job. The young Eric was smart, attractive, and innovative, and helped a lot with the construction of the Falcon Bureau, and made many useful suggestions. Guerrero knew that he was very tight-lipped. This is the reason why Guerrero chose him for this special job. He even had a good chance to become the minister of the intelligence agency in the future. This accidental death made Saint José even more annoyed. The loss was too great. Armand was also good. He was a boy with a rough appearance, but his family conditions were average. He was very loyal to the Falcon Bureau. It was also a pity that he was hit in the heart by a stray bullet and went directly, okay, except for the Commercial Intelligence Department, all other departments will go underground. We will lie low and disappear for a while. We must never make this mistake again. Saint José suppressed his anger and sternly ordered, we can't offend the Americans for the time being. You should restrain your emotions and do a good job in comforting the families of the victims. They are all heroes of the country. He can't fight against the intelligence agencies of a superpower with his own strength now. Saint José originally thought that the CIA might restrain itself in Argentina, but the result is that it is becoming more and more arrogant. Now, as a mouthpiece for Perón and the United States to negotiate, it is rampant in Buenos Aires. Yes, boss, then we'll go down first. Seeing the 2 leaving one after another, Saint José calmed down. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh again. This time, the biggest problem was actually himself. He wanted a complete intelligence system too much and was too eager for success. As a result, haste makes waste, and things were messed up, causing heavy damage to the fledgling Falcon Bureau. The Falcon Bureau suffered a lot of losses this time. A stronghold was sealed up. Fortunately, it was under a shell company, otherwise, they would have followed the vine and wiped them all out. These people are still quite capable. They did not reveal any information about the intelligence agency. This is a blessing in disguise. This is a blood debt, and it will be repaid sooner or later. Saint José's eyes radiated a bloodthirsty light, full of tyrannical feeling. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door outside the room. Who is it? Saint José put down the pen in his hand and walked out of the study. We are from the police department. A fugitive criminal in the community is extremely dangerous. We are searching. Please open the door. Saint José restrained his emotions, put on a warm smile, and opened the door. Hello, I'm Hanson Ames. This is Carlton Wolfe. There are armed robbers in the academy area, extremely dangerous. We'll come in and take a look. My name is Saint José Cohen. This is my ID. Saint José took out his student's ID and driver's license. He is now a student at the University of Buenos Aires, and the people living in the academy area are either rich or noble. So these police officers are also relatively low-key and do not cause trouble, and some are even enthusiastic. The cautious Hanson carefully looked around the living room, and then opened the study and guest room, but could not find a place to hide people. The room is not small, the air in the living room is fresh, and there is a faint, indescribable fragrance. Sorry for the intrusion, Mr. Saint José. Remember to close the doors and windows. Okay, no problem. Saint José didn't care too much, just thought it was some unimportant matter. As for robbery, see if the gun in his hand agrees. After doing some simple exercises at home and taking a shower, he took off his clothes and prepared to go to sleep. He had just fallen asleep when he suddenly thought he heard a girl crying. He sat up and listened, but there was no sound. Wondering if it was because he was thinking too much and angry. After thinking for a while, he got up and walked out of the bedroom and opened the door, and found Natalie standing at the door, wearing a black dress, with some alcohol on her body and tears on her face. Boss, I miss you so much, Natalie said emotionally when she saw Saint José. There was a teasing affection in her voice, which made him look down at her. Natalie suddenly threw herself into his arms. She opened her arms and hugged him tightly, and began to cry. Boss, I don't want to get married yet. Boss, why don't I be your mistress? I will definitely not disturb you and your wife. Saint José had no choice but to pat her on the back in response and comfort her. The two sat on the sofa and talked a lot. and finally walked into the bedroom. Natalie is also a sexy woman. Since joining the New Argentina newspaper, she has had many suitors, but she has never agreed. When she knew that Saint José had a girlfriend, she was a little heartbroken. In the New Argentina newspaper, her charm has been transformed into work, and she has improved very quickly. She is currently the second most important person in the New Argentina newspaper. That night, she lay in Saint José's arms. Saint José didn't ask too much. He also needed to vent. There seemed to be a wonderful, natural intimacy between the two. A skilled hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Chapter 108 Radical Civic Union. When Saint José woke up, Natalie had already left. They had chatted for a few words, which also made him fall into contemplation. "Do you like me, Mr. Cohen?" Natalie had woken up when she secretly kissed him, so he had to open his eyes. "I guess I still like you a little. If you don't want to marry, then don't. You can keep following me until you want to leave," Saint José said softly. "That's enough for me, thank you, Mr. Cohen. Life still has to move forward." Saint José looked into her eyes again, gazing at her with his calm, probing gaze. This was a lonely woman, and if this was a doomed marriage, then not marrying was indeed a choice. Mr. Cohen, I won't cause you any trouble. You are destined to become a great hero, and I am willing to help you. Natalie looked at him bravely and said firmly. Without saying anything more, Saint José pulled her into a quiet embrace for a while, and finally watched her leave. Saint José had seen too many tragedies in the slums, women dying in difficult childbirth, poor sanitation, no abortions allowed, and then dying from infections. There were also various violent crimes, and there were those who lost their source of income after marriage, leading to infant mortality or malnutrition. In fact, living in the slums in this era was not easy in itself, not to mention that poverty-stricken couples face 100 sorrows. It could be seen that Natalie had high aspirations. "Today I'm going to the Radical Civic Union. I wonder what this Argentine political party is like." Saint José carefully shaved his beard, then took a shower, changed into formal clothes, put on a tie, and wore a watch. The Radical Civic Union, also known as the Radical Party, is a member of the Socialist International. Founded in 1891, it is the oldest political party in Argentina and currently the largest opposition party. An opposition party in Argentina today is Friday. There are no important classes, so of course, I had to reluctantly skip class. Saint José drove to the Radical Party headquarters, a somewhat old building. It is located on the west side of Plaza de Mayo, just over a kilometer away from the Casa Rosada presidential palace. The environment is relatively quiet, with several camphor trees planted. Saint José inquired with the clerk at the front desk on the first floor. Under the guidance of a lady, he passed through the corridor of the building and finally arrived at an office on the second floor. Mr. Saint José, this is the office of Mr. Luis Pena, the representative of our Radical Party committee. Mr. Pena is also our office director and a city councilor. He is working here today. Okay, thank you, beautiful lady, you're welcome. Saint José knocked lightly on the door. After receiving permission, he finally met the committee representative of the Radical Party, named Luis Pena. This was a middle-aged man around 35 years old, responsible for receiving him. This was also an interview. He was a bit dark-skinned, wearing black-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, and a cigar in his mouth. He was reading a newspaper, and his appearance was unforgettable. His hair was a bit sparse. He was also a senator in the city of Buenos Aires, so he was considered a big shot. This was because Saint José had a lot of weight. His recommender was not simple. Professor Pukins was his introducer to join the Radical Party, and Saint José will directly serve as the Minister of Propaganda of the Radical Party in Buenos Aires. If he was just an ordinary party member, he would only need to register his name in the administration. "Hello, respected Mr. Pena, I am Saint José Cohen. You can just call me Cohen." "Hello, Cohen, it's a pleasure to meet you." The two shook hands briefly and sat down separately. "Cohen, do you know anything about our Radical Party?" He picked up the newspaper again and continued reading, asking very directly. "To be honest, I don't know much. I only know that this is a great political party, one of the oldest political parties in Argentina, and currently the second largest party in Argentina. It has served as the ruling party many times." Saint José organized his language and answered seriously. "Not bad, at least much better than other party members. Let me briefly introduce you, don't be nervous, let's just chat casually. By the way, do you smoke? Or cigars? If you mind, I'll put it out." Luis put down the newspaper and became much more serious. "A little, Mr. Pena, I have been smoking for a few years. Well, Have one too? I usually like to smoke cigars, but good cigars are too expensive. Saint Tessa also lit one, puffing out smoke, his expression slightly relaxed. Our party's friendly parties mainly include three: the Commitment to Change Party, the Development and Reconstruction Party, and the Free Citizens Front. Currently, we have 1.17 million party members, the second largest in the country. Our National Supreme Congress meeting is held once a year. The committee is composed of 102 representatives from 24 constituencies, so powerful, far more powerful than he imagined. To have more than 1 million party members, although the organization seems a bit loose, is much better than the Justicialist Party. Our party was the ruling party from 1916 to 1930, but now it is being suppressed very severely by that villain Perón. Even last month, our propaganda department was shut down. I heard that you have a lot of propaganda experience and have been in charge of the recently very popular New Argentina newspaper. Is that right? Luis first said with some pride, then with some anger, and finally asked. Yes, I have served as the president and editor-in-chief of the New Argentina newspaper, and I am very good at news and editing. Although it was only a few days, it did bring the New Argentina newspaper back to life, Saint Tessa added in his heart. This was an important experience that could directly get him the position of Minister of Propaganda. Well, not bad. The Political Action Committee of our Radical Party is the highest leading body, composed of the chairman and vice chairman of the National Committee and several committee members. Currently, the chairman of the parliament is Mr. Arturo Frondizi. This year he was nominated as our party's vice presidential candidate next year, but unfortunately, he lost to Perón again. Mr. Arend is the vice chairman, and most of the others are not very capable. Mr. Arturo is very powerful. He was elected as a federal congressman twice and became the leader of the uncompromising innovation movement within the party in 1945. Luis said with a cigar in his mouth. A vice president is a position in presidential countries. In Argentina, the vice president is called the alternate head of state. When the president dies, is removed from office for committing a crime, or is unable to perform his duties during his term, the vice president takes over. The vice president basically has no powers, but may exercise certain powers authorized by the president. Arturo being nominated as a vice presidential candidate was indeed very impressive, and it could be seen that Luis had great respect for this chairman named Arturo and was likely his loyal supporter. There are also several factions within our party. The main factions are the Innovation and Change Movement faction, the National Root faction, the Cordoba Root faction, and the Affirmation of Irigoyen Doctrine Movement faction. I myself belong to the Innovation and Change Movement faction. As expected, the great men never deceived me. There are strange things within the party, and wherever there are people, there are factions. There are 4 factions here. If it were a party with 100 million people like Modelación in later generations, wouldn't there be thousands of factions? Just thinking about it is terrible, Saint Tessa thought with amusement, and then touched his chin. I won't go into details about this. I'll give you some information to look at later. The dividing lines are not obvious. Our lower-level organization is the Radical Party Youth League, established in 1938, which is also a national youth organization under our leadership. Our only opponent is the Peronist Youth League, so there were these kinds of secondary organizations. Saint Is listened with great interest. Sure enough, they were natural rivals to the Justicialist Party. It was quite a feat for Perón to create a Justicialist Party from scratch in just a few years. We have 102 seats in the Chamber of Deputies and 28 seats in the Senate. Our strength is still very considerable. However, because of Perón, it is now very difficult for us to carry out our work, especially in the propaganda department, which is practically paralyzed. As Saint Is listened, he became somewhat surprised. He had always thought that as an opposition party, the Radical Civic Union would not have many seats in the Senate and Chamber of Deputies and would be thoroughly suppressed. But clearly, that was not the case. It was already similar to the two-party system in the United States, like the Republican and Democratic parties. If you asked why he had this understanding, it was ultimately because his intelligence work was inadequate. Argentina's highest national authority is the Congress, composed of the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies, which possesses federal legislative power. The Argentine Senate has 72 senators, with each of the 24 provinces and administrative districts having 3 seats. The Chamber of Deputies has 257 deputies, allocated to each province and district in proportion to the population. In this light, the Radical Civic Union's power was indeed very significant. St. Is suddenly felt somewhat fortunate to have joined the Free Citizens Front. He estimated that even becoming the party leader there would be similar to being a committee representative here. Better to be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Luis then went on to talk about many of the Radical Civic Union's glorious histories. At the very least, they sounded very impressive. And it had to be said, it was indeed a very powerful political party. No wonder it could remain strong for decades. Luis exhaled a smoke ring before slowly saying, the propaganda department was originally an important department for us, but after several upheavals in recent years, it is now almost the smallest department. If you take over. Do you have any ideas? St. Is pretended to think seriously for a moment. In reality, he didn't quite understand whether this was a party struggle or a struggle for national power. The balance of power was not fair. Without openly opposing, absorb fresh blood, replenish the staff of the propaganda department, and then start internal and external publications to play a propaganda role. Well, you can try, but we have very little funding for the propaganda department now. Most of it comes from social donations. Sometimes we even have to print things ourselves. It's a very tiring job. I understand these things very well. I once served as a warrant officer and I'm very good at enduring hardship. Okay, I will report your information today. Tomorrow we will be colleagues. Happy cooperation. I will take you to the propaganda department later. Happy cooperation. Okay, the Radical Civic Union is a center-left social liberal political party in Argentina. Along with the Peronist Justicialist Party, it is one of the two major political parties in Argentina. Its support base is mainly the middle class. The Radical Civic Union advocates for democracy and social reform internally, with a diverse range of ideologies. Externally, it advocates for developing friendly relations with various countries and opposes foreign interference. St. Is officially became a junior minister, with 3 editors under his command. St. Is was not impatient, but slowly integrated resources and introduced several Falcon Bureau members with clean backgrounds into the Radical Civic Union, assigning them to his department gradually. The propaganda department also began to liven up. For more than half a month, St. Is did not make any major moves, simply optimizing the party's publications, making some deletions and improvements, and restoring their vitality. Moreover, he changed the original propaganda department's radical critical behavior, instead adopting a low-key development approach. At the same time, he communicated with Luis, the office director, who was his superior. St. Is generally took action with his support, so St. Is slowly gained a foothold in the Radical Civic Union, and time slowly passed as he did some simple propaganda work. The propaganda department also slowly recovered, and he also organized some activities to expand its influence. Bud Rogers placed a newspaper on St. Is's desk. Minister, the presidential palace has declared the Socialist Party Congress an illegal organization and has passed a law banning the Socialist Party. St. Is thought for a moment and said, my God. This law is crazy. Perón's presidential palace is really becoming more and more arrogant. It has already begun to ignore the law. This is going to break the rules. Yes, should we in the propaganda department express our support? The Railway Workers Union is preparing to organize a nationwide strike. Minister, there is another piece of news that I think I should tell you. What news? I just received a report from a party member saying that the police have arrested the leader of the Socialist Party, Rico, and imprisoned him. Rico Adriel was the leader of the Socialist Party and had given many large-scale speeches opposing Perón's rule, which Perón found very irritating. He had been in the limelight recently, but he didn't expect to be dealt with by the police force. It was estimated that he would be in jail for at least 3 or 4 years. Not for the time being. We don't need to be in the limelight. Perón's police force is not to be trifled with. I have some inside information that they already have some heavy weapons. This is very scary. The inside information was what Rematal had notified him of regarding the bidding conference. Indeed, the police force was becoming increasingly armed, and they were using the Socialist Party as a scapegoat. President Perón has also arrested many people from the Socialist Party. I heard that he has also executed quite a few. What is he planning to do? Does he think Argentina is the Soviet Union? Haha, Perón thinks too highly of himself. He's just an opportunist. Our propaganda department doesn't need to take the lead. Someone will naturally teach him a lesson. We just need to do a good job with our publications. The propaganda department can't withstand any more trouble for the time being. If a few more of us get locked up, our propaganda department can be directly abolished. St. Is had already pulled out 3 members of the Falcon Bureau, and the bigwigs of the Radical Civic Union had also pulled out the propaganda department. He intentionally befriended some colleagues in the Radical Civic Union, but he remained restrained and did not do anything out of line, which made many people quite satisfied. Throughout December, the storm intensified, but in the end, it fizzled out. Even the military opposed this matter, so the new law had to be repealed. However, the Socialist Party no longer had its original prominence. From being Argentina's fourth largest party, it directly became an unknown small party, and its voice was no longer heard. During this period, many newspapers were shut down by Perón, and even Saint-Is's New Argentina newspaper was investigated several times, but the impact was not significant because Saint-Is's New Argentina newspaper was more like an entertainment newspaper. Even Clarín, La Nación, and La Prensa had been urgently frozen, which allowed the New Argentina newspaper to develop even faster, directly becoming Argentina's fourth largest newspaper and beginning to spread its network nationwide. The New Argentina newspaper even showed unconditional support for Perón's actions, which earned the New Argentina newspaper some attention and favor from the presidential palace. As for the propaganda department, it also landed safely and was not affected, which earned Saint-Is an award from the office in the Radical Civic Union. Moreover, he helped the propaganda department change many things. The staff also slowly increased to more than 20 people, which surprised Luis. A quarter of them were people from the Falcon Bureau that Saint-Is had brought in from outside, and the Radical Civic Union's relatively relaxed policies allowed him to interfere. They acted as double agents, secretly collecting some intelligence on the Radical Civic Union, very discreetly. At the end of December, Saint-Is had Horst lead a team secretly to West Germany to hire light and heavy weapons designers, arranging for personnel from the Thunder Cross and the Falcon Bureau to protect them. Currently, Germany does not allow the production of weapons, and most weapons experts are estimated to have run away, but there must still be some talents who are unemployed or have changed careers. Even one would-be good salary is not a problem. The domestic level of weapons design is still too low. The next step is to develop assault rifles, which are the real hard stuff. Saint-Is had always wanted to send people to West Germany to find weapons designers, but he did not have the talent or connections in this area, and there were forces from Britain, France, the United States, and the Soviet Union there, so cooperation could easily be a scam. Now was the perfect time. With the personnel and equipment of the Frerix factory, there was also a certain foundation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109: Delta Security. The tragedy at the Falcon Bureau a few days ago, although partly due to bad luck, also highlighted that luck is a part of strength. This forced Saint-Is to take the matter seriously. The Falcon Bureau's armed division, while composed of elites, was too small to guarantee safety. His life was paramount. Although he was somewhat confident in his skills, it was clear that Boo City wouldn't be peaceful for a while. Therefore, he needed to make some arrangements. Saint-Is issued the order directly. "Yes, boss, I'll arrange it immediately." They didn't chat much. After hanging up, Saint-Is began to carefully plan and calculate. Currently, the Falcon Bureau in Boo City was mostly composed of intelligence personnel, with too few armed personnel, especially with Bilin's strengthening of the police force. Some organized crime groups were starting to resurface. The Thunder Cross name would be temporarily retired. Using the potassium triangle as a blueprint, Saint-Is registered another security company called Blue Delta Security Company. The Argentine flag was blue, and the potassium triangle was white, which suited his intentions. With Thompson's green light, he quickly obtained various licenses. After successful registration, it was transformed into a large security company, with an affiliated security school providing internal training services, something he had always wanted to do. Of course, it didn't provide external services yet. He wanted to burn money to establish a real special security company, otherwise, he felt like he might be taken out someday. This feeling was unpleasant, especially since he didn't have an army and had to resort to this. He spent 2 days searching for a remote, abandoned football school in the city, covering a full 220 acres, with several football fields and basketball courts. After buying it, he set up the headquarters there, doing some simple renovations, cleaning, and refurbishment. 10 days later, in Boo City, at the renovated Delta Security Training School, Saint-Is met the Thunder Cross personnel, who had been reorganized. In neat military order, St. Tessa had custom-made uniforms from the Blue Cloud clothing factory, blue-black, which looked pretty good, along with badges. Other equipment had also been transported over. Brand new P-51 pistols and MP-40 submachine guns were equipped, and security uniforms were specially made, making them look very professional. Most of these security guards had seen blood and had been carrying out armed escort missions for Thunder Mining. From the Chilean seaport to Maria, it was St. Tessa's strongest fighting force, and also the one he had personally brought out of the City Guard, Aragon, from the City Guard to the National Defense Force, then to the Falcon Group's Viper Squad, to the Viper Brigade, from Thunder Cross, to now our newly established Blue Delta Security Company. It's been 3 years. Yeah, boss, I didn't expect we could develop to this extent. We've lost many good brothers, everyone. Observe 3 minutes of silence to mourn the fallen heroes. St. Tessa closed his eyes, his right hand clenched into a fist and placed on his left chest, leading the silence. The scene was quiet, adding a sense of belonging. The new Delta Special Squad was divided into 16-man teams, each team further subdivided into 4 4-person squads as needed, to carry out missions. 4 squads formed a company, with 64 combat personnel, including 2 people in charge, a military commissar, and a company commander at the same time. To better improve the combat strength of these people, St. Tessa arranged some special projects for them, such as live bayonet drills, to increase their courage, as well as various training facilities and assassination tactics. St. Tessa translated some military selections in his spare time, excerpting many military ideas and specific training steps, especially the military commissar system and the dual leader system. This time, he wanted to transform a real elite special force according to his ideas. Although it was only his private armed force, he would try it out through special training and ideological transformation. It wasn't enough to only have squad personnel here. St. Tessa was also recruiting logistics support personnel from society, preparing to gradually improve this security company, making it more formal and more powerful. The training school would also serve as a cultural learning center, and in the future, it could cooperate with the San Martin Military Academy and the National Military Academy. Private military academies were not allowed, but security schools were. This was the place with the most Argentine veterans, allowing him to continuously expand the security company and control a private armed force. After arranging various school and company matters, St. Tessa and Aragon drove to a restaurant in the city for a long overdue chat. Aragon, when are you planning to get married? Boss, I plan to get married next June, maybe back in my hometown or Cordoba. It was originally scheduled for October, but what you said made a lot of sense, so I decided to spend some more time together. Aragon immediately changed his expression, apparently having a lot of affection for his fiancée. The hardline drill sergeant temperament he had just displayed, like Jason Statham, was gone. Looking at him, Aragon was different from when he had first met him, more robust, calm, rational, resolute, and also more studious. It's just that Aragon no longer shaved his head, which was a little regrettable. Next June, good, I'll go back with you then. Boo City is not very safe for the time being. You can arrange for her to go to La Plata. Boo City is a bit chaotic right now, St. Tessa said. She's not coming over for now. Okay, thank you for your hard work during this time. I'll give you a wedding gift then, maybe send a few houses or a manor, St. Tessa thought. By next June, the funds would be more abundant. This year, he would have to tighten his belt to get through the year. He was too short on money. The intensive investments in the second half of the year, if it weren't for the American stock market, Thunder Mining, Blue Cloud Shoes and Clothing, Plary International, Plary Food, and the up-and-coming Rain military industry, these few cash cow companies, he wouldn't have been able to handle these capital investments, especially the inspection of European steel plants, which was fraught with difficulties. St. Tessa still underestimated the difficulty. This wasn't 30 or 40 years later, when the steel industry had not yet spread to developing countries. Currently, only Japan, besides Europe, the United States, and the Soviet Union, had the fastest increase in steel production, but that was based on its own foundation. Japan was a major steel power. During World War II, Europeans were also restoring and expanding their own steel industries, and they didn't have enough for themselves. So exports were even more impossible. This was the core of national industry, and exports were strictly prohibited. So, he was still working hard to negotiate with them, but there was still no good news. He was trying to get new equipment. The equipment for the Potassium Triangle cement plant had been settled. Having someone made things easier. Of course, cement plants were relatively low level, So exports were also easier. It had already traveled along the La Plata waterway to Salta province. There was no good news from the investment in minerals in Western Australia. SAIN had only successfully invested in 3 small companies in Japan: Honda Motor Company, Toyo Kojo, and Tokyo Telecommunications Industry. He couldn't invest in any of the other well-known companies of later generations. Even the shares obtained in these 3 companies were not many. The highest was Tokyo Telecommunications Industry, which obtained 15% equity, and the other 2 were 10%. It was difficult to invest in other large companies. Japanese companies were relatively tightly knit and didn't allow outsiders to invest. St. Hesse didn't force it too much. After all, this was just icing on the cake, and the more important thing was domestic development. Being able to invest in 3 companies was very satisfying. He couldn't spend too much money investing in Japanese companies, waiting for a return 20 years later. The tractor cooperation with Kubota had basically signed the production line treaty, as well as the Honda motorcycle production line. This kind of cooperation was also conducive to the development of Honda motorcycles. Aragon, take care of things here. I will equip you with logistics personnel. You will start receiving guns and ammunition tomorrow. Radical Party, Propaganda Department. Argentina is not the Soviet Union. Boer Rogers said that Bilen's intentions were very obvious. This sentence did have a deafening effect. It seemed that even ordinary people could realize what Bilen was planning to do. This was very different from the Bilen in history. He had to be brought back on track, otherwise the military would force him to step down early, and St. Hesse wouldn't know who to cry to. The gap between Bilen and Stalin is at least 100 Churchills. Minister, you think too highly of Bilen. I think it's at least 200. Yes, he wants to carry out some kind of cleansing, but he doesn't dare to touch the military. He can only bully the Socialist Party to barely maintain his life. In the end, he will definitely fail, St. Hesse said jokingly. Recently, besides the Blue Delta, it was school studies and the propaganda department. St. Hesse also paid close attention to the propaganda department, as it concerned future development. Recently, the chaos in the capital has somewhat affected some of St. Hesse's plans, so he began to consider whether he could calm down the inflated Bilen and prevent him from macing around. The Socialist Party does not have its own army, and it is still making such a fuss. It is like a pig on a chopping board, fattened up and then slaughtered. Argentina hasn't fought a war for too long, and there has been too much peace. This is not a good thing. First-class Air Force, second-class Navy, third-class Army. This is a description of Argentina's military strength. These are all lessons learned in blood. The people of the Socialist Party underestimate Bilen too much. He doesn't talk about social morality. In fact, it is not about martial virtue. Even if the Socialist Party is in the opposition and not strong, this cannot be allowed. This is a scummy thing that destroys the political ecology. When he arrested union members, I didn't speak up because I wasn't a union member. Later, when he fired university professors, I didn't speak up because I wasn't a professor. Later, when he arrested us socialists, I had no chance to speak again. These words can officially describe the Socialist Party's political naivety and Bilen's lack of martial virtue. If the rules are broken, it will be difficult to re-establish them. From this point of view, he has a problem. St. Hesse looked at the Socialist Party's information in the Radical Party's archives a few days ago. They are socialists leaning to the left, trying to expand their influence through peaceful speeches. They didn't expect to fall. Argentina's union forces do not belong to the Socialist Party, which means they have lost a foundation. The Justicialist Party and the Radical Party, unless there is a huge social change in Argentina, a huge change in class, otherwise the hope is slim to zero. They don't have a rural strategy, only an urban strategy. Argentina doesn't have too much countryside, and people have run to the slums, so they can't be mobilized. The union is Bilen's basis for strikes and demonstrations. The union organizes them itself. The Radical Party is the base of the middle class. The Justicialist Party has the union, and the civil servants' base. The Socialist Party has almost nothing. Speeches can have a little influence at the bottom, but they are easy to be targeted, and their methods are outdated. Only some stupid people believe them, St. Hesse said. Minister, should we also secretly do something? Find some newspapers to publish editorials and the like. That's okay, but the party newspaper can't publish these things. Sooner or later something will happen. I have prepared the article, and I will secretly pass it on to them when the time comes. Okay, Minister, don't overdo it. Let them fight first. The Socialist Party must still have some hidden forces, so they won't be killed all at once, but don't let the military people intervene too much. This is an even more difficult thing. The military's influence is too great. Once they get involved, the nature will be even worse. Understood, Minister, Boer Rogers said loudly. As long as he follows St. Hesser's path, there will definitely be no big mistakes. This can be seen simply from his means of developing the propaganda department adhering to the principle of better a dead friend than a dead me. St. Hesser published many editorials through the propaganda departments of other parties and some small newspapers, gradually causing a public opinion storm. This time, it's one-sided. We have to be like hunters, watching Bill and fight with those people, and then gain benefits from it. It's too stupid to go down in person. Of course, you can't go down. The Radical Party itself is not as strong as the Justicialist Party now. There is no need to bring them down for some things, which is not good for yourself. Understood, Minister? Should we have a meeting to unify our thinking? You come, I'll just watch from the side, but it's not very meaningful. Now St. Hesser knows some people through 4 or 5 lines, but it's not very useful. Like the Blue Faction, the Cordoba Gang, and the Radical Party. When he hasn't made anything himself, or when he hasn't shown his muscles and has the value of being used by others, there is no need to spend time on these 3 aspects. Most of them are looking at the faces of Thompson and Perkins' strength as the foundation, and St. Hesser is also working hard to continuously improve his strength and lay the foundation for the future. The Security School and the New Youth League are very different. The New Youth League opens branches and sets them up in different universities, which can spread the lines to more places. Powell is implementing his ideas, and some nearby universities also have the presence of the New Youth League. St. Hesser is working hard to increase his weight and has been appreciated by some big shots, especially some Radical Party leaders. St. Hesser is handling the work of the propaganda department with ease, and the foundation has also been laid. The Radical Party is very short of presidents who can perform and show off, which is relatively traditional. As for the socialists, let them go. Their reformists don't have much market in Argentina. After all, they are trying to challenge the authority of the president. There is no sympathy or dislike. It all depends on sufficient acting skills. As long as it is not intentional. Bill seems to be preparing to choose the Americans between the military and the Americans, and plans to sell the country to American capital. This is also what the Socialist Party has publicized. In fact, the military is unwilling to do so, which is a great damage to the interests of the military, and the Radical Party also opposes this, which is a self-digging grave behavior. The military is indeed showing signs of dissatisfaction with Bill, because the National Treasury has no money. He tried to sign some harsh opening treaties with the United States, jumping back and forth, and then cleaning up the officers, but the facts of later generations prove that they all failed. In fact, because of Bill's coquettish operations, especially the useless nationalization in the past few years, not only a large amount of tax revenue was lost, but also the national finances went bankrupt. This led to an extreme lack of tax revenue in the Argentine National Treasury, and even began to pay half of the wages. This in turn made them dissatisfied with Bill. When Mrs. Bill dies next year, the situation will definitely get worse and worse. This in itself is Bill's ambition and lack of talent, and self-righteousness, which led to the collapse of the 55-year rule. The real wall is down and everyone is pushing it. Except for Bill's followers, almost all Argentines are against him. The British and American powers mismigrate Argentina, St. Hesser said in his heart. Originally, you could earn money by standing and lying down, but you are not satisfied, and you have to kneel. It's really interesting. It's really a pit cargo. Recently, the situation of Ryan military industry is very good. The industrial park has been completed, and the production line has been fully loaded in a short period of time. The profits have exceeded Prally Food and Blue Cloud Shoes and Clothing, and are catching up with Thunder Mining, becoming St. Hesser's most potential cash cow company, with a steady stream of profits. The financial department, which calculates costs, is very low-key and calculates separately. Only a few people know how big the profits are. The profit margin of Ryan military industry is at least 80% higher than other Argentine military factories, without middlemen making the difference. St. Hesser once again focused on the new product assault rifle. This is the most important link in the 3 goals of Ryan military industry, and the flights factory has already reserved a lot of technology, waiting for the results of Host's trip to Europe. If Farview can control the production cost well, this will be the most profitable light weapon in the future independent movement in the Third World, and can compete with AK-47. Chapter 110 The Growth of the New Youth League. While the Radical Civic Union's propaganda department in Buenos Aires kept stabbing the presidential palace in the back, the student movement at the University of Buenos Aires grew larger and larger. They began to oppose Perón's new policies, which had a glorious tradition in Argentina. The New Youth Alliance was able to exert some influence, and its scale expanded considerably. With many more people joining, it was no longer limited to student organizations at the University of Buenos Aires, and truly expanded to outside the campus. José originally named this organization the New Youth Alliance, partly as a tribute to the former Argentine Youth Civic Union. At least now, the Argentine people's knees had not completely buckled, and this would be the spark of the future Argentine revolution. I cannot let the spark of resistance disappear, and the Argentine military is not a good thing. Military power must be under sovereignty. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, but if it becomes a case of the military commanding the government instead of the government commanding the military, it will be a national disaster. The New Youth Alliance is currently just a student organization, not a political group, which is why it has attracted many young people. Students are often energetic but lack social standing in this era of entertainment scarcity. Besides studying, there are hardly any entertainment activities. Occasionally watching a movie or going for a spring outing is considered quite avant-garde. Therefore, the arrest of the Socialist Party leader was big news, and their enthusiasm was very high. Vice President Powell fully utilized his abilities and expanded the influence of the New Youth Alliance to 14 universities, including the San Martin Military Academy, the National Defense Military Academy, the University of Belgrano, the University of Palermo, and the Torquato di Tella University. This was outrageous. Of course, not many people from other universities joined, as they had their own organizations. Powell promoted the New Youth Alliance through inter-organizational networking. José still maintained control of the New Youth Alliance, and his team deeply believed in his leadership. In particular, José also controlled the organization's purse strings, giving him great prestige among the various ministers of the New Youth Alliance. In addition, José also intentionally studied the working methods of the Radical Civic Union, trying to build the New Youth Alliance into a mini Radical Civic Union to hone his abilities. Powell, you've been working hard on these things lately. Have you considered joining any political parties? Powell was one of the more promising and capable people among his classmates, the kind who could rely on his looks but chose talent instead. He had changed several girlfriends since starting college, but he didn't neglect his studies until a month ago. He suddenly became detached, dumped his new girlfriend, and was doing exceptionally well, so he didn't mind giving him some guidance if he wasn't on the right path. Or what are your plans for the future? Time always passes quickly. You can play around in your freshman year, but you have to start preparing to find a job in your sophomore year. José added, to be honest, there are quite a few lawyers in Argentina now, and the competition is fierce. It often takes 10 years to make a name for yourself, which is not easy. I might go to a law firm and become a junior lawyer, gradually becoming a senior lawyer. Powell had a short haircut, giving the impression of cutting off his hair to show his ambition. He didn't know what had motivated him, and he didn't pry into his privacy, but he noticed something and his voice trembled when he mentioned lawyers. Powell, has something happened to your family? As a friend, I should have realized it sooner, but you know, I work as a teacher at night school and teach during the day, so I'm quite busy. President, I shouldn't be saying this, but I'm really feeling a bit broken down right now, so I want to talk about it. Tears welled up in Powell's eyes. I am my dad's fourth child, and he loved me the most, but last month, he passed away very suddenly. He couldn't be saved. I feel very guilty. At the time, the doctors wanted us to do surgery to remove the blood clot in his brain, but in the end, we didn't do it. I feel like it was my fault. Listening to the situation, it seemed like a sudden cerebral hemorrhage due to high blood pressure. If surgery wasn't performed, he basically wouldn't have survived. Nowadays, craniotomy is indeed not very safe, and conservative treatment certainly has a mortality rate of over 90%. It was estimated that he didn't even have time to arrange his affairs. Powell originally turned grief into motivation. Powell, my condolences. It's not your fault. It's just that God wanted your father to go and accompany him sooner. Your father would definitely be proud of you, and God will bless him. José didn't know how to comfort him, so he just patted him on the back and let him cry. Maybe crying would make him feel better. The death of a loved one is very sudden and often leaves people unable to react. Your father will be watching you from heaven, and you still have other family members. You have to cheer up. Maybe you can go for a run or something. Exercise and time are ways to vent emotions. José didn't say anything else, just quietly stayed with Powell. Soon, Powell also adjusted his emotions. Powell, you can attend the roundtable conference on my behalf. Get to know some new friends, and if you don't want to be a lawyer, don't force yourself. Okay, President, I will seriously consider my future. Well, get some rest. Go back early today. I'll have Anna and Eddie take you back. Okay. Watching the three leave, José didn't stay idle. He took out white paper and started writing and drawing while reading today's newspaper. He was too rushed this morning to read the newspaper. Looking at the newspaper, he noticed that some newspapers had also started to change. Learning some methods from the new Argentina newspaper, the New Youth Alliance Roundtable Conference was a gathering of student leaders on campus, held regularly to discuss national policies, learn new knowledge, and exchange learning experiences. José, as the founder of the organization, also often participated, but tomorrow afternoon, the Radical Civic Union's Buenos Aires City and Buenos Aires Province branches will hold a small meeting to arrange some things for next year, and on January 1st, there will be a National Supreme Conference meeting, which José is not qualified to attend. However, José has obtained the qualification to listen in, helping to clean the venue, and it's good to show his face. This is more important, so there must be a trade-off. On the contrary, the New Youth Alliance Roundtable Conference is also an imitation. The original version is certainly more important. December 1951, the southern part of the South American continent had already passed the height of summer, and summer still ruled the area, but in Buenos Aires City, it was still a hot summer. Buenos Aires City political prisoner prison, which held many people who opposed Perón, including labor union leaders, opposition parties, and some other political enemies. It can be said that Perón had begun to go crazy. Cipriano Reyes was a leader of the meat processing union. He had been in prison for 4 years because he openly opposed Perón's reorganization of the Labor Party into the Peronist Party. In 1947, I hear more and more people are opposing Perón. That's really heartening, of course. He used to be so powerful, but now it's inevitable that people will oppose him. Victoria spoke up. Victoria Ocampo was a writer who had also been arrested. They lived close to each other, so they had a good relationship. This year, Perón was elected president for the second time with a margin of over 30%, but opposition to him was growing, and violent actions followed. He also intended to strengthen the police force, but they still only had Domingo factory guns. It wasn't until the emergence of revitalize military that the police force became tough. Perón used the pretext of cracking down on criminal activities to send the police force out everywhere. The origins of gangs are mostly complex. Some middle school-aged teenagers who haven't gone to school always think it's cool to be involved in gangs. Gangs like the Firewire Gang of K-City were as common as hairs in Boo City. The truly combative ones were foreign gangs with stronger organizations. They didn't know that the power of gangs was like an ant in front of a truly powerful military force, easily crushed to death. One day a month ago, President Perón came to the Boo City Police Department. He wanted to crack down on criminal gangs to save his prestige. A month ago, news broke in Boo City that the chief of the Boo City Police Department, Rizad, had long accepted bribes from gang groups, colluding with them and becoming a protective umbrella for the K-City gangs, making him an excellent scapegoat. He needed a more elite police chief because Rizad was too foolish and had indeed done many wrong things. This had disappointed the people of Boo City. Fortunately, Deputy Chief Wilson was upright and suspected some of the chief's perverse actions. He launched a secret investigation and finally obtained evidence of Chief Rizad's collusion with the underworld, sending him to prison. Wilson became the new chief. The fact was that both men were his confidants. Perón tried to stir up a media storm and crack down on corruption and crime, but it made people suspect his motives. It was a bit too dark. The mayor of Boo City and senior officials of Boo Province stated that gangs were rampant and must be severely cracked down on. They all expressed their appreciation and support for the severe crackdown on criminal activities launched by the Boo City Police Department under the leadership of Chief Wilson. In just half a month, the gang organizations in Boo City were bloodily cleansed by the new police force. The new weapons and equipment were too powerful, and coupled with their training, the gangs were just trash. Almost all the larger, more upscale gang groups were wiped out, which made San Jose feel a little amazed. The president was training his troops. But it was still not enough. The army is not a gang, and San Jose has always looked down on these people. He himself had destroyed 3. Only small gangs remained in Boo City, struggling to survive. The famous ones were either killed or arrested. For a time, Bus City prisons were overcrowded. Those who managed to escape were also wanted by the municipal government with rewards, and the prices were often good. The public security in Bus City improved immediately. Chief Wilson's decisive actions directly improved the public security in Bus City and were praised by all the people of Bus City. The presidential palace even tried to get him to join the Ministry of Defense, but it was strongly opposed and came to nothing. After all, no one who could reach this position was a fool. His purpose was too obvious. Some of Perón's superiors tried to expand the scale and target of the anti-gang campaign, which was why the leader of the Socialist Party was arrested. By cracking down on political competitors, the Socialist Party, which was in the limelight, was eliminated. Even if it was restored, it would be useless. In fact, at the beginning of President Perón's first term, Europeans had a huge demand for goods from the Pampas, and the Argentine economy was booming, so his approval rating was extremely high. However, Perón was not good at governing the country. He distributed benefits to workers in an unsustainable way, and development was half-hearted. What he said well, he could not implement. Inevitably, this caused the Argentine economy to decline, and domestic dissent emerged frequently, and society was turbulent. Perón is now beginning to use suppression to replace the declining public welfare in order to maintain social order and ensure the power in his hands. From Argentina's independence to this year, Argentina has actually experienced two relatively large revolutions. The first was the May Revolution of 1810, which led to Argentina's independence. In 1816, the Declaration of Independence was issued, and General San Martin became the father of the United Provinces of the Rio de la Plata. There was also a lesser-known July Revolution, which was often intentionally downplayed by the Argentine government, but this was the information that San José found in the archives of the Radical Civic Union in 1890. Under the leadership of the Argentine political organization, the Youth Civic Union, a revolutionary movement against the dictatorial rule of the Argentine government broke out. Because the event occurred in July of that year, it was called the July event, also known as the July Revolution. The July Revolution represented the rise of young people to the political stage, and the university reform movement that shook the country in Latin America, which took place at the University of Córdoba in Central Case City in 1918. Can be regarded as entering another climax. On December 2, 1917, the Supreme Council of K University decided to cancel the regulation on inpatient practice for medical students on the grounds of lack of funds, which was opposed by medical students and some teachers. The school authorities refused to change their decision and closed the student dormitory. Later, K University students established a K University Supporting University Reform Committee and announced a general strike on April 2. The authorities of K University closed the university, and students took to the streets to hold demonstrations on April 11. The Argentine University Federation was established in the capital, Bus City, launching a nationwide student strike to support the reform demands of K University students. The student movement quickly spread to the whole country. On June 21, the K University Federation issued the Declaration to the Free People of South America, proposing the participation of university students in university management, university autonomy and reform, which was called the Latin American University Charter. On July 21, the first National Student Congress was held in K City, proposing a plan to reform the university. K University students occupied the university, demanding resumption of classes and university reform. The then Radical Party government was forced to accept the students' demands, agreeing to reform the university education system and implement autonomy in universities across the country, allowing students and teachers to participate in university management. From 1918 to 1921, Argentine universities successively gained autonomy. This movement had an impact on other countries in Latin America, and even on university reforms in European countries such as Spain and France, and the United States. From the Youth League in 1890 to the Radical Civic Union, from dragon slayers who took action to resist dictatorial rule, to becoming evil dragons in 1918, only 28 years had passed. Chapter 111 Petragea Gang Fight. The Buenos Aires gangs have always been rampant, rivaling Rio de Janeiro as the two major underworld hubs in South America. At this time, the Mexico City gangs were just a small fry. Of course, by the 1970s and 80s, the development of Mexico City gangs had far surpassed those of Buenos Aires and Rio, becoming de facto warlords. While the Rio gangs continued to grow stronger, the core urban areas were relatively well managed. Saint Hessa always carried 2 pistols when going out at night. The Perón government had launched a campaign to eradicate gangs some time ago, mainly targeting the inner city and semi-suburban areas. The truly powerful gangs were actually in the outer city and satellite town. Saint Tessa rarely went to the outer city. The inner city was relatively safe. When he occasionally went to certain places, he would bring some people along, not because he was afraid of death, but because safety came first. As for why the Mexico City gangs grew so strong in the future, it had to do with the Americans and Colombians. Cocaine was invincible. Compared to Argentina and Brazil, Mexico was truly a case of heaven is too far, and the United States is too close, and the Mexicans were, in essence, even more miserable. Brazil had no death penalty. To show its democracy and civilization, Brazil abolished the death penalty as early as 1876. Therefore, even if those heinous criminals were caught, they could only be locked up and could not be sentenced to death. They could only be imprisoned in jail. In addition, there were a large number of poor people, and Brazil did not have enough industry to absorb them, so the poor had no choice but to join gangs in order to survive. Rio, as the capital of Brazil, was nicknamed the City of God. Last year, the city had a population of 2.8 million, and at least 10% of them were related to gangs. Last year, it also hosted the 1950 Brazil World Cup. Argentina did not participate. Saint Tessa still remembered the newspaper reports. A report provided by the Brazilian police to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Federal Court in 1951 showed that there were 297 slums in Rio. Gang organizations in Rio de Janeiro had infiltrated 213 local slums. Of these, 81% of the areas were involved in illegal trafficking, and 19% of the areas were under the control of illegal armed forces. Buenos Aires was not much better. It was said that Buenos Aires currently had 349 slums, and the number of people related to gangs was at least 170,000. At this time, the population of Buenos Aires was only 3 million, and there were only over 10,000 police officers. For this reason, the presidential palace also mobilized police forces in Buenos Aires province regarding the issue of gangs and other organizations. Saint Tessa always believed in looking at it from both sides, but he initially faced this matter not as a ruler, but as a vested interest. Gangs originated from some oppressed people. After they grew stronger, all kinds of people joined. Gangs refer to criminal underworld rogue groups and other reactionary groups or their members who operate secretly in society, but in reality, they have become intermediaries and lubricants between the oppressors and the oppressed, doing business that benefits both sides. Because they are powerful and influential, both sides hate them but also need them. The Argentine gangs were caused by Argentina's social security problems, especially in Buenos Aires, which was the most rampant place for gang members in the country and was also well known in Latin America. The root cause was similar to that of Brazil. Historically, Perón did not actually do much to eradicate the Buenos Aires gangs, but Saint Tessa had high expectations for this eradication campaign. Saint Tessa had Rheinmetall secretly produce 90,000 M1911A white plate pistols between 1951 and 1952. With the support of Fritz's experts, he also optimized the production steps, replaced some parts with plastic, making them much lighter, but the power and lifespan were not reduced. He made an improved version, which greatly reduced the cost and was already profitable. Each piece had a wholesale price of up to $30 and a retail price of $40. This recouped the initial investment and made a small profit, making him say that it was still good to make money from arms, and the profits were not bad. In order to legally avoid taxes, the apparent output was only less than 3,000 pieces, and they were also exported abroad through smuggling channels. On the other hand, Saint Tessa would not sell the P50 to gangs, as this would be easily investigated. Argentine gangs preferred the M1911 heavy pistol. Moreover, Saint Tessa had cooperation with the police force, so he certainly could not let it flow out. At least 1 million M1911s had been produced worldwide, and they were relatively common. Argentina also had a licensed version, and Rheinmetall's pirated version was not bad and the price was much cheaper. Boss, our factory's goal for next month is to mass produce 2,000 pieces per month, and we are preparing a new secret production line. Fritz Armaments was responsible for producing light weapons, but Horst went to Europe to recruit design talents to develop light and heavy weapons. Lauren, the deputy director of Fritz Armaments, was responsible for the mass production improvement of the M1911A. Well, thank you for your hard work. This matter must be strictly confidential, but you don't need to care too much about these things. The light weapons factory produced various light weapons, and the production scale expanded very quickly, and there were also high requirements for steel. There was no other way but to import steel. Steel plants like Belade Steel could only produce some low-strength steel, which made Saint Hessa a little annoyed. To be honest, the bigger the fight, the better. I finally know why the Americans like selling guns to both sides so much. Saint Hessa not only sold guns to the police force on the surface, but also provided arms to the gangs. Rheinmetall was getting bigger and bigger, and it was recruiting a lot of workers every month. Buenos Aires Police Department, Director's Office, these rats are becoming more and more hidden, and they are also causing more and more damage. Yesterday, they armed robbed an armored truck. Wait a little longer. I have only been in office for 15 days and have done a little bit of work. If I don't do a good job, there is no hope of entering the Ministry of National Defense. Yes, when Paron took over as director of the police department, he promised how that as long as he could kill these gangs this time, he would promote him to the Ministry of National Defense. A police chief entering the Ministry of National Defense has never happened in Argentine history, and his heart was warmed again. Let Rheinmetall send more new weapons over, transfer the funds to their account, and at the same time do a good job of live fire training for police officers. We need to speed up the progress and speed. Recently, the Buenos Aires Police Department purchased a full 8,000 sets of new submachine gun and pistol combinations from Rheinmetall, which made him very distressed. He equipped all the members to fight the gangs. The composition of Argentine gangs is also quite complicated, including veterans, honest gauchos, farmers, and some office workers. They commit all kinds of evil and are very fierce, and they have many hidden dens, mostly located in slums. The Flour Gang, named after their boss, used to work in a flour mill. Boss, that Wilson guy is really serious. Bullets and salted fish were shot directly by the police. All were strafed with submachine guns and turned into. I ran fast, so I wasn't shot to death. Damn, they were still wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. A messenger from the Flour Gang ran back trembling, reporting to the Flour Gang's leader, Curryville. Bullet and salted fish were nicknames for members of their gang, his very good friends, and they collected protection money together. His voice laced with sobs. What? Has that sissy Wilson gone crazy? Is he serious? Has he forgotten that he also took our money? And with just a few cops in their hands, they dare to play for real? The Flour Gang had at least 50 core members, equipped with pistols, but they couldn't stand up against those submachine guns. Curryville found it a bit hard to believe that Wilson was also their protector. Good heavens, now he's turning around to silence them. Damn it, where did they get so many submachine guns? It's not like we're at war. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Immediately send someone to talk to those guys at Twilight's End. We need new weapons. Feeling betrayed, Curryville burst into a torrent of abuse. This short, stout fellow with a face full of, fleshy and fierce-looking, no more than 1.7 meters tall, was the bald leader of the Flour Gang, with a face full of, fleshy and fierce-looking. The man with a pirate ship flag tattooed on his arm cursed, "Boss, the Pirate Angel Gang was wiped out yesterday, a terrible death. Let's run away first, now is not the time for revenge." The skinny subordinate didn't move, advising again, now is not the time to be a show-off. Saint Husser certainly couldn't use his own name to sell these black market arms, and the Twilight's End of Potassium Triangle was a very good name. After some labor reform, some Twilight's End gang members were subdued. Saint Husser put them to waste, establishing a smuggling gang specializing in helping Saint Husser sell arms, and also avoiding taxes. Twilight's End has become one of the largest smugglers in the country. The smuggling industry in Argentina is still very developed, but most of it is smuggling from abroad to the country. Saint Husser went the other way, from domestic to domestic, from domestic to abroad, with no conflict with him, and Saint Husser also engaged in armed smuggling, so in a short time, his fierce reputation was known far and wide. Okay, the situation is critical this time, we must run away quickly, revenge can wait. Curryville cursed the chief of police while his brain was racing. He must quickly move to another place, lest he be blocked here and killed by that guy Wilson. Now he cherishes his little life, and his mistresses will have no one to take care of them in the future. Everyone quickly pack your luggage. We're going to base 6. When the heat is over, we'll come back and kill Dewey's whole family. We're going to smuggle ourselves to Uruguay. Yes, let's go to Uruguay. Base 6 shouldn't be safe either. Curryville shouted like a madman, already smelling the scent of danger. This was his basic instinct from many near-death experiences, and at first he didn't think there was much of a problem, so those bald men with cigars in their mouths quickly packed their things, preparing to change places with their boss and avoid the limelight. Life is the most important thing. Just then, their door was suddenly smashed open by a battering ram. Too ruthless. Then several smoking grenades were thrown in. These gangsters had never seen this kind of elliptical ball before, and they were all stunned for a moment. Curryville immediately recognized the grenade. Quick, take cover. Take cover. Get away from the grenades. Curryville made a desperate roar, frantically trying to escape, and then watched helplessly as several more grenades were thrown in, one of which landed near him, leaving him completely desperate in almost less than 10 seconds. These elliptical spheres exploded violently, instantly blasting the entire hall, and the huge roar almost shattered all the window glass. The explosion of grenades in such a small space as the hall instantly knocked down half of the gangsters, blowing them beyond recognition, and Curryville's legs were blown to pieces, but his head and body were still fine. Wilson doesn't have basic morals. Then he fell into endless darkness. The other gangsters did not give up, preparing to retaliate with pistols to avenge their boss. However, just then, a group of people wearing bulletproof vests and holding MP-40 submachine guns rushed in, firing wildly and killing the remaining people. What a waste of food. Similar scenes were being staged simultaneously in many parts of Butcher, one after another. Gangs in the inner city that were related to Wilson were first thrown a few grenades, and then the enemies who could still resist were eliminated with submachine guns. Other gangs can be moderately lenient. These few are the focus of elimination. Wilson knew that only dead men don't talk. This war had a great impact. The gangs in the inner city were almost wiped out, and gradually advanced outwards, but encountered a lot of trouble. They have a lot of weapons, and Thompsons. Most of these were eliminated by St. Hesser. The replacement of Thompsons forced many weapons to be eliminated, earning extra money, and in the process, a lot of capital was recovered in Butcher. Some landed gentry gathered to hold a meeting. Damn it, has Byron gone crazy? Recently, my subordinates have suffered heavy losses and can't operate anymore. We must fight back. Recently, a soul of Twilight has appeared on the black market. They have a lot of good things. Should we contact them? We can try. Byron is going too far, allowing him to make money himself, as long as the conditions allow it. Should we send someone to assassinate Byron? This trend is very bad. Byron has broken the rules. We must fight back, make secret contact, and let our gangs be more low-key. Yes, I have already ordered it to be done, but many hostile families have also been set up, and they are causing trouble. Damn it, can't stand it. The people in the police department can be dealt with, and we have to deal with them too. This war is getting bigger and bigger, making the police department very strained. The gangs have Thompsons, and there are quite a few of them, not much worse than the MP-40, so the police department is also suffering more and more casualties. St. Hesser's second-hand arms flowed into the market, more expensive than the original purchase price in the United States, making a huge profit, and they have been used for so long. So when the police department cracked down on the gangs also fought each other, and the scale became larger and larger. St. Hesser took the opportunity to sell a large number of weapons and let the Delta provide various security services, making money in 2 or even 3 or 4 ways, opening up a new world. This gang war will continue. St. Hesser is also producing some German weapons. Anyway, there is a production line, and he can also find a lot of good things, such as wooden grenades, which have caused great pressure on the police department. The three-way melee lasted for a long time. St. Hesser made a fortune from the war, taking the opportunity to hoard a lot of money. He often does not accept pesos, but hard currency such as gold, and St. Hesser also felt that selling weapons can really make a lot of money. Besides selling weapons, St. Hesser basically doesn't have much to do, but recently he rarely goes to night school at night, also for the safety of the children. Some new gangs have begun to rise. The military is also very dissatisfied with Byron's approach, feeling that he is making a fuss over a molehill, and the military also has some gang dividends of its own. As long as Argentina's industry does not develop, gangs will continue to emerge like chives blown by the spring breeze. So in essence, this action has indeed failed. St. Hesser ran to listen in on the Butcher branch meeting, annual summary, and next year's plan, which St. Hesser learned a lot from. The performance of the propaganda department was encouraged and praised, of course. The highlight is the National Supreme Conference, which will be held next week. Chapter 112. A real man should be like this. The first round of the Black City Gang War was coming to an end, and the Radical Civic Union also began to clear the field, warning the gangs to keep a low profile. The warnings from above made the gang leaders aware that they couldn't fight anymore, at least for the time being. So, the entire Black City entered a brief period of peace, and they needed to reorganize, purchase weapons and lost ammunition, and recruit new members. Saint Hilaire also instructed Twilight's end to be more discreet, while producing more practical old weapons, opening new factories outside the city to secretly produce them. He even planned to prepare a production line in Uruguay, across the river, to prevent it from being destroyed. Frankly, Uruguay was a very good location, close to the two largest arms markets in South America. January 1, 1952, Radical Party headquarters, large conference room. Saint Hilaire transformed into the person in charge of arranging the conference venue, arranging the venue layout, and was specially allowed to audit the qualifications, guaranteed by the director of the headquarters office, Luis. This time, the Radical Party's National Supreme Committee was convened, and the goal of the meeting was to prepare for the next presidential election. Yes, 3 years in advance. One of the topics of this meeting was to first select a suitable presidential candidate within the party, and then prepare for the next presidential election in 1955. The Radical Party's disastrous defeat last year allowed Perón to be re-elected. Therefore, this time they will select a new presidential candidate during this period to prepare more fully. Unexpectedly, Arturo will still be elected. Saint Hilaire estimated that there were about 130 committee members present, all leading figures of the Radical Party, ranging in age from their 30s to their 50s and 60s, and the overall momentum was actually okay. Sitting in the front row were the members of the Radical Party's Supreme Committee, a total of 13 people. Saint Hilaire only knew 3 of them, namely Arturo Frondizi, and the person sitting in the middle. To his right sat Arturo, and in the middle sat the current chairman, Mr. Tutin Petro, a gray-haired old man in his 60s. It seemed that the 3 people who would be speaking this time were Arturo, Tutin, and Allende. Because microphones had been arranged in front of them, below were 6 rows of people, with 20 people in each row. The closer to the front, the higher the status. All were men, not a single woman. This still needed the test of time. Last November, Mrs. Perón solemnly cast Argentina's first vote belonging to a woman while lying in bed. Mrs. Perón had even wanted to be Argentina's vice president, but this time fate did not favor her. She was defeated, and fate played a huge joke on her. Argentina's electorate had more voters, which was considered social progress. Saint Hilaire glanced around, not needing to know many people, just quietly standing behind Isidore God, a ruthless audience machine. There were still many important figures this time. These committee members were the leaders of the Radical Party branches in various places. Saint Hilaire only knew 2 acquaintances here, one congressman and the office director, Luis. Saint Hilaire chatted with Luis about some things, but not on depth. The other was the head of the Radical Party in Black City, Keynes Thomas, who was once a supporter of Commander Thompson in Black City. The 2 exchanged simple greetings and did not communicate much. They were considered colleagues, and vaguely began to know that Keynes was an important leader of the Cordoba faction because he was sitting in the first row of the rostrum. His status was obviously not low, but of course not in the middle of the first row. Saint Hilaire also stood at the back, listening to Tutin's speech. They looked high-spirited, completely lacking the awareness of an opposition party. Of course, the initial speeches were too much nonsense and clichés, nothing more than preparing carefully, building well, and summarizing. Last year Arturo, who became the Radical Party's vice presidential candidate last year, is the Radical Party's current young and promising leader, only 44 years old, young and energetic, and full of personal charm. If he hadn't lost the election last year, he might have served as vice president, or even president, but he still couldn't defeat the dictator, Big Mouth Perón, who used some underhanded methods, and the Radical Party was powerless to resist, especially since Mrs. Perón's prestige was very strong among the working class last year. The military also firmly stood on Perón's side. The Perón government, which the landed gentry regarded as an enemy, had 2 pillars, the military and the workers. Frondizi was born in 1908 in Corrientes Province, Argentina. He studied law at the University of Buenos Aires and obtained his lawyer's qualification in 1930. When he was a lawyer, he was known for defending Argentine industry and opposing foreign trusts. Now he is a strong leader of the Radical Party, a staunch leader of the Radical Civic Union, more radical and strong compared to the conservatives, and enjoys the support of the Innovation and Change Movement faction and the National Root faction among the 4 major factions within the party. Saint Hilaire was not qualified to sit down. Those who were sitting down were all committee members elected by the Radical Party from all over the country. Saint Hilaire is currently just a small minister in Black City in the Radical Party, not an important position. Of course, if calculated according to the power behind him, he could rank in the top 10 here. Currently, the executive vice chairman is Arturo Frondizi, while Tutin Petro is the chairman. Tutin is very old and has reached retirement age. The next leader will be Arturo, and Allende, who sits to Tutin's left, is an important supporter of Arturo. Tutin still started the speech with full vigor, first criticizing Perón for not fulfilling any of his promises to the people. The suppressed wealthy people are now the basic base of the radical party, as well as the middle class. It wasn't until Frondizi began to speak that he listened carefully. Frondizi wore glasses, was elegant, and very refined. Saint Hilaire compared him with the big shots he knew, such as General Thompson and Professor Pukins, and most of them didn't have this aura. A great man should be like this. Saint Hilaire thought in his heart, Perón is particularly good at bragging, plus his capable assistant, Evita. This person is very interesting, loves to give speeches, has a big mouth, and likes to tell jokes and make funny remarks as a politician, but unfortunately, our radical party is also powerless to compete with them. We must fully recognize Perón's weaknesses and attack him. This person, well, does things without finishing them, brags loudly, and doesn't do anything well. He spent $2.5 billion to buy railways. Our treasury originally only had 6 billion pesos. I really suspect that this guy is a spy sent by the British. Moreover, inflation is too outrageous now. The 5-year economic development plan has not achieved much success, and coupled with a drought, the capital of rich agriculture has actually experienced food shortages, which is simply unforgivable. There's something wrong with Perón's brain, it's all water. Damn it, he knows shit about economic development. Frondizi couldn't help but swear. Argentina, with such a good situation, was messed up by Perón, which really made the patriot Frondizi feel heartbroken. We are in a moment of transition from agriculture to industrial and commercial development. Now inflation has been increasing. A large number of grassroots people expect to obtain food and increase wages. Damn this son of a bitch Perón, he's really not a good person. I really want to shoot him directly. Our country's factories have been turned into waste by him. The United States and Europe are developing too well. Argentina is now just a pile of cow dung. Saint Hilaire also sighed in his heart that he was so right, and couldn't help but clap his hands. After being here for almost 2 years, Saint Hilaire deeply agreed with his sentence, and finally someone said what was in his heart just after clapping twice. Saint Hilaire embarrassedly realized that he was the only one clapping in the room, and immediately stopped, feeling a little embarrassed. Then, after a few seconds, the others in the audience also began to applaud, and the meeting entered its climax. Arturo, as a well-known figure, was witnessing him swearing in public for the first time, which was obviously out of sorrow for the country's development and disappointment in its failures, a genuine patriotic heart evidently. Everyone was somewhat surprised to hear such a person use foul language. Unfortunately, this capable man was eventually overthrown by the military after becoming president. As for the reason, it was because he attempted to liberate the Justicialist Party and then unite with Cuba, which infuriated the military and led to his removal from office. The meeting continued for a while and finally ended, with a very good atmosphere generated and everyone feeling confident. San Jose stayed behind to leave last, preparing to tidy up the venue. Frondizi was also among the last to leave, and he chatted briefly with San Jose, familiarizing himself. Moreover, the two were alumni of the same university and the same major, and Arturo and Professor Perkins were university classmates. Perkins also held a leadership position in the Blue Alliance, but not in the Radical Civic Union. He disliked such matters and only held a nominal position on the presidential think tank. Now, San Jose could be considered to have the attention of a big shot, though he hadn't graduated yet. These resources would have to wait until after graduation to be used, which made him a little excited. Frondizi encouraged San Jose with a few words and then turned to leave. San Jose seriously considered whether to graduate early, as development at the school was too slow. Graduating a year early would allow him to do more things. Currently, everything was being developed covertly and wasn't very visible, at least in politics. These could only be considered rookie moves, to be honest. This meeting didn't contain any important information. It only announced Arturo's nomination as the new presidential candidate, which most people approved of with a show of hands. Also, the Radical Civic Union was somewhat wary of the military. Unfortunately, they didn't consider other options. After all, with the military being a major power, the Radical Civic Union could only try to befriend them and even support some military figures. The relationship between the two wasn't very equal. San Jose sighed a little. To be honest, he didn't want the military government to come to power, as it would damage Argentina's foundations too much. However, the military's power was currently too strong. Therefore, this needed to be carefully planned. It would be best to have two more democratically elected governments if the Radical Civic Union and the blue faction of the military could unite to oppose the red faction of the military. Then there would at least be some hope. The military's opponent had already become the Peronist Justicialist Party, so their strength needed to be consumed as much as possible. However, the Peronist Party couldn't be crushed to death by the military. It was like the relationship between Pepsi and Coca-Cola. If Pepsi were crushed to death, then Coca-Cola's disintegration would be inevitable. But San Jose also keenly noticed that there were some internal divisions among the people of the Radical Civic Union, and Arturo himself seemed to be a performing artist, especially skilled at stirring up emotions. Calming down, however, revealed that there was a lot of empty talk and boasting. Arturo seemed similar to Perón, and he didn't know if his feeling was right. This made him somewhat disappointed. In his memory, Arturo seemed to have been overthrown for being pro-American and betraying national interests, which didn't seem quite right. But he needed time. After everyone left, San Jose sat quietly in the back row, lit a cigarette, and pondered the future direction. San Jose also obtained some important news from this meeting, which was that Perón was preparing to take action against the Pope. Moreover, in Argentina, in addition to the military and the labor unions, there was another detached force, which was the Pope. This was also very important and had to be taken into consideration. Some of the things Perón was doing were already infringing on the Pope's interests, and it seemed that one of the reasons Perón stepped down was being excommunicated when Evita was alive. Perón maintained good relations with the powerful forces of the Church, which was effectively the state religion. In 1947, he enacted a law stipulating that public schools should provide religious education. Perón submitted this law to the House of Representatives as a way to establish unified moral education that would culturally and spiritually unify the Argentine people. But now Evita, also known as the famous Mrs. Perón, was beyond help. Her health was getting worse and worse. Cancer, in any sense, even in another 100 years, there would be no way to eliminate it, let alone now. In the 1950s, Perón was also beginning to lose his mind and preparing to attack the Church from a national perspective. This matter couldn't be said to be wrong. In fact, the direction was completely correct, but in terms of means, it seemed a bit elementary, similar to the naivety of the Socialist Party. Perón himself had eliminated the Socialist Party, but now he was preparing to follow the old path of the Socialist Party to confront the Church. In other words, Perón was preparing to take action against the three largest forces in the country, the military, the labor unions, and the Pope. This was truly remarkable. No wonder the Radical Civic Union was already preparing to take over the country. Too many turtles in a small pond, too much demonic wind in a small temple. Being afraid of this and that was not San Jose's style. Making compromises in the short term was inevitable, and joining the Radical Civic Union was the right choice if the Radical Civic Union really chose to be pro-American and betray national interests in the future. He believed that he would have enough ability to clean house by then, but not to let the military do this job. The military must return to its proper position in the next few years. It was necessary to make the military more disciplined and weaken their power, to make the military and the Peronist Party fight harder, or rather, to make the blue and red factions clash more and consume more energy. After this meeting, San Jose also had to hold the annual summary meeting of his own factory. 51 years had passed, and 52 years had arrived this year. San Jose's company had developed very rapidly, with several unexpected surprises: Thunder Mining, Rain Military Industries, Prairie Food, and Blue Cloud Shoes and Clothing, as San Jose's cash cow companies, had developed very rapidly. The fertilizer plant had also started production, and the Eagle cigarette factory would usher in a bumper harvest of tobacco leaves in February and March. Cohen Brothers and Prairie International, as sales companies, had also developed relatively rapidly. Cohen Brothers' recruitment of human resources had gradually expanded from northern Argentina to Brazil, Bolivia, Uruguay, and Paraguay, which allowed San Jose's factories to avoid facing a labor shortage. The cement plant was in the midst of tense preparation, and the construction of Morado town was relatively slow. It is worth mentioning that the Chinatown and Cordoba had developed well, which helped San Jose a lot. They united to open restaurants and also helped Blue Cloud Clothing Factory and Shoes and Clothing Factory with OEM production, which was developing fairly well, and their construction team also followed San Jose's construction and built houses everywhere. This was an unexpected development, and San Jose also intended to give them help. Most of the forces in Argentina were relatively powerful, and for the time being, he couldn't find suitable partners, and these Chinatown people were very good partners. One person can't earn all the money. San Jose could provide them with some military protection, and they could provide a lot of manpower support, so the cooperation was quite pleasant. Some of them came from Southeast Asia, and some came from Peru, and the number of people had increased a lot. San Jose was also looking for partners for some factories to outsource some less important processes in order to improve the company's development speed. These new immigrants, like an army of ants, were doing very well. Chapter 113 Port of Medan and 51 Annual Meeting. On January 10th, at the port of Boo City, the Polaroid fleet is setting sail this month, heading to Saigon in Nanyang, loaded with new cargo. St. Hesser has purchased many train containers to modify his fleet's ships. Little Nix took a team to Europe to help negotiate with a steel mill. Sometimes St. Hesser also goes to the Polaroid International office, especially in the past 2 months. The firearms and ammunition mass-produced by Rain Military Industries can also be used for international export. It is now the height of summer in Boo City, with clear skies and not many clouds. The port of Boo City looks a bit desolate, with large open spaces and few ships. Some people are sunbathing on the ships, and many sailors have nothing to do and are playing cards on board. It is almost harvest time for the grain, and the wheat is expected to have a bumper year. Apart from the ships exporting beef that sail to Europe every week, there are very few other goods. Boo City is located at the end of the world. Since the Panama Canal opened in the Central American Isthmus in 1914, the Strait of Magellan is no longer one of the world's most important shipping routes. The cargo throughput of Boo City has also grown very slowly. The export volume is very small now, coupled with Argentina's industrialization failure in recent years, and some special export policies of the presidential palace have led to the very slow development of Boo City port. In addition to transporting agricultural products such as beef and wheat, it rarely transports other goods, and occasionally imports electronic products from Western countries. The goods exported by Polaroid International are an alternative here, from canned meat to Mirinda soda, beer, and white wine, and now also include canned coffee and some special packaged foods, such as luncheon meat. There are also boxes of cigarettes, and then clothing and shoes. The current export of weapons is very popular with the French, which has earned St. Hesser a lot of money except for the higher profits from the French in Nanyang. The profits from exports to Brazil and Europe are relatively low. Although there are 500,000 French troops in Vietnam, 80% of them do not enjoy very good treatment, but they are also a good consumer group, so St. Hesser will also specially produce some products for these customers. For example, last month St. Hesser had Polaroid Foods and the Kita Laboratory jointly develop fried instant noodles, which will soon be mass-produced. A mold factory is already preparing to design and produce equipment, as well as ham sausages and other foods, and other factories. This year St. Hesser is also preparing to build larger factories in Boo City to meet the growing market scale. Now is a good opportunity, especially since it is very troublesome for France to transport various materials through the Suez Canal, and the United States does not bother with a small market. After all, the Americans are supporting Japan in manufacturing military supplies during the Korean War, and selling these low-end goods across the Pacific does not meet the needs of the Americans. Instead, the Japanese have taken a fancy to the business here and are competitors. As for places like India and British Malaya, some have just become independent and some have not, and they are now very poor and causing trouble everywhere, and do not have the advantages of St. Hesser's Argentine factories with a few low and long whistles. 2 fully loaded freighters slowly sailed out of the dock, flying the Argentine flag, dealing with the French army in Nanyang, and this time there are also 1,000 MP40s and 500,000 rounds of ammunition for another customer in Nanyang, as well as 500 P51s and 50,000 rounds of ammunition. St. Hesser watched the freighter sail into the distance, gradually disappearing, before taking people back to Boo City. The headquarters of Polaroid International is located in Boo City, and the home port of the fleet has 2. One is Boo City Port, and the other is Blanca Port, mainly responsible for trade with Brazil, as well as Nanyang, Australia, and Europe. Container transportation of these goods. These containers, now the fleet has many Chinese crew members, mostly from Peru and Nanyang, which has a great relationship with the Chinatown of K City, because the fleet is expanding, and there are many suitable ones in Nanyang for safety. These crew members are armed crew members, who can prevent pirates and the like. Since Polaroid International started doing international trade, St. Hesser has arranged Thunder Cross security personnel on Little Nick's side. While paying attention to various armed training, the Polaroid International fleet will depart from Buenos Aires, selling various materials to the French. There are 3 important node ports in Nanyang. One is Medan Port, one is Singapore Port, and the other is Saigon Port. The freighter travels from Boo City on the Atlantic-Indian Ocean route, across the Atlantic Ocean, replenishes supplies in Cape Town, and then travels through the Indian Ocean to Sumatra Island, and finally through the Strait of Malacca to Saigon. At first, it helped the French transport and sell military supplies, and later added firearms and ammunition produced by Rain Military Industries. British Malaya has not yet become independent, and the Dutch East Indies has become independent, but Saint Husser is actually not willing to see a unified Indonesia continue to exist, but he does not have the ability to support them in splitting Indonesia, so he can only secretly sell some military fire to maintain life. Singapore Port is the territory of the British, Saigon is the territory of the French, and Medan Port has relatively good conditions. The rule here is also relatively broad. Indonesia is now large but not strong. The Dutch still have some remnants, and are working hard to unite, and there is Indonesia's largest independent movement organization, the SYNOPSIS. The Polaris fleet has set up a branch here in Medan Port. Saint Husser intends to recruit Chinese crew members in Argentina, especially Chinatown and Cordoba and Chinatown in Bu City with the support of Chen Laobo and others. The fleet has expanded rapidly, and is also recruiting crew members and sailors locally in Nanyang. Medan is the capital of North Sumatra Province, the largest city on Sumatra Island in Indonesia. Located on the Deli River in northeastern Sumatra Island, with a current population of more than 800,000, it is in a stage of rapid development and expansion. Saint Husser arranged for people to buy some land here for branch construction. The city of Medan is composed of Batak, Javanese, Malay, Chinese and other ethnic groups, of which Chinese account for more than 25%, most of whom are engaged in industry and commerce, and are very good partners of Polaris International in Nanyang. Now independent movements have broken out everywhere in Nanyang, with some riots and wars. Going to Nanyang is also a history of blood and tears, and today's Nanyang is full of war. The Chinese here have migrated to Nanyang from the Ming and Qing dynasties to the Republic of China, from coolies to today's achievements, but they are still in a relatively low social status and do not have their own independent armed forces. Saint Husser is full of sympathy for the independence movement in Nanyang. There are many Chinese in Nanyang who have become tycoons in business, but few arms dealers are willing to trade with them. Siam, Burma, British Malaya, Cambodia, Annam, Indonesia, and the Philippines all have Chinese figures, but the people at the bottom are often oppressed, and it is very difficult to resist without weapons. Today is the best of times and the worst of times. The old colonial system is about to disintegrate, and various modern nation-states are rising, but Nanyang only has a place for the future. Singapore, like British Malaya, it is occupied by Malays. Siam is also occupied by Thais, and Burma is only a local warlord. What a pity. Rain Military Industries military fire sold by Polaris is one of the few Western companies willing to deal with them, especially in Malaya, where many Chinese who oppose the British have joined the Malayan Socialist Party. Compared with the Indonesian Socialist Party, the MSP is more radical and has developed its own armed forces, but it is now in a very difficult period. They have money but lack weapons, which is their biggest weakness. They even use some weapons from World War I or even homemade explosives and bird guns, which are certainly no match for the British colonialists. How can this work? So Saint Husser is also happy to open up new arms markets and plans to accelerate the research and mass production of various light and heavy weapons more suitable for jungle warfare, such as various types of mortars, rocket launchers, and assault rifles. Taking advantage of the fact that the MSP is still relatively strong, he will provide them with logistics and sell them military fire. Saint Husser has also been waiting for news from the European steel negotiation team. Seamless steel pipes and high-strength steel can only be imported sparingly now, which is particularly troublesome and expensive, and Saint Husser has never had much affection for the British colonialists. It would be best to give them some eye drops and kill a few more. Let the British bleed more, rather than safely evacuate British Malaya. After all, unity does not make much sense, and only independence and autonomy can control the fate of one's own ethnic group. Especially the Chen family in K City has undergone great changes since there are more people in Chinatown. They have started opening restaurants and shops, and have maintained a good relationship with Saint Husser. It has brought him many surprises. They have some connections with the MSP, and it was the Chen family who found Saint Husser to secretly export military fire. When Saint Husser heard that there was such a good thing, he quickly sold, and specially brought a batch of military fire. This time the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If there were more countries in Southeast Asia, or even if Indonesia and British Malaya were to disintegrate, that would naturally be even better. At the very least, Southeast Asia could be more equal. The Polaris fleet has recently increased in number, now totaling 7 ships, mostly medium-sized, with the largest having a deadweight of 50,000 tons currently. 2 to 3 ships depart from Buenos Aires every month. SYNOPSIS has set a goal for the future of having a fleet depart every half month to seize the market and make as much money as possible while the opportunity is good. University summer vacation is in a few days, which is a good time to hold a meeting. We can have a profitable year this year. The annual summary meeting for 1951 is scheduled for January 25th, along with the distribution of year-end bonuses and the arrangement of next year's development plans January 25th, but city, all factory and mining heads, except for the European steel mill team and the Australian team, have basically returned to the country. The atmosphere at this annual meeting was very lively. After all, the boss was personally handing out money, and he was very generous. The total number of employees in all of SYNOPSIS companies has exceeded 13,000, of which just over 9,000 are frontline production personnel. Representatives of these factories, selected outstanding employees, and factory directors and deputy directors attended the meeting. The entire venue was filled with a festive atmosphere. Before the meeting started, most of the factory directors came to SYNOPSIS to chat, which was a rare moment of relaxation. People like Philip from Rain Company, Sean from the Explosives and Fertilizer Factory, Sane from Redwood Investment, and Cross from Prairie Foods all came to the meeting. Except for Horst from Rain Military, who was still in Europe, and those from Prairie International, who were also in Europe, and the people from Rain Mining in Australia, most of them were present. SYNOPSIS also chatted with Rosa for a while. Fortunately, he didn't see Rosa with a pregnant belly, and he was somewhat relieved. After all, he didn't want to be a father yet. The two behaved very seriously in front of outsiders. Rosa looked much plumper. SYNOPSIS secretly got intimate with her in a small conference room and agreed to spend a few days with her, which made SYNOPSIS feel very excited and guilty. The total number of people at this meeting reached more than 100, and Delta security personnel were specially arranged to protect them so that they could safely attend the meeting in Butte City. Fortunately, the gangs have been silent recently, so the problem is not big. The main purpose of this large meeting was to stabilize everyone's morale and make expansion plans. The large meeting only lasted for 1 hour, mainly to commend outstanding employees from various factories. More importantly, separate small meetings were held for each factory. After one was finished, it was sent away, and they were not allowed to have too much contact, mainly for safety reasons. The scale of development has become so alarming that it will arouse jealousy this time. Some good news finally came from Thunder Mining in Australia. Thunder Mining bought a coal mine in Western Australia, which finally allowed Prairie International to buy more coal carriers. Even the worst Australian coal mine is much better than domestic coal mines. Unlike American, Western European, and Japanese companies, Australian companies do not have strict requirements for foreign-funded holdings, and Western Australia has a very high degree of autonomy, making it very suitable for investing in mining and the production of coal and iron ore. Moreover, transportation from Australia to Butte City is also quite convenient. SYNOPSIS actually wanted to build a steel mill in Blanca Port, because it is closer and has railway transportation to the whole country. If both coal and iron ore need to be imported, SYNOPSIS actually wanted to invest in and hold some American, European, and Japanese companies, but eventually gave up and turned them into some strategic investments. The highest holding investment in any company does not exceed 20%. He still made a lot of money. The money SYNOPSIS earned from exports cannot be directly converted into US dollars. Currencies such as francs, reals, and pounds are mostly transferred to Redwood Investment Company in the United States. Throughout 1951, SYNOPSIS had more money flowing into the United States than flowing out. Most of the money was transferred to Sequoia Investment Company and invested in the U.S. stock market and index funds, sharing the fruits of the U.S. economic recovery. It was not until the end of last year, when he needed to buy various foreign equipment, that he withdrew a lot of funds, mainly for the investment in the heavy machinery factory and the investment in Japanese companies. He spent a lot of US dollars, but most of the time he held on to them. After all, the US stock market is in a long bull market now, and selling more is a waste. Most of the fertilizer plants, cement plants, and steel mills are gradually exchanged for various materials through export trade, which is also quite difficult. Prairie Foods has developed rapidly and grown into a large food and beverage company with annual sales of $20 million, more than 6 times that of last year. Of course, because of SYNOPSIS, it has become several large factories that are not subordinate to each other. Maria Factory is specifically responsible for exporting products, while Prairie Factory and Butte City Factory are responsible for the domestic market. It's just that the overall profit of the company is a little low. The company's total sales profit for the whole year is less than $3 million. The categories involved have expanded from beer, soda, canned food, liquor, and coffee to food processing, but the actual profit is not high, mainly engaged in low-end brands Blue Cloud shoe and clothing factories an unexpected surprise. From scratch, especially with exports to Europe and Brazil, annual sales have rapidly expanded to a scale of $8 million, with relatively higher profits, estimated at $1.8 million, mainly due to brand endorsement and various new styles, and has also developed its own OEM factories. The sales target for next year is $30 million, and several more large factories will be opened. At the same time, preparations are being made to accelerate investment in the textile industry, which is Argentina's advantage, especially the cotton textile industry. Rain military is currently a super cash cow. This is the real moneymaker. The total orders add up to 120,000 Rain MP40 submachine guns and 150,000 M51 pistols. According to the current production capacity, it will take until the end of this year to complete all orders. At the earliest, the total sales order amount is more than $70 million, and the profit for the next year will reach an astonishing $30 million, truly making a fortune. The explosives factory had sales of $2 million last year, with a profit of $700,000, part of which was transferred to Thunder Mining to mine various minerals. The goal for this year is to continue to expand, with the main export countries being Brazil and Australia, especially as Australia's mining industry is entering a stage of rapid development. And Condor cigarette factory invested $500,000 to purchase cigarette production equipment and build a house for roasting tobacco leaves, with an output of $1.1 million. The current tobacco leaves are mainly purchased from others. Maria fertilizer factory invested a total of more than $7 million, with a first batch of $2 million paid in installments to Fabe Company. The first batch of fertilizers was mass-produced in December and internally transferred to the cigarette factory's plantation for tobacco leaf production, with no too much output for the time being. Now, wheat and other crops have been harvested, and some fruit farms have been sold. Thunder Mining newly invested $2.4 million for the production of various minerals in the Potassium Triangle, with the latest monthly output profit exceeding $1.8 million. Cement factory invested $600,000, temporarily with no output, mainly for the supporting facilities of Morado Town. Morado Town is also a money-losing business, and the development is not satisfactory, with excessively high construction costs. The reason why Saint Hessa was able to make money this year is also due to the increase in the peso interest rate and inflation, which actually reduced his costs a lot, which is why he was able to achieve this result. Moreover, Saint Hessa's export of some high-value goods does not go through customs tariffs. The factory directors separately reported on the production situation. Only Saint Hessa and the factory directors know the specific sales data. Also, in order to prevent everyone's hearts from being too overwhelmed, especially since some data cannot be disclosed, each factory held a separate meeting and kept it strictly confidential. For the time being, the factory's situation cannot be leaked too much at the meeting. Saint Hessa summarized this year's development, gave all outstanding employees a bonus of 3 months' salary, and also announced that all employees in the company would receive an extra month of basic salary to make them happy. This is also Saint Hessa's means of winning people's hearts. He does not allow union forces in his factories, or even divides them, but at the same time, he arranges high wages and decent benefits, making these employees feel a strong sense of belonging, and the competitiveness is also the highest in Argentina. According to the development, Saint Hessa gave each factory separate development plans, various expansion plans, and sales plans for the new year. This meeting ended successfully when the others were arranged to relax separately. Saint Hessa secretly pulled Rosa to a luxury hotel. This time he also wants to relax. He hasn't seen her for a long time, and he misses her quite a bit. Chapter 114 Trade Tariff Crisis. Saint Hessa was lying on the hotel bed, contemplating problems, while Rosa, looking content, leaned on his shoulder. "Cohen, what are you thinking about? Your brow is furrowed so intensely. You could sail a ship on it." Rosa's gentle voice accompanied a shake of his hand, a far cry from her usual strong-willed persona. She managed the financial flow of Saint Hessa's dozen or so corporate entities, serving as his chief financial officer. She could only reluctantly sacrifice herself. After all, if I don't go to hell, who will? Financial management is a complex issue, and it must be handled by someone trustworthy. "Rosa, do you think our country's tariff policies are a bit problematic? The taxes are ridiculously high, especially on exports." Last night's storm had left him refreshed today, But there was also a very serious problem that needed to be addressed. This issue not only concerned Plary International's exports but also Argentina's future development. Strictly speaking, Plary International's import and export trade had quite a few issues because it wasn't normal export trade. Darling, are you referring to Plary International's import and export activities? Rosa tied up her loose hair with a hair tie and replied, currently, most of St. Iris's company's products are exported through Plary International. She was aware of the enormous profits involved, enough to drive people crazy. Yes, that's right. Continuing like this isn't ideal. It's not that I dislike paying taxes, but the current tariffs are too outrageous. St. Iris embraced Rosa, lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and then slowly began to speak. It's not easy for our company to do these things, or rather, one company can't stand against customs, especially the Coast Guard. Even with the help of people from the Ministry of Foreign Trade, Plary International had a decent relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Trade, having contributed quite a bit in political donations. Moreover, it had connections with the military. Although the Blue Party's influence in the Navy wasn't strong, Plary International's ability to feign authority was very much in St. Iris's style. He had taught them himself. Why didn't Argentine companies have international competitiveness during the Perón era? Besides high welfare, high wages, and union strikes, there was another reason. The Perón government, while imposing high tariffs on imports, also imposed high tariffs on exports. This is why Arturo, the vice president, said Perón didn't understand economics. He was absolutely right. It's impossible that no one in the presidential palace understood economics, but clearly, having such a clueless president was similar to having a doomed emperor of the Ming dynasty. Trade protectionism is meant to protect domestic companies by restricting imports to shield domestic goods from foreign competition and providing various incentives to enhance international competitiveness. It involves two types of measures: tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers. The former mainly involves imposing high import tariffs to prevent large-scale imports of foreign goods. The latter includes a series of non-tariff measures, such as import licensing and import quotas, to restrict the free import of foreign goods. In his opinion, $300 million was easily obtainable for a country with an annual GDP of over $5 billion. Borrowing from the jackals of American capital was simply incomprehensible. It was imaginable how bad the mess Perón was leaving behind was. Yes, we also used connections with the military to smooth things over, but it's not a long-term solution. The strength of one company isn't enough. We can unite domestic companies to find a solution together. Didn't you join the Radical Civic Union? Many business owners should have joined the Radical Civic Union. Although there aren't many in Coan City, there must be many in Buenos Aires as an export port. Rosa's face flushed slightly. Since she and St. Iris had become intimate, she had decided that she didn't need anything else. She didn't even need a title. He had a special aura that fascinated her. She was now willing to stand behind St. Iris to help him and advise him. Perhaps having a child would be a good choice, but it required his permission. Illegitimate children were traditionally frowned upon in the West. Yes, fighting alone is too risky. Maybe it's time to do something. We can't let our country continue to rot like this. St. Iris took a hard puff, blew out a smoke ring, and continued, I'm not just thinking about the interests of our company, but also the interests of our country. After all, only when the country is strong can we Argentines become prosperous again and live a good life. The second home port of Plary International, Puerto Blanca, was rife with smuggling, which wasn't a long-term solution. Moreover, St. Iris didn't want Argentina to completely become a mess. The high import taxes also made St. Iris feel very helpless. Just importing steel from Brazil would incur at least an 80% high tariff. Steel was already expensive, and now it was even more ridiculously expensive. If Rheinmetall wasn't good at controlling costs, he suspected he would lose money. So he also controlled some armed smuggling teams to reduce costs. The high welfare was temporarily untouchable, but the export tariffs had to be adjusted. This was already damaging Argentina's foundation and needed a major overhaul. St. Iris didn't like the smuggling industry too much, as it was illegal. So he decided to take action to lobby various parties and get the presidential palace to change its current policies. Yes, my great Cohen, Your Majesty, you are truly a great saint who has made great contributions to the country. Without you, our great Argentina would surely be doomed, Rosa said with a chuckle, not exposing St. Iris's shameless behavior. St. Iris had almost fulfilled all her previous fantasies about a Prince Charming. He was much better than her abusive and cheating ex-husband. She was very fond of him now. Although Rosa's heart yearned for 2 children, she had met several men after her divorce, but most of them had major problems. She had originally planned to never have any contact with other men again. Saint Taylor smiled, extinguished the cigarette, patted Rosa's plumpness, kissed her forehead, and then said, "You're such a little enchantress. I love hearing you say that, haha." Being praised by a beautiful woman was truly enjoyable. By the way, darling, our conglomerate's finance team needs to expand. It's already overwhelmed. St. Taylor's had established many new companies last year, and they were also very large in scale. There was indeed a lot of pressure on financial construction, especially since the companies were scattered throughout the country. "No problem, I'll take care of it this year. We may need to have our own bank." Without a bank as a financial institution, how could it be called a conglomerate? At most, it was a slightly larger factory. This couldn't be rushed. It was best to invest in a bank. In the words of the original timeline, opening a bank in Argentina was equivalent to courting death. Even in the 21st century, all banks in Argentina, except for the central bank and the mint, were occupied by foreigners. "Let's not talk about this, let's go to the restaurant for dinner." St. Taylor's got out of bed, pulled open the curtains. The sun was shining brightly. He looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock. He hadn't eaten lunch. St. Taylor's didn't want to continue discussing this. He already had some ideas in mind on how to completely resolve the tariff import and export issues and legalize the solution. St. Taylor's went to the bathroom for a shower, picked up the white shirt and pants on the floor to change into, and put on his watch. His black hair was somewhat soft and damp, making him very handsome and dashing. Rosa had already put on her clothes, changing into a sea blue silk long dress. Her skin was fair, her figure was plump and slender, and she had more intellectual charm than Natalie. Both had their own merits. St. Taylor subconsciously compared them. This kind of charm could perhaps be called mature intellectual beauty, with gorgeousness attached to the full smoothness. Her beautiful emerald green eyes and smooth, chestnut brown hair were tied up with a bow hairpin, which once again made St. Taylor's eyes light up. He thought to himself, "She's really beautiful. How didn't I realize it before?" It's not too late now, although it's impolite to ask a lady's age. "You look like a 25-year-old girl. You look young and charming." St. Taylor's kissed Rosa's hand and complimented her. He had always thought Rosa was around 30 years old. Her eldest daughter, Delia, had started kindergarten last year. "Cohen, you're becoming more and more popular with the girls." "Well, I'll reluctantly tell you that I'm the same age as that American movie star, Marilyn Monroe." "Keep guessing," Rosa said playfully and happily, without giving a specific answer. "Marilyn Monroe is famous, but who knows how old she is?" St. Tessa stopped paying attention to this matter at 3 p.m. Rosa took St. Tessa's arm and went to the hotel restaurant by elevator. They ordered some dishes. Because it was still early, there weren't many people in the hotel restaurant. St. Tessa found a window seat with a view of the scenery outside. The restaurant was on the 2nd floor of the hotel, with several kapok and jacaranda trees growing outside. The sunlight and shadows intertwined, and the clover under the trees looked like golden leaves in the summer sun. The weather was good today, and the temperature wasn't too high. Looking at the thermometer on the wall, it was only 24 degrees Celsius. St. Tessa took out his lighter and took out a cigar. Recently, he had been a bit addicted to cigars and cigarettes, which helped relieve stress. He was about to light it when he remembered that this was a public place, so he asked, "Do you mind if I have one, Ms. Rosa?" "Now there are no such things as public places where smoking is not allowed." It's okay. I think you look more manly when you smoke a cigar, dear." Rosa looked at St. Tessa sitting across from her with some infatuation, not caring about this matter at all, and stood up to straighten St. Tessa's collar. "How are Andy and Delia doing with their studies?" St. Tessa asked vaguely, with a cigar in his mouth. "Well, they are both doing pretty well in their studies. Now Mariatown is developing very fast, and all kinds of infrastructure are being built well. Moreover, Constantine is in charge of security and is doing a great job." "Is that so? Then I have to give them some rewards. I have prepared gifts for them," St. Tessa said without changing his expression, "and would secretly tell Andrew later to buy some children's gifts quickly." Constantine succeeded Cruz as the militia company commander and is still the number 2 figure in Mariatown. At the same time, he is in charge of the new intelligence bureau. He is loyal to him. Although he is not a particularly creative genius, his execution ability is very strong. Mariatown should have become the 2nd largest city in our province last year. The population has exceeded 100,000, and there are many more small companies, which are developing well. Rosa took a sip of white wine, her face turning a little rosy, and then said, "If you have time to go back, you can come and see the two little ones. They miss you very much." "Well, school is already on vacation, but I've been quite busy recently. I'll see if I can go back to Mariatown when the summer vacation ends. To be honest, I haven't been back for almost half a year. It's been almost 6 months since I went there during the winter vacation last year. Mariatown should be getting better and better." "Well, I'm going back to Mariatown in a few days. It's almost the end of the month, and there are many things to deal with. I can't stay with you for too long. The current financial processing is very backward. There are no computers or anything like that, and accounting is also troublesome. There are no bank transfers or anything like that. If it weren't for the opening of a Cobank branch in Mariatown, it would be a pain to pay wages in cash, especially now that the peso is depreciating badly. It's okay. It's all for the development of the company. I'll find some reliable accountants then, and it won't be so busy. Too fast development of the company also has too many troubles, especially for clothing factories, beverage factories, and beer factories, where the number of workers is large, and the wages are astronomical figures. Fortunately, St. Tessa's armed forces are strong. After taking the cash from the bank and paying the wages, the workers deposited it back into their personal accounts, which is equivalent to going through a process. In fact, the depreciation of the peso is not too outrageous now, so everyone still has a sense of saving, unlike the Argentines in the future, who enjoy the moment and spend all their money as soon as they have it. After sending Rosa back to her room, St. Tessa said he would come over tonight. Sane was still waiting for him to give instructions. It had been almost a year since he had seen Sane. Sane is in charge of Sequoia Company in the United States, a ruthless money-making machine, executing St. Tessa's purchases of stocks and funds, and enjoying the bull market dividends of the American stock market for more than 10 years after the war. Every month, he takes money from St. Tessa and then buys. When needed, he sells it off. After the war, the American shipping, electronics, and automobile industries, almost all industries, were constantly rising. You only need to buy the stocks and funds of well-known large companies in the future, and basically you will make money. Occasionally, you will lose money, and after a while, it will rise again. Moreover, Sane's business trip to Japan 2 months ago was also a great help. He bought shares in 3 small companies, namely Sony, Honda, and Panasonic in the future, which were purchased in the name of the American Sequoia Fund. Other companies either asked for too high prices, or they didn't allow buying. Moreover, the prototype of the Japanese consortium has already appeared, and St. Tessa cannot spend too much money to invest in Japan. Just honestly develop the domestic market. This is just earning some extra money. The focus is still on importing various production equipment in Europe, which is the foundation. Berkeley, let's chat casually tonight. St. Tessa invited Sane to the office of Rheinmetall, St. Tessa's trump card enterprise. Although St. Tessa arranged multiple insurances, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away, and who knows when bad thoughts will arise? This time, he also has to arrange for people from the Falcon Bureau and Delta Company to go to the United States together to keep an eye on Sane. Boss, your business is getting bigger and bigger now. Sane was also a little emotional. He came to see Rheinmetall in the afternoon. It was very powerful and very strong. St. Tessa also specially arranged for him to go to Delta Security to extinguish the little thoughts in his heart. The boss is not as simple as he seems on the surface. He can deal with the Argentine military and his own security company. He is not particularly capable with such a high salary. Just honestly follow the boss. He also secretly follows the boss's account to buy stocks, and it is rising well, which makes him a little swollen, and then he chases the rise and kills the fall according to his own ideas, and as a result, he loses a lot. Berkeley, you did a good job on this trip to Japan. Can you tell me specifically about the situation in Japan? Okay, boss, I'll just talk about it casually. The Japanese are a very terrible nation. Even if they were bombed twice by the Americans, they are now redeveloping. I have negotiated with more than a dozen companies such as Mitsubishi Corporation, Mitsui Corporation, and Toyota Motor Corporation. They don't need our investment at all. The Japanese have undergone the baptism of World War II and have American troops stationed there. Even so, they are still proud and arrogant in their bones. It is normal to not be able to acquire shares. The recovery is very fast. The orders from the U.S. military have made them very full. In addition to the 3 companies that were acquired, I also met some interesting people, such as Konosuke Matsushita, Soichiro Honda, Akio Morita, and Masaru Ibuka. These people are simply geniuses among geniuses. Sane has seen a lot in the United States, but the boss gave him a list, and large companies are not allowed to invest in them. These few small companies, according to his idea, buying 30% to 40% of the shares is simply a small matter. Then he found that it was impossible. Except for Tokyo Telecommunications taking 15% of the shares, the other two companies were 10%, and it was also because Rheinmetall wanted the production line of Honda Motor Company. Well, Japanese companies are just icing on the cake. Your focus is still on the United States. This year I will remit more funds to you. You should buy more of these company stocks and index funds. Okay, boss, relax for a few days. I'll give you a new list in a couple of days, and you can buy some of their stocks. Yes, boss. The two talked for another half an hour before Saint Hessa drove to the hotel to accompany Rosa, and by the way, told Andrew to buy gifts. As a result, just as he was about to leave the manor, he saw his girlfriend, Elena. Saint Hessa stopped the car and quickly opened the door to let Elena get in. Cohen, what have you been busy with recently? You haven't come to see me during the holidays. I've been waiting for you at the manor all day today. As soon as she got into the car, Elena said angrily, Dear, the Radical Party has been too busy with meetings recently. I'll keep you company tonight. I'm really sorry. There are too many things at the company waiting for me to deal with, Saint Hessa said apologetically. As a result, just as he drove back to the Academy District, he saw Natalie walking out of the building. Saint Hessa's heart was in his throat. Okay, I forgive you. I'm going to your house tonight. I haven't eaten yet. Elena quietly stopped talking. Fortunately, Natalie pretended not to know Saint Hessa, and Saint Hessa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No problem, I'll make you something delicious. Dear Cohen, you used to rarely call me dear, you always called me by my name, and did that girl just now know you? Oh, that girl is the neighbor upstairs. I've seen her a few times and occasionally say hello. She seems to be a man, Saint Hessa said without blushing or skipping a beat. Too scary. What the hell is today? They all ran into each other. This is going to crash. Chapter 115. Prepare for a war of public opinion. Saint Hessa and Elena returned to their home in the Academy District, not speaking on the way, the atmosphere a little awkward. This couldn't help but remind him of the time management masters of his previous life. It seems he wasn't cut out for that, so Saint Hessa eagerly went to cook for Elena, having added some American General Electric televisions and a Whirlpool refrigerator to the house in the past 2 months, the prices of which were outrageous. Moreover, there weren't many TV programs in Argentina now, quite boring, just for show, but the refrigerator was very useful. He scooped out 2 cups of rice from the rice bucket, washed it clean in the pressure cooker, and then placed it on the natural gas stove. Argentina had been growing rice for the past 2 or 3 centuries, but the variety wasn't very good, and the taste was average. This time, Saint Hessa had specifically asked the Prali fleet to buy several tons of Saigon or Tyre rice back. At least the taste would be much better. Rice cultivation requires meticulous and precise management, and increasing yield is related to fertilizers, improved varieties, and water conservancy facilities. Currently, the area of rice cultivation in Argentina is very small, with more wheat and corn being planted, as rice cultivation is not cost-effective. Saint Hessa also took out some cabbage, beef, sweet peppers, lean meat, pork chops, and cilantro from the refrigerator, and took potatoes and onions from the storage room, planning to simply stir-fry a few dishes and make a soup. To be honest, we Argentinians have too few kinds of vegetables. Actually, we should eat more green vegetables. Eating too much cabbage is really not good. Saint Hessa tied his apron and then turned back to Elena and said, Isn't that how we've been since we were little? Lettuce is also green, but most people still like to eat meat. Careless, lettuce is indeed green, but it's not dark green. Kale, sweet potato leaves, and romaine lettuce are better. Logically, Argentina should have lettuce and romaine lettuce, but he hasn't seen them in the market. Only pumpkins, potatoes, and tomatoes are the most common, and there's a lot of meat. Elena, how come you didn't grow taller when you ate so much meat as a child? Go to hell. The two fooled around for a while. Saint Hessa washed and cut the cabbage, blanched it, sliced the pork, coated it with some cornstarch, heated oil in the pot, added minced garlic and scallions, and soon a fresh plate of stir-fried cabbage with pork was ready and placed on the dining table. Try it first, I'll go make the others. Cohen, your cooking seems to have improved a lot, much better than in K-City. Yeah, I don't know, I'm a bit tired of eating barbecue and noodles often. I still prefer to eat rice, The water in the pot boiled. Saint Hesser added the lean meat, chopped the ribs and added them in to make pork soup. While the soup was simmering, he stir-fried sweet peppers with eggs, onions with beef, and hot and sour shredded potatoes, and a few simple dishes were ready. The two happily ate dinner, and Eleanor really didn't plan to leave tonight. Saint Hesser had no choice but to take a shower, change his clothes, and looked a little sleepy as he looked at Elena sitting on the sofa. "Elena, why don't you sleep in the guest room tonight? I specially cleaned it for you." "Yeah, okay, I've been a little tired lately. The lab's project was cancelled, and I don't know what I can do. It's too boring." She must have identified the German swindler, and the project was cancelled. Saint Hesser walked to the sofa, brushed Elena's hair, and carried her horizontally into the guest room. Seeing that she was about to fall asleep, "Cohen, don't go. Talk to me for a while." "Yeah, okay, Elena, what are your plans for this summer vacation? How about traveling to Mar del Plata in the south?" Summer vacation had only passed for more than 10 days, and Ma City was a tourist destination in Argentina. "Forget it, I've been there a few times when I was a kid, and I don't really like it there." Eleanor hugged Saint Hesser's neck and said listlessly, "I plan to handle some business these days. Why don't you come with me?" Since they couldn't go to a hotel, he might as well take Elena with him. Saint Hesser planned to find someone to endorse him and unite the companies in Boo City that needed to export. Elena should be quite familiar with Boo City. "Cohen, what are you planning to do?" Elena asked a little strangely. To be honest, she didn't know much about Saint Hesser. "Me? I plan to create an import and export alliance or association or something, lobbying various forces to influence the country's import and export trade policies. At least I have to find a few professors to endorse my company. I have to do something, otherwise Argentina's economy will definitely miss a lot of things." "Cohen, I'm very interested. Let me be your secretary." "Yeah, okay, I plan to organize a few gatherings and then invite some import and export companies to lobby the presidential palace together." "Wow, Cohen, you're so amazing." "It's okay, I'm just doing what I can. You should rest well tonight. I'll go to the study to read a book." "Okay, remember to wake me up tomorrow morning." "Good night." Saint Hesser kissed Elena's forehead and left the room without going out again. Rosa's pigeon could just be delayed. Now the situation was urgent, and he really needed to do something. It was too risky for him to come forward personally, and he was too young, and his words didn't carry enough weight, but he could do a rehearsal of his abilities, to see what extent he could achieve. Radical party, newspaper, military, import and export companies, presidential palace, borrowing strength to fight, alliance, creating public opinion pressure, and then forcing the presidential palace to change its existing policies. This was his initial idea. The next day, Saint Hesser woke Elena up and made a breakfast. Today he needed to make some preparations, let the intelligence agency collect information on companies in the city, and then hold some banquets, etc. This was the first step, and at the same time he could find some economics professors to endorse him. Saint Hesser only knew one person, Delia's economics teacher, Professor Colin Doss. Saint Hesser visited Professor Colin Doss with formal etiquette and sincerely invited him to serve as the chief economist of Prali International, and also took several of his students. "Professor, thank you very much for your support. Our goal is to promote the improvement of legislation, protect our country's infant industries, carry out trade protection, and develop an export-oriented economy, instead of guarding our 1 acre and 3 points of land for agriculture. Simply asking someone to come out of seclusion would definitely not work, but with some novel views and theories, coupled with national security and some simple examples of the future economic development, he finally succeeded in persuading him. The first step was the infant industry theory. Argentina's industry was in its initial stage. The production scale, performance, quality, and production costs of enterprises were compared with similar enterprise products in developed European and American industrial countries, and the emerging industrial sectors with weak competitiveness. The second step was to put forward an export-oriented economy, especially using the European coal and steel community as an example, and supplementing some views with the two world wars. The demand from the military industry greatly stimulated the development of the steel industry in the first half of the 20th century. After the end of World War II, the European economic recovery drove the steel industry to usher in rapid development. The European region lacked large-scale coking coal and iron ore mines, and the raw materials of the steel industry were heavily dependent on overseas imports. In order to cope with the fierce competition in the market, The steel plants in the European region started the process of alliance, and the coal and steel community was also established as for the third one. It was the third industrial revolution theory, telling that the world's third industrial revolution had arrived, and Argentina's opportunity to overtake on a curve had come. I didn't expect, Cohen, that you would have such a profound understanding of economic development. It's a real pity you didn't study economics. I'll help you find a few more experts later to push these theories out. Thank you, Professor Colindis. You will make an important contribution to the development of Argentina. Saint Tessa plans to bombard the presidential palace with public opinion. He certainly can't let these old professors be the vanguard, but once the public opinion is guided to a certain extent, it will be time for these economics experts to come forward, which can be regarded as pointing out the future development direction of Argentina. For them, the current development of Argentina has indeed made many people feel confused. Is it really impossible for Argentina to develop? Obviously not. There is no country that cannot develop and progress. In later generations, Japan's mainland is only more than 380,000 square kilometers, and South Korea is only 100,000 square kilometers. They also don't have colonies, but they still seized the opportunity and rose up. Of course, Saint Tessa cited Italy as an example, not Japan. Italy also doesn't have many colonies, and even its unification time is not long, but it is developing very well now. There are also countries such as the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, whose area is less than 1/50th of Argentina's, but they are still European steel powers, aren't they? They can still develop industry, so why can't Argentina? It's ridiculous. Saint Tessa refuted the doubts of these economic experts and subtly pointed out that Argentina can definitely rise again, giving them great confidence and starting to study and improve these theories along the lines of Saint Tessa's research. Getting theoretical support is just an appetizer. Public opinion also needs interest groups. Therefore, a large-scale banquet sponsored by Plary International and led by the Argentine Ministry of Foreign Trade will be held in Buenos Aires, inviting companies from all over the country. Companies that are willing to engage in import and export can participate in this banquet, and bankrupt and closed companies are also invited, mostly from river and coastal port cities such as Buenos Aires, Rosario, La Plata, and Bahia Blanca. The purpose of this banquet is very simple: to gather a large number of people and form an interest group to get the presidential palace to change its policies. The goal is to reduce export tax rates, protect domestic companies, and improve export competitiveness. These bosses must have a lot of resentment, but there is no way. Their strength is relatively weak. In recent years, Argentina's export scale has been lower year by year, and the domestic market is also divided more severely. Coupled with high welfare, bankruptcies are happening one after another, and they can't be stopped. Argentina's export companies are dominated by agricultural products. This group has the strongest strength and is also the most heavily exploited, earning less and having more troubles. Most of these people were originally caudillos and are actually supporters of the Radical Civic Union. The second type is Saint Tessa's type, exporting various processed products, which also needs to be united. If they are just scattered one by one, they really don't have any competitiveness. But now that Plary International is taking the lead, the momentum is basically built up. Plary International's export scale is basically second to none now, and these meat processing plants are often more scattered, but if they are added together, it will far exceed Plary International. Argentina's current beef exports are calculated in billions of US dollars. Plary International has not yet reached $100 million US dollars at best, but it has its own fleet and is developing very fast. Moreover, it also has the best relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Trade and is a great contributor to the Ministry of Foreign Trade. Therefore, more than 100 companies participated in this banquet event, all of which were once influential companies, but now almost all of them are in loss. Normally, even exporting to Brazil, which is relatively close, requires very high tariffs, plus freight, which may result in a loss. On February 28, Argentina's first import and export trade conference was held. The topic of the conference was: is the high tax rate on export trade really reasonable? Saint Tessa delivered a speech in the name of the boss of Plary International. He wore formal attire and went on stage to speak. Hello everyone, I am Saint Tessa Cohen, the boss of Plary International. I am very happy to meet you this time. Our companies come from all over the country, for a common goal, to make money. I believe everyone has read some of the information on the table and should know how outrageous the high export tariffs are. It doesn't matter if the import tariffs are simply higher, right? Few people in the audience echoed, and Saint Tessa's shills began to create an atmosphere, and Saint Tessa began to fabricate some excuses to mobilize the atmosphere. Everyone should know that even Brazil is trying its best to protect its domestic industrial enterprises. The presidential palace has gone too far. The number of companies in our country with export capabilities has decreased by a full 9 times, from 676 in 1946 to 74 now. Most of the remaining ones are very difficult. No. They are very difficult. Could it be that our Argentine companies are inherently worse than others? Thinking about it, you know it's impossible, right? We must unite and let the presidential palace change its policies, and this requires everyone's joint efforts to bring the country's tax revenue back to its original position. Suppose the production cost of 500 meters of cotton cloth in Argentina is $12, then our cost of exporting to Europe will be $26, including $9 in customs tax, $2 in sea freight, and $2 in tax collected by the French. Then our cost of exporting to France will be amazing. While the French production cost is $16 and the quality is not bad, I believe everyone can calculate how outrageous this is, and the Netherlands had more than 1,600 export companies last year. How can we compare with others? As the speech continued to deepen, Saint Tessa explained it in simple and straightforward language, and the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. The examples cited by Saint Tessa also slowly aimed the spearhead at the presidential palace. The speech ended in applause, and everyone had only one thought in their minds: it's really miserable to open a company in Argentina. We must resist. The presidential palace really has a feud with exports, but everyone is still confused. The seeds of change have been sown. Saint Tessa's solution is also very simple: to organize these people. But the people who are responsible for firing the cannons are not the people here. The people who attended the meeting are objects of unity, but they are not suitable objects for firing cannons. The Radical Civic Union is very suitable for this role. Many of the people who attended the meeting are actually members of the Radical Civic Union, but they just don't have a direction to work hard. If an organization unites them, it will be very remarkable. The meeting quickly proceeded to the second part, free activity time, which is when everyone can unite to have the ability to change the future history and national policies. What Saint Tessa said in his speech was not false, it was based on theoretical evidence, which also made many people recognize this young company boss. Next, there is still something to do, that is, the Ministry of Foreign Trade plans to take the lead in establishing the Argentine Import and Export Association. And more preparations are needed, especially in Argentina's agricultural exports. People with conflicting interests also began to reflect on whether or not they need to conduct public opinion against the presidential palace. Saint Tessa began to get to know the bosses who attended the meeting more. These people will be useful now and in the future. These people are already some of the few remaining sparks in Argentina's industrial development. Hello, Mr. Saint Tessa, I am very happy to meet you. I am the boss of Amidst clothing factory, and I think what you said makes a lot of sense. A voice came from behind Saint Tessa. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116: Argentine Import and Export Trade Association. Last year was the closest our country's economic data has been to Brazil since the 1920s. Brazil's statistical data was $6.7 billion, while ours was $6.5 billion. The difference isn't too big, but in fact, our country harbors too many crises. The peso is devaluing, but the exchange rate hasn't changed. Economically speaking, especially in terms of import and export data, the gap between us and Brazil is actually too large. Saint Tessa was gesticulating wildly while bragging to the Minister of Foreign Trade. This was the big headline news for tomorrow's News Daily. The data had been double-checked by the newspaper's reporters and the Falcon Bureau's international department this morning. They had obtained the economic operating data for both countries from last year, which was perfect for showing off. Brazil was an object worthy of vigilance. Saint Tessa's Brazilian threat theory, orchestrated by the Falcon Bureau's international department, was currently gathering all sorts of intelligence. He had no choice but to politely listen to him continue speaking. Taking advantage of the owner of Amidst clothing factory interjecting, the minister quickly excused himself to go to the restroom, using a bathroom escape to leave, which left Saint Tessa somewhat disappointed. Hello, Saint Tessa Cohen, the current small boss of Prol International, St. Ayres politely shook hands with the factory director, planning to see what kind of audacity this guy had to interrupt him. "Hello, Andy's Peace Road, the director of a small clothing factory. I admire you very much. Your speech just now was wonderful." Rhodes shook hands respectfully. He had listened to St. Ayres's long speech and found it very reasonable, which was why he interjected. "Mr. St. Ayres, in addition to listening to your speech and the conversation just now, I also have something else, which is that I want to seek cooperation with you." "Oh? What kind of cooperation?" "Let's talk over there." Since he was an admirer of his, so be it. St. Ayres's mood improved. To be honest, he was still a little unaccustomed to giving speeches in front of hundreds of businessmen and officials. He still needed to adapt. Before, he mostly just bragged to soldiers, workers, and security guards. Looking at this guy, he was probably not even 30 years old, and he was quite promising. Could it be that he was planning to use Paul's fleet for exports? That wasn't impossible. "Mr. St. Ayres, I was wondering if you could introduce me to someone from Blue Cloud Clothing Company. They are too amazing. I want to learn from them and become their OEM factory, but their boss is too mysterious." "Oh? Why do you want to see someone from the clothing factory? Aren't you running a clothing factory yourself?" "It's like this. Isn't Blue Cloud Clothing Factory recruiting some OEM factories? I intend to become an OEM factory, but they think that Buchan is too far away, so I didn't succeed. Since Prall International is the largest agent abroad, it might have connections, so I came to try. Blue Cloud Clothing Company?" This year, St. Ayres was going to build a large factory in Buchan and also make a layout for the textile industry. As light industries, the investment in clothing and textile industries wasn't that large, and they could also make a lot of money, so they were key projects. "Well, you can talk about your plan, and I'll listen. If it's suitable. It's not impossible to recommend you." So, the two chatted about a lot of big things. This guy named Rhodes had a lot of old factory buildings in his hands, as well as some old equipment. He was a Caudill who was transitioning, but because he didn't have much experience, his family fortune had been greatly depleted. St. Ayres carefully examined Rhodes using an interview method and felt that he was acceptable, so he gave him the contact information of the person in charge of Blue Cloud Clothing and Shoes and asked him to go to Mariatown to discuss cooperation this year. He planned to expand the scale of Blue Cloud Clothing and Shoes to more than 7,000 people, planning to build a branch factory with more than 2,000 people in Buchan, and at the same time, he would set up a textile factory with a scale of 1,000 people to develop upstream in the textile industry. Light industry could still accumulate a lot of money, and the technical requirements were not high. The two had a pleasant conversation, and St. Ayres left the banquet. Tomorrow was the day that the Argentine Import and Export Trade Association would be officially inaugurated. Almost everyone present had already defaulted to joining this new organization. St. Ayres also met many Caudill figures at the banquet, truly penetrating the enemy's interior. Their natural arrogance and depression, mixed together, allowed St. Ayres to see some hatred in their eyes. Depriving people of their wealth was like killing their parents, not to mention that they had been messed up by the bragging president, and they didn't know how much money they had lost in the past few years. The export tax was too high, and the Argentine government's purchase price was too low. While reducing competitiveness, it increased the cost by almost double. Some Caudillos even abandoned a lot of wheat and corn fields in order to save themselves and lose a little less, indirectly exacerbating the drought and reduced production in Argentina. In the past 2 years, many cattle and sheep were also slaughtered, and Argentine agriculture suffered heavy losses. The next day, the Minister of Foreign Trade was responsible for the inauguration ribbon cutting, and the Argentine Trade Import and Export Association was officially established. St. Ayres sponsored a batch of startup funds, and the association was established at 188 May Avenue, Buchan. The atmosphere at the scene was still very warm. Joining the trade association allowed for information sharing. Only a small amount of membership fees needed to be paid each year to have a distinguished experience, which was equivalent to a circle and a club. The competent department of the association was the Ministry of Foreign Trade. The first president unit was Prall International, and the vice president units also included several trading companies with military backgrounds. The other members were ordinary members. This association had the following goals and daily routines: 1. To contact and promote Argentina's import and export trade business, such as joint export teams, fleets, etc., to carry out cooperative chartering, etc. 2. To assist in promoting and optimizing import and export trade policies, investigate and report on domestic and foreign commercial information, especially Western Europe, Argentina's most important export region and market, as well as the South American market represented by Brazil, Peru, and Chile, and to develop new export markets such as Australia, South Africa, Japan, and Nanyang, and compete with American agriculture and animal husbandry. 3. To investigate, research, and count import and export commodities, and assist in increasing production and improving the country's export materials, the alliance of domestic companies, and mutual cooperation. 4. To protect and promote the rights and welfare of import and export colleagues, especially since the association also established industry branches such as commerce, agriculture, and animal husbandry to stick together for warmth. 5. To make improvement suggestions to the competent trade authority, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, and to be entrusted by the competent trade authority to handle matters related to the development of import and export trade. The most important purpose of the association was to promote Argentina's new trade tax law and customs law, and to let everyone wave flags and cheer, so that the presidential palace would reduce export tax rates. For a long time, Argentina's economic development strategy has always fluctuated between the outward-oriented strategy of prioritizing agricultural exports and the inward-oriented strategy characterized by export substitution industrialization. Obviously, Argentina does not have a population of hundreds of millions as a market to develop export substitution industrialization. Relying on the international market to develop its own industrial system is an inevitable choice. By the time the population grows, it will be too late. At most, it will only be the likes of Egypt. Argentina has many favorable conditions for developing export agriculture. However, compared to the export scale and competitiveness of the agricultural sector, Argentina's industrial exports have developed slowly and are obviously weak in the Import and Export Association. There are also many agricultural companies and farms, mostly from Buenos Aires province, accounting for 80% of the places, which is also inevitable. This is currently the only industry in Argentina that can be considered barely advantageous. Although the tariffs on exporting grain and beef are also very high, the cost is indeed much lower than industrialized production like the United States. The pampas, natural grasslands. Argentina currently uses very little fertilizer for farming, and coupled with the exploitation of farmers, the cost is pitifully low, and it still has an export advantage. But this is based on the fact that farmers are constantly running into the slums of Buenos Aires. This is actually a huge obstacle to Argentina's population growth. The post-war period was the fastest period of population increase in human history. Even the old capitalist country Japan has increased by 30 to 40 million people, and Japan's urbanization rate this year is only a little over 36%. So what is Argentina's? It is already close to 60%, which is really a sin. This is also a big problem, but it is not the most urgent problem to solve. Without a population, how can we talk about industrialization? Too rapid urbanization, however, it greatly damaged Argentina's growth potential, creating a multitude of problems. You should know that in previous decades, Argentine families typically had 7 or 8 children. Now, even 3 or 4 in a city is considered good. For example, the current vice chairman of the Radical Civic Union Party had 10 siblings when he was a child, and he's only 44 years old this year. Argentina's First Lady, Eva Perón, also had 7 or 8 siblings when she was young, and she's only 33 this year. But based on St. Hilaire's research in the slums, the situation is not optimistic. There's no money, and few children are being born. In just one generation, the feeling is that everything has been turned upside down. Too many Argentine farmers have left, and the slums are overburdened, but the countryside still has landed gentry. St. Hilaire's industrial farms are still just a concept. The construction of industrial farms also requires mechanization. Fortunately, there's been good news about Japanese walking tractors and motorcycles. If all goes well, they can go into production by the end of the year, in time for next year's spring plowing and summer harvest. Kubota is the 4th Japanese company St. Hilaire has invested in. Kubota Agricultural Machinery Company, Limited had sales of 2.2 billion yen last year, equivalent to an annual turnover of more than $6 million. Kubota developed rapidly during World War II, and in 1949, a new successor took over. They still have good technology. St. Hilaire used Ren Industrial Investment to acquire 10% of the shares and bought the production line. The motorcycle production line from Honda Motorcycle Company, Limited has already left Tokyo Port heading south. preparing to pass through Singapore and then take the Pacific route to settle in La Plata. Walking tractors can already be considered the limit of industrialization that Argentina can currently accept. They are truly high-precision projects in an era of backward mechanization. Walking tractors are a type of small tractor, now popular in Europe and the United States as a means of transport and agricultural machinery. Powered by diesel, their small size, flexibility, and strong power are loved by farmers. Walking tractors have a simple structure, low power, and are suitable for small plots of cultivated land. The driver holds the handle frame to control the operating mechanism, towing or driving, supporting agricultural implements for operation. Compared to the investment in four-wheeled tractors, this is quite cheap, and the cost-performance ratio is very high. Moreover, the construction period is not long, and it is much better than the current animal power such as cattle in Argentina. Honda motorcycles can also be fitted with a carriage to make three-wheeled motorcycles for rural transportation, which is very convenient. With this two-pronged approach, at least a lot of manpower resources can be freed up, so people can focus on having children later. Four-wheeled tractors can only buy technology and production lines from Italy, Germany, and France. Four-wheeled tractors can be regarded as industrial pearls second only to automobiles for now. The cost is too expensive, and we can't afford it yet. Moreover, it's better to take one step at a time. Argentina is not yet capable of affording four-wheeled tractors. The scale of that investment is really calculated at $20 million or more. Saint Hilaire also estimated it based on the investment scale of China's first tractor works in the future. The factories supporting workers alone would start at 30 to 40,000. Such a large investment is unbearable. The steel plant alone is enough of a burden. By the late 1940s, tractors had replaced livestock in North America, the United States and Canada, Western Europe, Germany, France, Britain, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, etc., and Australia and New Zealand. And agriculture developed rapidly. They became the main driving force for farm development. Now tractors have been promoted and used in Eastern Europe, Asia, South America, and Africa, replacing animal power. In comparison, very few farms in Argentina use tractor production, so few that it's pitiful, and the agricultural potential has not been fully exploited. Compared to guns and ammunition, the industrial industry of tractors, which started in the Second Industrial Revolution, is really difficult, and mastering diesel engine technology can also cultivate talents for introducing heavy truck projects in the future. As for the first step of trade tariff reform, the foundation of public opinion has been completed, and the next step is to do other things. After all, this can only be regarded as an industry association. It is impossible for them to take the lead. Everyone is a sophisticated egoist. Adding flowers to the brocade can be done, but no one is stupid enough to let others be the first to take the fall. Unite some interest groups, and let the people of the Radical Civic Union Party really do things, and also use the power of the newspaper to guide public opinion. During the establishment of the association to contact various import and export companies, Saint Hilaire also arranged to handle some things, such as the establishment of the Cider Creek cement plant and brick factory, and the commissioning of the Ren fertilizer plant, which are all very important. There is also the establishment of agricultural companies, the construction of Morado Town, the expansion of thunder mining, the imminent harvest of tobacco leaves from the cigarette factory, the preparations for industrial farms, and the return of the Japanese investment team, all of which require him to personally take charge. Saint Hilaire sent a message to José through the people of the Falcon Agency. After Saint Hilaire finishes the association's affairs, he will go to the propaganda department of the Radical Civic Union Party to prepare to ask his superiors to make trouble, and then go home to Company Elena, and also write at home. The New Argentina newspaper is also a top priority and will be an important link in the public opinion bombardment of the presidential palace. Saint Hilaire's goals are very simple, namely the following two, and the main measures taken are 1. Provide export enterprises with export tariff reductions, export tax rebates, export subsidies, export credits, and export insurance, etc. The purpose is to reduce export costs, open up foreign markets, and enhance export competitiveness. This item is not limited to tax cuts, and the national treasury must also pay. Not to mention that the Argentine national treasury has no money. Even if it has money, it is impossible, at least not at present. It is impossible to agree to this condition, and the requirements are very high. 2. Provide export production enterprises with low-interest production loans, give priority to supplying foreign exchange required for imported equipment and raw materials, and vigorously introduce capital, technology, and business management knowledge. The purpose is to reduce production costs, improve product quality, and increase foreign exchange earning capacity. This item is not so harsh. In comparison, it is relatively easy to achieve, and St. Hilaire's purpose is here. These requirements have a lot of nonsense and cliches and need to be constantly improved, but in fact, most of the other 90% cannot be achieved, so that is the simplest core item, which is also St. Hilaire's bottom line, that is, to reduce export tariffs, which is also his ultimate goal. The other fancy things are just used as some bargaining chips. Ask for the sky-high price and bargain on the ground. The higher the price offered, the harder the bargain. If there is one more, it will be a big profit. This important information has been written into St. Hilaire's monthly internal reference message to the Radical Civic Union Committee and plans to submit it through Congressman Luis. This is very important to him. He has no way to promote this kind of national-level policy, but Arturo can. He has some positions in the presidential palace. Moreover, the energy of the Radical Civic Union Party in the parliament cannot be ignored. Moreover, as long as this kind of thing is done, it is solid political achievements, and it can also stab the current president. I believe that this next presidential candidate who is ambitious for the presidency will immediately turn it into a slogan when campaigning and will definitely be tempted. This is also an open conspiracy. Moreover, in fact, the presidential palace does not have the final decision-making power on legislation. Argentina has a separation of powers. The presidential palace can only influence, but cannot completely suppress other people's opinions, especially the opinions of the highest legislative body, the parliament, unless he wants to be a real dictator. But power is from the bottom up, and even if Perón is strong, he dare not ignore the opinions of the lower levels. So St. Hilaire has obtained all the latest lists of the Senate and the House of Representatives to see if he can win over some people outside the Radical Civic Union Party to promote tariff legislation without adopting this radical method. If Perón had not initially agreed, Argentina could not have changed from a free trade country to what it is now. The parliament will also consider the president's economic policies, and even the customs is not completely independent. Moreover, the number of people in the Justicialist Party in the parliament is also large enough, unless all the opposition parties can unite, but this is impossible to do. Although the presidential palace can nominally oppress the parliament to legislate, that is only limited to situations where everyone does not object. The real legislative power, in the Argentine constitution, belongs to the parliament. St. Hilaire is constantly writing these articles well, with two lines. One line is that the Radical Civic Union Party promotes legislation, and the second line is the pressure of public opinion from the newspaper. The propaganda department of the Radical Civic Union Party has done some very good and obscure things, and the relationship cannot be made too dead or too rigid. Chapter 117: Lobbying and Media Manipulation. In addition to participating in various affairs of the Argentine Exporters Association, and to legitimize the use of public opinion and establish a lobbying group, Saint Tessa also established a business consulting company in Buenos Aires to serve himself. One person's wisdom and strength are too small. He also needs a legitimate front for the Falcon Bureau. The next step is to find people who can speak out for him, which will definitely start with those around him. People like Commander Thompson, Professor Perkins, and those from the Radical Civic Union are all good choices. The forces behind these three parties should not be underestimated. Saint Tessa must find a reasonable entry point. This is not like the Association or Chamber of Commerce. There must be more reasonable benefits. Otherwise, others will not always help you. They are not your fathers. Even a biological father needs some mutual need for exploitation. After comforting Eilena's emotions, Eilena had nothing to do, so she could just help him with some things, such as organizing some information, which deepened their relationship a lot. Cohen, are you planning to enter politics? Looking at this information, it's all about strange things. This information, maybe in the future. This is also young people caring about national affairs. Our country has problems. If no one stands up, it will never be solved. Cohen, you are becoming more and more amazing now. Saint Tessa started working hard again, writing an internal reference for the Radical Civic Union for 3 full days, revising it more than 10 times, totaling tens of thousands of words, exhausting his brains from both his past and present lives. He really put in a lot of effort while writing the internal reference. Saint Tessa also arranged for people from the New Argentina newspaper to start subtly promoting public opinion. Since being acquired by Saint Tessa more than 7 months ago, the New Argentina newspaper has begun to develop into a comprehensive media outlet. In addition to paper content such as evening newspapers, daily newspapers, weekly newspapers, and magazines. It has also established a new Argentina radio station, starting the development of audio media. It is now one of the largest newspapers in the country. The New Argentina newspaper combined with the Falcon Bureau, Andre having a dual identity, one-way information sharing, and many Falcon Bureau intelligence personnel joining the New Argentina newspaper as reporters, receiving 2 salaries. They can often get first-hand news. Another advantage is some special commentator articles, specifically speaking out for the Argentine lower class and poor people, which has gained many loyal fans. The newspaper will even go to Montevideo next month to open a branch, going international in Uruguay for this reason. With St. Hes's support, the Falcon Bureau also secretly established a media fund, specifically responsible for secretly controlling and acquiring some special small newspapers, speaking out for St. Hes's cultural reforms, promoting public opinion, and distributing some special newspapers, such as the New Spanish Church newspaper, which also has some influence on the Pope. These small newspapers often have a small audience, but they can influence some special groups, such as some fishing newspapers and worker newspapers. The sales are generally low and they don't make money. But they have a fixed fan base and help St. Hesse guide public opinion to more audiences. Moreover, St. Hesse also learns some special information about the Pope through this intelligence, such as the Argentine Freemasons and Vatican Bank, these special secret organizations. The Vatican Bank raises funds from all over the world and concentrates them in the hands of the Roman Catholic Church, while the Freemasons are a secret organization that opposes the Catholic Church. Historically, many Latin American uprising leaders, such as Simon Bolívar, San Martín, Mexico's Iturbide, Argentina's Belgrano, and Haiti's Toussaint Louverture, were all members of the Freemasons, so European Catholic countries and the Catholic Church have been particularly critical of the Freemasons. The Catholic Church has suffered in Argentina for a long time, and the organization of the Argentine Freemasons is relatively weak and hidden. St. Hesse did not pay special attention to it, but it may be useful in the future. After all, the influence of the Church in Argentina is indeed very large, which is not on the interest of the Argentine people, nor is it in St. Hesse's interest. St. Hesse called himself a lobbying group, and one person is definitely not enough. He also let some elite talents from the New Youth League join his lobbying group. Argentina's government decentralization system provides St. Hesse with many ways to influence the policy process, so interest groups can influence policies in many different ways, such as lobbying elected representatives and members of the executive branch, making campaign donations, voting in elections, shaping public opinion, etc. This is legal, as opposed to vote buying. In addition, when special interest groups invest in a specific issue, because most people are indifferent to the issue, the group will enjoy disproportionate power. Even if they are few in number, decision makers will tend to let those who care about the issue accept it, confident that others have no objections. The power of St. Hesse's lobbying group comes from its unparalleled ability to participate in the political game of interest groups. He established Cohen Business Consulting Company, whose core members are from the Falcon Bureau. This is a core base for St. Hesse to output through lobbying, and it does not do specific business. It is St. Hesse's think tank. Their basic operation is no different from other interest groups, such as farm lobbying groups, mechanical and textile workers, or other ethnic lobbying groups, or even the operation of the Argentine Trade Association, but these are all trustworthy people, and they can be relied upon. March 1st, headquarters of Cohen Business Consulting Company, boss. This is a telegram from Europe, about a steel plant, one from Brussels and one from Vienna. Okay, guys, you can go ahead and get busy. I'll ask you to draft a reply later. Eyes is St. Hesse's secretary at Cohen Consulting, responsible for some clerical work. The investment team inspecting the European steel plant is divided into a newly formed steel rolling mill team led by Ian Travis and a Plary International team led by Little Nick. St. Hesse stood up. His expression did not change much. No good news has been coming from Europe, and there is basically a summary report every week. The first and second industrial revolutions in Europe brought opportunities for the development of their steel industry. With the 2 world wars, the demand from the military industry greatly stimulated the development of the steel industry in the first half of the 20th century. After the end of World War II, everything was waiting to be rebuilt, and the economic recovery drove the steel industry to usher in rapid development. Europe now lacks large-scale coking coal and iron ore mountains, and the raw materials for the steel industry have begun to rely on overseas imports, which has reduced the overall competitiveness of the industry. In order to cope with the fierce competition in the market, European steel plants have started the process of alliances. As the predecessor of the European Union, The European coal and steel community was newly established last year, which has also increased the difficulty of SYNOPSIS negotiations. The steel plant team is divided into a newly formed steel rolling mill team led by Ian Travis and a Plary International team led by Little Nix. March 1952. It has been almost more than 5 months since they went abroad. The two European teams have successively inspected 31 large and medium-sized steel plants. They have traveled to the United Kingdom, France, the Western German occupation zone, Spain, Italy, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, Ireland, the Netherlands, Austria, Luxembourg, Albania, and Romania, a total of 13 countries. SYNOPSIS was also a little disappointed. After all, most countries rejected the request to build a steel plant. I don't know if this is good news or bad news. SYNOPSIS opened the telegram, examined the contents, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to help laughing wildly, almost laughing out loud. After many difficulties and obstacles, the negotiation was finally successful, and the goals were achieved in both Belgium and Austria. The reason is that Belgium was squeezed by the recovering West German steel plant. Belgium produced more than 5 million tons of steel last year. Luxembourg produced more than 3 million tons. As a steel kingdom, Belgium was more impacted by West Germany. Austria was better with more than 10 million tons, and Czechoslovakia also had 3.4 million tons. In fact, there is another country that is even worse, that is, the Netherlands, which is at the bottom of the European coal and steel community, with 52,000 tons. Yes, it is so low now. West Germany is no longer a country, but its industrial recovery is still strong. With the support of the Americans, the steel industry is the core industry. No wonder these big countries don't give face. After all, SYNOPSIS doesn't have much face either. Draft a telegram in reply as follows: agree to the request, I will prepare the funds, congratulations on the successful negotiation, write the title and sender. SYNOPSIS shouted loudly outside the door, and after eyes came in, he ordered, it seems that this is the reason I'm looking for. The importance of the steel industry to country is self-evident. As long as the first phase of the steel plant project is invested successfully, Argentina will at least be a world steel power, and there will be a second, third, and fourth phase. The construction scale they negotiated is a production capacity of more than 3 million tons of steel in the first phase. Building it for a year or two is not bad enough, and it can still rank among the top 15 in the world, and it can already meet most of the country's needs. This is a solid political achievement, and with such a large scale. Don't even think about smuggling or anything like that. It's not like a cement plant or something like that. It must be a legitimate marriage. The steel plant is a big guy, and it is impossible to do it secretly. Like cement plants and fertilizer plants, it must be done openly and honestly, and the real site selection, also, pollution and the like might not be suitable for settling in La Plata. It also needs to be a port city to import coal and iron ore raw materials from Australia. Furthermore, the amount of over $30 million is no joke. He can't handle it alone, so loans are inevitable. Moreover, this is a tangible political achievement and also provides SYNOPSIS with a reason to lower tariffs. After I sent the telegram, SYNOPSIS immediately sent an invitation to Commander Thompson's house. The military's blue faction needs a position. Commander, the situation is like this. I plan to open a steel factory, but the funds are still not enough. I need loan support. I have already negotiated with Europe, and I am just waiting for the equipment and people to come over to invest and construct. Great, Cohen, I really underestimated you. I can help with this, but we need some shares in it, just 10%. I don't want too much. For the loan amount, I can let several banks provide a 5-year loan with a credit line of $15 million, and then provide $3 million in funds as equity, totaling $18 million. Good heavens, with a first phase production capacity of over 3 million tons, a 10% stake is not unacceptable. Military investment is at least a protective charm, and this is his reward? Okay, I agree, but this 10% only refers to the income and shares of this 3 million ton steel factory, and only includes the right to income, not the right to manage. This 10% stake is unrelated to future investments. Bank interest can be calculated at a reasonable rate. At the same time, I also need you, Commander, to speak for our business association. I plan to propose that the customs reduce taxes, especially on the import of industrial production equipment, and export taxes. SYNOPSIS also put forward his own requirements. He cannot give the controlling stake in the steel factory to others. He must have absolute control, No one can take it away. This is the bottom line. After getting a suitable answer from the commander, Saint Tessa also approached several other large domestic banks and obtained a credit line of $10 million. This requires collateral. He plans to mortgage the Golden Goose, Thunder Mining. The remaining few million $, he can just scrape together. The loan for the rain fertilizer plant has only been partially repaid and also needs attention. Moreover, this time, Saint Tessa also needs to cooperate with the city mayor to get another loan, and it must be a foreign exchange loan. Pesos are useless in comparison. This is a real interest that needs to be repaid, but he can't manage that much. As long as it's possible, he wants to secure the loan, because the more the better. Now, he also needs peso loans. The expansion of motorcycle, tractor, clothing factory, and beverage factory all requires capital turnover. Saint Tessa sent several experienced people to seek cooperation with the city. The primary target is, of course, La Plata City. Steel production causes severe pollution, and it is unknown whether they will agree. After submitting the internal reference message of the Radical Party and the development outline plan of the steel industry, Saint Tessa was also received by Director Luis Cohen. The internal reference message you provided this time is very good. Also, is the steel factory plan real? If it is real, we will have higher level people involved. Yes, it's real. The first phase of the steel factory will produce 3 million tons, becoming the largest steel factory in Argentina, or even South America, Saint Tessa said confidently. Okay, this time I will also help you sort it out. Our Radical Party still has many mayors in the country. I can help with the site selection problem you mentioned. I have already contacted Vice Chairman Arturo for you. Come over tomorrow afternoon and chat with him. Yes, Director, I will definitely prepare well and contribute to the development of the Radical Party. Good, as long as what you said can succeed this time, you will have a position in the young faction of the Radical Party in the future. Luis looked at Saint Tessa and said calmly. He was telling the truth. Heroes are not judged by their origins, and in capitalist countries, everyone is more realistic. There are also bankers in the Radical Party. Getting a loan of a few million $, is not a problem. They have connections with many countries in Europe. Moreover, some of the customs tax proposals provided by Saint Tessa are indeed very high level. If Saint Tessa wrote this himself, then it can only be said that this person is a genius, and geniuses are always treated preferentially. The next day, Saint Tessa was received by Arturo. Involving an investment of more than $30 million is enough for Argentine bigwigs to appear. Saint Tessa arrived at Arturo's office and saw him. He was wearing black-rimmed glasses, with thinning hair and a receding hairline. He was wearing a white shirt, without a tie, but with a small bow tie, and had a gentle look in his eyes. Hello, Chairman Arturo, you are Cohen, right? Sit here, let's have a good chat about the steel factory. Your internal reference is very good, and the situation within the Radical Party is the same. I am considered a central figure in the House of Representatives, but there are also several Radical Party officials in the country, such as the 4 Radical Party officials in Santa Fe, Jujuy, Corrientes, and Mendoza. But overall, there are very few in the government. Arturo provided some good internal news. Cohen, do you like playing soccer or something like that? Because I am usually quite busy, I rarely play soccer, Saint Tessa answered truthfully. Haha, I used to play soccer. In the mid-1920s, I played soccer in the lower levels of the Almagro club. If it weren't for an arm injury, I wouldn't have quit soccer. I didn't expect you to have been a soldier. Amazing. I still remember that my first choice was the Royal Military Academy, but I failed. Later, I came to the law department of the University of Buenos Aires and graduated in 3 years, but I refused the diploma. Later, I was imprisoned for 20 days for participating in a march. I hate that prison. If I become president, I will definitely tear it down. Arturo talked about some of his school days. He is indeed a remarkable person. I remember at the end of 1932, I was detained for the second time. After being released, I joined the Radical Civic Union. In December, I was arrested for the third time, suspected of an anti-government armed uprising. It's hard to imagine that it was all 20 years ago. At that time, I originally planned to be a teacher. Pukins was my classmate. He later went to the United States and returned to the University of Buenos Aires to teach. Haha, it turns out that Arturo also engaged in armed uprisings when he was young. No wonder he was arrested so many times. It is said that Arturo also supported Rico and others in last year's Socialist Party incident and was almost arrested. They were already engaged in a military coup, but obviously, Perón's power was very strong, and his prestige was also very strong, so failure was inevitable. Last year, I served as the Radical Party's candidate for national vice president, while Ricardo Balbín served as the candidate for president. Our Radical Party received 31.81% of the vote and was defeated by the Peronist faction's plan composed of Juan Perón and Hortensio Quijano, who received 62.49% of the vote, Arturo said with regret. The two chatted a lot. Obviously, Saint Tessa's internal reference and steel factory were very useful to him, and he regarded Saint Tessa as someone who could be cultivated. Rico Giaitti, representing the Socialist Party, is too gentle. Speeches are not enough. Later, he hastily launched an uprising and was eliminated and arrested by Perón. Well, he used the mafia, but the level of the mafia, also, Ronaldo Pastor, representing the National Democratic Party, is not bad as a conservative, and is still in prison to this day. He can't be released. Poor Ronaldo. These two parties were once important allies of the Radical Party, but the complete decline of the Socialist Party last year led to the arrest of many core members. It also led to the dissolution of the National Democratic Party, which in fact also weakened the Radical Party. They attempted to launch a coup against a constitutional government headed by General Perón, and even last year, anti-Peronist civilians and military departments were arrested. This also led to the decline. The Socialist Party and the National Democratic Party split into smaller parties, such as the Free Civic Front and the Blue Alliance, and never recovered. Saint Tessa mostly understood these things, and he listened carefully. Also, Benjamin Menendez, this guy is also quite miserable. What kind of armed uprising is he doing? No wonder Perón is cleaning up these underworld societies. These underworld societies are not simple. It is estimated that they are their private armies for the uprising, used for rebellion, but unfortunately, their combat effectiveness is too poor. The police also have his weapon blessing, which is not considered as backstab. At that time, he had not yet joined the Radical Party. Your proposal this time is not bad. La Plata City can engage in the steel industry. The mayor is a member of our Radical Party. The suburbs of Buenos Aires can also work. You can calculate it then. I can also let the bank we cooperate with provide a credit line of $3 million to $5 million for the loan. Regarding the issue of customs tariff reform, I will submit it to the council. Perón's next term has not yet begun. We can take advantage of the situation to do it, and this is not against him personally at all. There is absolutely no problem. This is indeed a very important thing. Our Argentina already has very serious problems. The propaganda department can also speak out appropriately. Arturo affirmed Saint Tessa's actions and news. The two chatted for more than an hour, and Saint Tessa was still somewhat unsatisfied when he left. Inside information is really gossipy. Chapter 118. Let Argentina have more steel mills. I have another condition. One of our financiers also owns a steel mill. If possible, he would like to increase production, but he doesn't have the channels for that. If possible, let his steel mill also expand, with a scale of about 1 million tons. He can't handle more than that, Arturo said at the end. Competition is a good thing, and I'm happy to help facilitate. Saint Tessa nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. He even hoped Argentina could have more steel mills. Why not moonlight as a steel broker? There was no competition. This was the last condition of the conversation with Arturo. Argentina needed not just one steel mill, but many. If they were willing to invest, he would help them establish connections and do them a favor. Moreover, multiple steel mills could reduce the pressure of imports and divert others' attention. Saint Tessa quickly weighed the pros and cons of this matter, and suddenly felt that there was great potential. Building a large-scale steel mill himself was too high profile and could easily attract attention and cause trouble. Even with the protection of the military's blue faction, he might not be able to cope. Oligarchic capital and foreign capital were not to be trifled with. It would be better to have more competitors, and it wasn't necessary to have such large blast furnaces. Like Rosario, he could also invest there. As for iron ore and coal mines, if Thunder Mining could settle things in Western Australia, he could also get a share, killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, to be honest, although the Argentine treasury was short of money, the private sector had money. Their ancestors were rich, and there weren't many places to spend money, so it was all deposited in banks and gathering mold. Currently, the domestic private capital was not really short of money. If it really didn't work, they could use beef and wheat as collateral. Money left in the bank was just a number and would continue to depreciate. These nouveau riches lacked investment channels, and packaging the steel mill to let them do more wouldn't take much effort. Only by turning money into real industries could the country's industry be continuously strengthened and the risk of unemployment reduced. Money needed to circulate to be truly valuable. To be honest, investing in steel was not a loss, just a slow way to make money. Money in the bank was just a pile of numbers and couldn't generate value. Argentina in the past few decades was like the Middle Eastern oil tycoons of later generations, but a bit inferior. At least the oil tycoons could buy luxury cars and invest abroad. Moreover, a blast furnace with an annual output of 300,000 to 500,000 tons was not too small, and 1 million tons was not too much. He could also get some kickbacks and lower the overall procurement price. Excited by his thoughts, St. Hesser quickly slapped his thigh and drove to the consulting firm. The consulting firm was as usual. Only then did St. Hesser seriously look at the building. In the sunset, it was full of beauty. With scattered golden light, mottled and fragmented. St. Hesser had bought a 4-story office building. The scenery was very good, the location was not remote, and it exuded French charm everywhere. There was also a small courtyard, with more than 2,000 square meters on each floor. The setting sun shone into the room through the glass windows, and the faint aroma of coffee permeated the air. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the employees were basically there, already starting to prepare to leave work. The consulting firm had the appearance of a consulting firm. St. Hesser walked briskly to the elevator. Everyone greeted him along the way. He walked to the old-fashioned iron elevator, pressed the button, and the basket-style elevator, like the one in Inception, slowly rose. Let I say send a telegram to Europe again, asking them to discuss more medium-sized steel mills and lower the negotiation price, as it was still quite expensive. There were not many people on the 4th floor, mostly core members of the Falcon Bureau, which was relatively hidden. After receiving the information from Europe, Little Nix in Vienna said that the boss was right, and everything would be done according to the boss's instructions. They would continue to negotiate with Austria and United Steel, asking them to arrange more people and lower the price. Ian in Brussels, Belgium, was dumbfounded, but he immediately started to continue negotiations with Thomas Steel. The boss's judgment had always been accurate. Thomas Steel and Zimmet Steel in Brussels had already planned to unite. They were strongly impacted by the steel recovery in West Germany, and the coal and steel raw materials mainly came from the Ruhr area, which constituted strong competition with Krupp Steel. The impact was very large. The steel industry in neighboring Luxembourg also received a lot of impact, while Belgian steel was very strong and the technology was very advanced. The boss had spoken, so they would continue to negotiate. It was just that they didn't know what the boss's purpose was, wanting 4 or 5 medium-sized steel mills, which was very uneconomical. It should be known that the 2 blast furnaces that St. Hesser was preparing to build were all large 1,500 cubic meter blast furnaces, with much lower energy consumption in all aspects. While St. Hesser was having sent a telegram, he had already begun to consider how to get Argentinians to invest in the steel industry. In fact, apart from the 3 major steel mills, it seemed that no other steel mills could continue to expand production. Not only could steel mills be established, but people could also be pulled in to invest. Buenos Aires Steel was the factory that Arturo wanted St. Hesser to help connect with. It was actually a private steel mill. Belleville Steel in Rosario was also a private steel mill. He planned to have Lucia of the Cohen Brothers Company come forward and ask them if they wanted to expand production with the latest European technology, an opportunity not to be missed. The Argentine National Steel Mill south of Buchan was state-owned. If this factory needed it, it would be done. If it didn't need it, it would be fine. Hello, I'm St. Hesser Cohen. Connect me to the general manager's office. St. Hesser dialed the phone number of the New Argentina newspaper and looked for Andre. Hello, boss. What can I do for you? How are the advertisements for the New Argentina newspaper this month? Have they all been sold out? Boss, the advertisements for this month are still in the competition, and many companies are planning to advertise. That's good. Let the New Argentina newspaper publish a full-page advertisement in Wealth, with the content, Argentina's most profitable industry, all at the Plaza de Mayo Auditorium, new release on March 15, signed by Plary International Company. And let the people in the editorial department process and embellish it, then find a few more newspapers to create momentum together. I want everyone in Argentina to know about this news, and radio stations should also insert advertisements. I'll give you more budget. Yes, boss. Although he was at a loss, Andre honestly did as the boss said, immediately have the people from the editorial department and the advertising department come over, especially this person Bone. Andre instructed his secretary. The New Argentina newspaper had more than 100 people, and it needed many new employees, and Andre also needed to pretend to be a manager. 10 minutes later, the elites of the editorial department of the New Argentina newspaper gathered, among which Bon was a complete eccentric. Andre looked around and asked everyone to be quiet before opening his mouth and saying, "The boss has issued us a task, which is to advertise. You should study carefully how to create this momentum." The people in the editorial department took Andre's handwritten paper, which only had a dozen or 20 words, directly saying that people should invest. Editor-in-chief, will this be a bit difficult? A member of the editorial department raised his hand and said that ordinary advertisements are usually written by the advertising department, and the effect is very good. This time, the situation is obviously different, and the editorial department must also come forward. Well, just do it carefully, don't worry, speak freely, brainstorm, just spread the news quickly and well, and you know Plary International, it's the company that's been in the limelight recently, understood, Editor-in-chief. The editorial department and advertising department of the New Argentina newspaper can be said to be extremely powerful, receiving the true teachings of Saint Husser. To put it bluntly, it is to hype up news hotspots, but it must also be advertising for newspapers and media. News hype is actually the pursuit of the entertainment of news functions and the maximization of communication effects. This is an exaggeration and deformation of news report planning, an excessive planning and design of news reporting activities by news communicators in violation of the laws of news communication, but what is not prohibited by law is permissible. Saint Husser can't control that much. He will gather the power of private capital to add bricks and tiles to Argentina's steel industry and seize new development positions. After arranging the public opinion hype of the newspaper, Saint Husser prepared again. He planned to hold a wealth summit, attract investment, and let Argentine private capital build steel mills. To convince them, there must be sufficient reasons to give a speech and for dissemination and sales. Saint Husser recalled some brainwashing rhetoric, the atmosphere of the scene, and also some shills. Argentina currently has no investment channels. The market value of the Argentine stock market is too low, and their own family has houses, high-interest loans are illegal, farming is too tiring, and investing in other things is easy to lose money. This was indeed a good opportunity, and the principle behind the steel investment boom in later generations of New China was what Saint Husser was studying. He could consider it from several aspects and deduce it backward. First, there was strong market demand, which required creating momentum. For example, the Baron government's investment in 300,000 real estate properties, highway transportation construction, and neighboring countries' need for steel, especially construction steel. Second, it was driven by profit. New countries were constantly being born in the world, and everyone was working hard to develop industry. The average price of steel rose after the War and Peace, which was a big entry point. Saint Husser himself was a big consumer of steel, such as the infrastructure construction of Morado Town and Maria Town, as well as future tractors, motorcycles, Rhine Industries, and Rhine Military Industries, all of which required a lot of steel, as well as seamless steel pipes. Third, encourage the development of the steel industry with preferential policies from local municipal governments to accelerate the growth of steel investment, which required the cooperation of the Radical Party. Fourth, let bank capital promote it and borrow chickens to lay eggs. This required lobbying banks and financial oligarchs, which the Radical Party would handle. Everyone wanted to make money, and banks also needed it. Fifth, Saint Husser had channels for steel plants. It was not easy to build a steel plant before, but now there were new ways to make money, so get on the bus quickly, because this opportunity would not come again. Sixth, this was more absurd, that is, Argentina should have what Brazil has. Brazil's steel production last year was more than 6 times that of Argentina, and it was still growing rapidly. Where were Argentina's patriots? The development of the national steel industry could not be delayed. Saint Husser extracted these 6 core points and filled them with various interesting things, such as the spring and autumn annals writing style. Saint Husser did not finish writing the speech until the evening, and directly engraved the content in his mind for field practice. Returning to the academy area, Alina had already left for something, and only a faint fragrance remained in the room. Natalie had been looking for him for the past 2 days. He happened to be going home with Alina, and he didn't know what was going on. Natalie seemed to have moved out of the slum, and he didn't know where her new home was since the last time he persuaded her not to marry. He didn't know if she listened. The relationship between the two was lukewarm. Rosa went back to Maria Town this morning, escorted by people from the Delta, so he was very relieved. Saint Husser calmed down and carefully planned his own affairs. The hype about customs duties had not yet gained much momentum. St. Hesser temporarily turned his attention to the steel plant. The reduction of customs duties could not be rushed. The initial public opinion still had to come slowly. Just as St. Hesser was about to rest, Natalie secretly entered St. Hesser's home. She had the key to the house. "Natalie, did you come here for something a few days ago?" "No, I just broke off the engagement with that man. I plan to continue studying for a while. I took a university exam in February. I don't know what you think, boss." "Good idea. Going to university is good. Which university is it?" St. Hesser also looked at her with admiration. People who could persist in learning were indeed very worthy of praise. He had always admired them. "National University of La Plata. What do you think, boss?" Eilena's face was blushing, and her light yellow dress made her look very cute. "This is a very good university. I'll give you a leave of absence with pay. Study hard. You don't have to worry about the affairs of the new news agency. Tell me if you run out of money." "Well, boss, wouldn't that be bad?" "It's okay, I'll talk to Andrew. We also have a branch of the newspaper in La Plata. You can work part-time there. Don't worry about living expenses." "Okay, boss, thank you." Natalie kissed St. Hesser, happy like a child. Going to university was her dream for many years, and now it was finally realized. The two lay on the bed, not speaking, only a faint warm feeling. St. Hesser only had blessings in his heart. Obviously, Natalie was also a little genius. The two cuddled for a night. It is worth noting that Argentina's economic development is also divided into three major oligarchic groups, namely the agricultural oligarchs, who are the strongest, the financial oligarchs, who are the middle faction, and the industrial oligarchs, who are the weakest but have the greatest vitality and potential. The financial oligarchs are the national banking and securities financial system. They have connections with the military, the Radical Party, the Justicialist Party, and any other factions. They have good relations and are also divided into various factions internally. St. Hesser is essentially on the side of the industry. In fact, only two forces participated in the establishment of the Argentina Import and Export Association this time, but they were all small and medium-sized agricultural and industrial companies. No powerful oligarchs participated, and they had higher-end circles this time. Being able to meet many truly capable people in the association may allow them to try investing in steel plants, raising funds for investment, and joint investment. A small blast furnace with an annual output of hundreds of thousands of tons only requires millions of dollars in investment, and the benefits are very rich, and it is advanced European technology with a promising future. In fact, Argentina's private sector is not short of money, and there are indeed many Argentinian tycoons. They are like landlords in the old era. On the surface, they do not seem extravagant, but in fact, they hoard a lot of money but do not spend it. St. Hesser has set his sights on these people's wallets. They are only one investment opportunity away from being richer in the future. Large steel plants will be built near ports. The port of La Plata currently has a small shortcoming, that is, the draft depth is only less than 10 meters, and only 10,000-ton giant ships can stay. There is still a certain gap from the future 50,000-ton and 100,000-ton supergiant ships. This can also be solved, such as dredging the seabed channel and killing. Moreover, the air pollution from building steel plants, and even the need to build coal coking plants, is even greater air pollution. These all need to be taken into account. Of course, for now, La Plata is still the first choice. It is too troublesome to build a steel plant in the capital, and the land is not that big. The land in the first phase of La Plata is enough, and maybe it is time to start arranging land leveling in just a few days. St. Hesser's Wealth Conference has spread throughout Argentina, and everyone has begun to head towards Boo City to check out a new steel plant for national construction internationally. The recovery of Japanese steel has shocked the world at present. Japan's steel production is also recovering very quickly. Last year alone, it added 600,000 tons, which is equivalent to Argentina's steel production. Moreover, the development of Japanese steel plants is getting faster and faster, and the technology is also getting more and more advanced. During World War II, Japanese steel plants were bombed and destroyed, and the annual output of crude steel decreased from 7.65 million tons in 1943 to 557,000 tons in 1946. Only 4 open hearth furnaces were maintaining survival in order to restore the Japanese economy. The reconstruction of their steel industry was a top priority. This was St. Hesser's backup plan for the subsequent development of the steel plant, but for now, the investment failed. St. Hesser's funds could not even make a splash in it, and eventually he invested in 4 small-scale and promising companies. Europe cannot always provide you with technology upgrades, but there is an opportunity in Japan. Japan is the future world super steel power. The series of measures implemented by Dodge in Japan 2 years ago were called the Dodge Plan. The main contents included balancing the fiscal budget, reducing government subsidies, and setting a fixed exchange rate of 360 yen to $1. The Dodge Plan successfully curbed Japanese inflation, but the resulting deflationary effect triggered a severe economic recession. The Korean War was an important reason for Japan and the United States to make peace and eagerly sign a treaty. The U.S.-Japan San Francisco Peace Treaty was about to take effect, ending the occupation of Japan by the Allied forces, which accelerated Japan's recovery. Among them, Kawasaki Steel was separated and independent from Kawasaki Heavy Industries Company, Limited in 1950 under the leadership of its first president, Yotaro Nishiyama. It is still a very young company. The number 1 blast furnace of Kawasaki Steel Chiba Works is already under construction frantically, which will be an important symbol of Japan's revival. St. Hesser plans to learn from the development model of steel plants in later generations, and issue bonds for financing for the new La Plata steel plant, as well as bank loans. The target plan is as follows: issue corporate bonds of $10 million, bank loans of $20 million, self-raise a capital of $10 million, military blue faction investment of $3 million, revolving capital of $5 million, totaling at least $48 million, to build a steel plant with an annual output of 5 million tons. Instead of the original 2 blast furnaces with a capacity of 3.5 million tons, the most important thing is to use banks for huge financing to build a new coastal steel plant, which requires cooperation with the financial oligarchs of Argentina, uniting all forces that can be united. Of course, this is only one of the purposes of the Wealth Conference. Promoting medium-sized steel plants is its purpose, so that Argentine private capital can be revitalized and advance into the steel industry. He called it, "Collective investment in steel embraces the future." This is also the theme of his speech, to make Argentinians more interested in investing in the steel industry, so that more than 10 steel plants will appear in Argentina, saving Argentina's unemployment rate, and St. Hesser's La Plata steel plant can occupy the majority. Chapter 119: The Socialist Party and the New Propaganda Ministry. Currently, the political ecology in Argentina is changing very rapidly, with new storms brewing everywhere. It's difficult to figure out, and one careless move can lead to being ruined or killed. On the 14th day after the Perón government declared the Socialist Party an illegal organization, a movement to storm the Casa Rosada forced the Perón government to abandon this ridiculous ban. It also announced the release of the Socialist Party leadership from prison and restored the status of the Socialist Party and the National Democratic Party, with the Radical Civic Union and the Communist Party playing a certain role behind the scenes. This was not the first time Perón had compromised. Last year, the trade union organized a national railway strike, and in the end, the Perón government had no choice but to release the striking railway workers, bringing the strike to a victorious conclusion. The strike expanded nationwide in October of last year. According to the Perón government statistics, as many as hundreds of thousands of people participated in the demonstrations. And what was St. Hesser doing during that major strike? But at least it wasn't urgently sealed and taken over like El Diario, La Nación, and La Prensa, which made people in the newspaper industry tremble with fear. St. Hesser also took the opportunity to recruit many talented people from newspaper companies and streamlined the operation, which allowed the New Argentine Daily to build a stronger foundation. Rather than simply relying on clever tricks for development, the New Argentine Daily implemented a new philosophy, and while hyping safe hot topics, it also changed its approach, settling down from being nouveau-riche and achieving steady development of the newspaper. Our target audience is ordinary people. Therefore the arguments of the propaganda must be rough, clear, and powerful. Truth is irrelevant, completely subordinate to the psychology of strategy. This is the first core concept of the New Argentine Daily, and it came from a German-born member who was doing propaganda for the New Argentine Daily. This is, in fact, a distorted form of propaganda, but it works very well. The New Argentine Daily abandoned all kinds of complex dogmatic propaganda and became more interesting and attractive. In fact, he admired the person who promoted the art of dragon slaying to all citizens, but unfortunately, the New Argentine Daily was not so great. It was merely a tool for St. Hesser to achieve his goals. The public only has a superficial understanding of abstract ideas, so their reactions are more often expressed in the emotional realm, and emotional propaganda needs to get rid of the constraints of science and truth. This is the second concept of the New Argentine Daily, which inherited some of Saint Hesse's ideas, such as health and wellness, which is to carry out false propaganda and hype. Propaganda is like falling in love. You can make any empty promises, issue blank checks, like Perón. This was proposed based on Saint Hesse's personal experience and was welcomed by the people of the New Argentine Daily. Perón can be said to be a master performer now. The public is mostly more ignorant than we imagine. So the essence of propaganda is to insist on simplicity and repetition. This combines the concept of Saint Hesse's television advertising explosion era in later generations, such as brainwashing advertisements like Lao Bajan, a brand of health product, daily propaganda. Repetition. These concepts seem complex, but in reality, they are just three simple things, learned from the UK and the US, that is, control the media, selectively report, and guide public opinion. I have finally become the person I used to hate the most, but the only way to defeat the UK and the US is to use such methods. Americans play this very skillfully. Ha 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 ha. Saint Hesse laughed until his stomach hurt when the New Argentine Daily became what it is now. It was indeed progressing rapidly, but it was also so despairing to defeat the enemy. One can only use the enemy's methods, and it is a huge irony for him to be even more clever. This is actually the essence of German propaganda, and Saint Hesse thoroughly implemented it, allowing the New Argentine Daily to develop steadily without screwing things up. Moreover, the people of the New Argentine Daily, from top to bottom, really respected Saint Hesse's leadership during the railway strike. Some of the things he did on the surface were to create a new youth league, go to night school, and prepare for industrial farms. Moreover, staging a strike in the capital has little impact, as it is Perón's stronghold. Moreover, strikes are already commonplace, and everyone plays around with strikes when they have nothing to do, causing state-owned factories to shut down. On the other hand, Saint Hesse's soda factory, Prall International, Ren Arms, and Ren Industry in the capital are still working steadily and not getting involved, landing safely. Even if the Perón government is weak, it is legal. The Socialist Party's public opinion and other social pressures forced Perón to compromise again, because the Socialist Party has a deep relationship with the trade unions, and the trade unions also threatened to launch a strike weapon again to make new demands, so Perón had to compromise also. The Socialist Party has recently hooked up with the red faction of the military. Perón's police force is also not doing well now. The war to eliminate the gangs can be said to be getting more and more difficult. They have secret arms channels, and Saint Hesse is doing everything he can to make money. Very low-key for complete safety, he organized a group of people to take the equipment to Uruguay, stripping away some old machine tools and personnel, such as a production line for the M1911A, under pressure from many parties. The Perón government was also somewhat helpless. The political situation in Argentina is quite chaotic now, but it can also be said that it has nothing to do with Saint Hesse. The uprisings and demonstrations during this period were relatively civilized. The gangs were suppressed and dared not take advantage of the chaos, and recently, the Delta Company was established, precisely in preparation for dealing with the chaos. Saint Hesse even witnessed a small uprising. Yes, an uprising. Quite magical. This uprising lasted only 3 hours from start to finish. These young people tried to attack the Casa Rosada with wooden sticks, and then were persuaded by the police to go home. Many students from the University of Buenos Aires participated, because the University of Buenos Aires is very close to the Casa Rosada. Some students rushed up and kicked the police a couple of times and ran away, and the police did not dare to shoot randomly. These people are not the same as the gangs. Saint Hesse was a little speechless. These people turned the uprising into a joke. But it must be said that young people are easily impulsive and easily incited. This time, the Perón government arrested the Socialist Party, and their female leader, Alicia Moro de Justo, was unexpectedly detained, as well as other leaders of the party, such as Socialist Party Chairman Palacios and Vice Chairman Constanza. They were also arrested for allegedly despising President Perón, which was actually just because of a few large trade union speeches. According to Saint Hesse, Perón broke the rules and must return to the right track. Alicia Moro de Justo was an Argentine born in London in 1885, and is now an old woman with white hair. Her father was a French revolutionary who participated in the Paris Commune in 1871. Alicia is currently one of the few female politicians in Argentina, holding a leadership position in the Socialist Party. Her husband was the founder of the Argentine Socialist Party, and Alicia herself is also a leader of the Argentine women's rights movement. In 1949, Argentina promulgated a new national constitution, which established complete equality between men and women and shared responsibility for the power of parents. Although Alicia opposed Perón, She strongly supported this action, which was her goal for 40 years, but it wasn't until last year that Bevilacqua cast the first female vote on behalf of Argentine women when Alicia and other socialists, as representatives, tried to share government power. Perón took action. Directly had the police arrest them, and declared the Socialist Party illegal, forcing them to go underground. The Socialist Party's party newspaper, Vanguardia, played a huge role in this fierce public opinion struggle. Vanguardia quickly became a national newspaper, and this newspaper became the main battleground. With a current monthly circulation of more than 60,000 copies, it directly became the fourth largest newspaper in the country, catching up with the New Argentine Daily, and it is also the largest party newspaper in Argentina, which is also historical. Saint José is interested in the Socialist Party because they are on the socialist path, but they are different from another Argentine political party. The Argentine Communist Party, they are more radical and advocate armed struggle, so they are completely suppressed by Perón, while the Socialist Party is on the reformist path. After the military coup in 1930, the Argentine Communist Party became illegal, but in the 1930s, due to the development of the labor movement, its strength grew rapidly. During World War II, it promoted the establishment of the National Anti-Vargas Herthist Front. After 1943, in order to win over the power of workers, it launched a fierce struggle against Peronism. In 1946, the party formed a democratic alliance with the Radical Civic Union, the Socialist Party, and the Progressive Democratic Party to participate in the general election, and lost to the Justicialist Party. The history is quite complicated, and in terms of purpose, the Radical Civic Union and the Communist Party are actually a bit at odds, but if it is for profit, they can also unite. The propaganda department led by Saint José wasn't responsible for the Radical Party's newspaper, but it still generated a lot of buzz and articles for the Socialist Party through the propaganda department's new newspaper. Of course, as it stood, the Socialist Party wasn't a monolithic entity, it was actually divided into two factions. Though not obviously so, the Radical Party had four major lines, divided into two groups. From a grassroots perspective, Saint José saw the internal division within the Radical Party, a phenomenon present in many Argentine political parties. He also saw a different side of Argentina. Because of this, watching history unfold so closely, he had honestly always thought that the Argentine capital was mostly populated by gangsters. He hadn't expected even more magical things to exist. It's just that most of the uprisings these days are actually just parades and demonstrations. They don't use weapons, which makes them less exciting than wiping out the gangs. As for why Saint José was only now concerned about these political parties, it was simply because he had underestimated the energy of the Socialist Party. Although the Socialist Party didn't have many members, being regarded as a thorn in Perón's side made them an extremely powerful political party. One could even say that they were currently the third largest party in Argentina, more legitimate than the Republican Party because they had a large voice, especially with their advocacy of peaceful struggle, which gave the self-proclaimed Democrat Perón a headache. This was something Saint José hadn't anticipated, and he could only slowly come to understand it himself. The Socialist Party, as the name suggests, was the same kind of socialist party as Allende in the future. They naturally opposed Perón's third way and Perón's third position. Perhaps many things were just on the surface, allowing Saint José to only see the superficial layer of history. However, to be honest, any reform that doesn't grasp military power is too easily overthrown, especially with the future military coups in Argentina, which would be as simple as eating and drinking. Of course, Franjesi currently had a very good leadership relationship with the Republican Party because he was a relatively conservative hardliner in the Radical Party, and his ideas coincided with those of the Republican Party. However, because Franjesi wasn't the official leader yet, the two sides couldn't form a cooperative relationship for the time being. This might have to wait until Franjesi became the leader of the Radical Party. The conservatives within the party preferred the Socialist Party's style to the Radical Republican Party. Overall, the current chaos in Argentina was obvious. After joining the Radical Party, Saint José discovered that this Argentina was completely different from what he had imagined. The fact that the steel plant plan was able to gain the support of both the military's blue faction and the Radical Party increased Saint José's confidence in the Wealth Conference a lot, and it wasn't even considered a violation of the rules. However, Saint José couldn't think that his position within the party had become formidable because of this. In the end, it was all about solid seniority. The military was easy to deal with, it was just a commander's reception. Saint José no longer had a rank in the military. Within the Radical Party, things were reported up layer by layer, and he received a reception from Vice Chairman Arturo, but it still caused dissatisfaction among some members of the Radical Party, who felt that St. Hethus didn't follow the rules, liked to scheme too much, and was a troublemaker. St. Hethus said that he was too wronged, but he didn't care. He wasn't a gold coin. He couldn't make everyone like him. However, there were also many people in the Radical Party who appreciated St. Hethus. For example, the Cordoba faction regarded St. Hethus as one of their own. Like Keynes and other casual acquaintances, they also began to value St. Hethus because of the internal reference news. After all, for regional factions, St. Hethus, who was from Cordoba province, had a certain value to be won over, and because Cordoba was a province with rapid industrial development, they also secretly hinted that there should be a steel plant in Cordoba as well. St. Hethus had also restructured the propaganda department in the past month or so. This was his foundation in the Radical Party, and he couldn't afford not to take it seriously. He transformed the propaganda department into an important department of the Radical Party's Buchan branch. They now implemented a concept that is, propaganda is the vanguard of the Radical Party, and propaganda is always just a means to achieve the goal. This was seen from the development of the Alliance's Socialist Vanguard newspaper, which was very popular. The Radical Party's Buchan internal publication was the responsibility of the Buchan propaganda department. It had been developing very well recently, and with the support of Councillor Luis, it strongly supported the Socialist Party's comeback. St. Hethus was a man of action. The Radical Party often assigned many extra tasks to the propaganda department, and St. Hethus was able to complete them smoothly and easily. This was inseparable from his various ideas in the New Argentina newspaper. This was, in fact, St. Hethus's personal political qualifications. The New Argentina newspaper was developing according to St. Hethus's goals. Now, he studied almost all the large and small newspapers in the city for an hour every day. This was a habit he had developed when he was a soldier in Quixing in particular. Many articles in the New Argentina newspaper last year were also written by St. Hethus when he was bored at night. At that time, the pressure was too great, and he had a habit of writing articles. Of course, he rarely used his real name and used many pseudonyms. Most of them were promoted anonymously, publishing commentator articles, but because they combined some ideas and developments from later generations, even if they weren't brilliant at first, they often hit the nail on the head and had profound insights, so they were quite popular. This also greatly improved St. Hethus's propaganda ability and put the knowledge he had learned into practice when joining the propaganda department. Because of the lack of people, St. Hethus pulled in many new people to join. Most of these were talents he had personally selected. Some came from the Falcon Bureau, some were from the New Youth League, and some were newly assigned. Most of these people were quite capable and full of vigor, such as Powell, the vice president of the New Youth League, and Ruben Ent, the sole survivor of the Falcon Bureau's three young heroes, were all arranged to come in by him. St. Hethus also creatively proposed the establishment of his own party newspaper in the Buchan propaganda department, separate from the National Party newspaper, which was approved by the Radical Party's regular meeting. They agreed to try out the Buchan Daily, with a one-time appropriation and self-financing. St. Hethus personally took charge, serving as the editor-in-chief, organizing various historical materials of internal publications, and publishing a large number of popular news and articles. The young people of the propaganda department also regarded the Buchan Daily as their own hard work, vying to work overtime 996, and issuing it with old-fashioned printing presses, which had already achieved certain results when St. Hethus first started. In order to enrich the content of the newspaper, he had to publish articles in the Buchan Daily every day, insisting on popularizing various knowledge, and continuously promoting the various governance concepts of the Radical Party, through some small stories, entertaining and educating, which was different from the New Argentina newspaper, this coquettish thing. He even slowly reduced the output of articles to the New Argentina newspaper and only issued tasks. Although the circulation of the Buchan Daily couldn't compare with those large newspapers, because it didn't do entertainment news, the articles were hardcore, and it caught up with a good time. The circulation gradually increased. In just over a month, the daily circulation had exceeded 200 copies, even exceeding the circulation of the Radical Party's newspaper, which made many people unhappy. This was the story of St. Hethus and the Buchan propaganda department. It wasn't until the recent troubles with the steel plant that St. Hethus became a hands-off manager. I have to say that the people he selected were very outstanding. They quickly took over St. Hethus's work, and according to St. Hethus's core propaganda concept, the circulation was still improving in the end. The current growth of the Buchan propaganda department was indeed due to a lot of St. Hethus's credit. If it weren't for St. Hethus's age and qualifications not being enough, Director Luis even wanted to nominate St. Huthis for the deputy position of the National Propaganda Office, but it didn't pass. The Propaganda Office was the propaganda center of the Radical Party, responsible for various propaganda and the Radical Party's newspaper, which was much stronger than the Buchan Propaganda Department and was the core of the Radical Party. Now, the Buchan Propaganda Department had stolen the limelight. St. Huthis didn't care at all. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. He didn't need to stand so high up now. It would only be targeted. He still maintained a humble and reasonable attitude within the Radical Party. If anyone really tried to give him trouble, he wouldn't hold back. He hadn't been in the propaganda department for the past few days, but was preparing for the steel plant cooperation, which was the real big deal. March 15th, May Square Assembly Hall. St. Huthis transformed into a wealth mentor. His goal was to allow Argentina to have new wealth investment methods again. Steel plant bonds and steel plant investment opportunities. 10 consecutive days of advertising and radio bombardment had also plunged the capital into silence. The Socialist Party didn't cause trouble, the Republican Party didn't cause trouble, and the Radical Party didn't cause trouble. Everyone fell into a brief and strange balance, and many people were indeed very interested in the steel plant. This included Perón himself. Of course, it was impossible for him to attend such a meeting. He had his confidants, and the person in charge of the state-owned steel plant arranged to attend this summit as well. St. Huthis did everything he could to invite several big shots to participate, which was also a heavyweight level. Chapter 120. I Have a Steel Dream. At least 300 people attended the meeting. Most of them were the backbone of Argentina, including some political figures, heads of the country's 3 major steel plants, and some investors. The largest group, however, consisted of reporters from major newspapers. This was big news. St. Hilaire appeared confident, though the atmosphere wasn't particularly enthusiastic. He began his speech directly, and the room quieted down. Welcome, everyone, to Argentina's first Steel Fortune Conference. Today, we gather to celebrate and cheer for our steel dreams. Grain and steel are the 2 most important raw materials. Grain ensures survival, while steel enables a good life. St. Hilaire quoted a statement as his opening, capturing everyone's attention and transforming into a dream mentor. However, the atmosphere remained lukewarm. Actually, as you all know, the recent establishment of the Argentine Import and Export Trade Association marks the reopening of our country's trade. By lobbying the parliament, we, Argentina, are an agricultural nation. Compared to industrialized nations, the competitive strength is vastly different, like a child competing against an adult. Our nation's nascent industries struggle to compete equally with similar industries in industrialized countries, so we must lower export tariffs. St. Hilaire didn't forget to promote the purpose of tariff reform, mentioning it again in passing, referring to the infant industry argument. Now, let me tell you that last year's steel production was 400,000 tons, while imports total 200,000 tons, mostly from Brazil. In contrast, the world leader, the United States, produced 90 million tons, more than 20 times our output. This is why our country needs to protect its small steel industry. St. Hilaire had his assistant unfold a large chart displaying the growth data of various industrialized countries in the 6 years since World War II. Argentina wasn't even on the list. Besides several European countries, Japan, the United States, Brazil, Canada, and others all produced over 1.5 million tons. This made the Argentinians present, who prided themselves on being a major South American power, lose face. Particularly, Perón's representatives' face darkened. Others also looked displeased. The gap seemed quite significant. Steel is the fundamental raw material for industrial development. Almost all machinery and equipment are made of steel, and almost all daily necessities also require steel. Without high steel production, industrial development is impossible. Several steel plant heads, including representatives from the Ministry of Industry and Perón, expressed their agreement. Perón himself supported industrialization, but due to inherent shortcomings and poor implementation, the first 5-year plan didn't go well. In recent years, the rapidly developing sectors have been light industries like textiles, with much of the equipment imported, such as telephone lines from General Electric. The steel industry is the core of the economy, the lifeblood of the nation, and the material guarantee for national survival and development. It's the grain of industry, the most used metal by mankind, with wide applications in all areas of social production and life. It's an indispensable strategic basic industrial product. The industrial progress of the United States, Britain, France, the Soviet Union, Germany, and Japan all started with investments in steel plants. Without steel, there are no other industrial products, no tall buildings, no guns, cannons, vehicles, or ships. He displayed charts showing the steel growth data of several major countries from the 19th century, highlighting key milestone years. St. Hilaire wasn't exaggerating. The rise of all modern industrialized nations essentially began with investments in steel after World War II. An East Asian nation emerged as a global steel giant, South Korea. The funds for building its steel plants came from $300 million in war reparations from Japan. This led to the establishment of the Pohang Iron and Steel Company, POSCO, and the Yangwang Steel Plant. South Korea's true emergence as a major economic power began with the first blast furnace at POSCO. POSCO's first blast furnace had a capacity of 1 million tons and took 5 years, 1968 to 1973, to build. St. Hilaire's goal was to build 3 large blast furnaces and 5 converters, along with other supporting facilities, in 3 to 5 years, creating a large steel conglomerate with an annual output of 5 million tons. This was a long-term development goal, ambitious in scope. I wonder if anyone has read the book How the Steel Was Tempered. I won't discuss the book today, but simply draw inspiration from it. This novel tells people, through the protagonist's growth path, that only when a person connects their pursuits with the interests of the nation and its people can they create miracles and grow into a steel warrior. The people present didn't know why St. Hilaire mentioned this book, and they were somewhat confused. Most hadn't read it. It was written by a Soviet author, so I'm focusing on steel plants, which represent our national interests, and are actually highly aligned with the interests of everyone present. Why do I say this? Only when the country is strong can its people be prosperous. Does everyone agree with this statement? The people present thought about it secretly and agreed, but no one answered. St. Hilaire continued to speak eloquently, and even his planted supporters didn't need to speak up, as St. Hilaire was hitting his stride. In my opinion, the steel industry is the most important basic industry, the foundation for the development of all other industries. As everyone knows, Argentina is actually an agricultural country, but with steel, we can become an industrial nation. St. Hilaire continued to tout the importance of steel, linking steel development with national development, making the radical civic union and military figures feel that this young man, though prone to exaggeration, was still very patriotic. Let me briefly introduce the 4 major parts of steel production: mining, iron making, steel making, and steel rolling, naming it the LD converter after the initials of the city where it was invented. This was a huge contribution of voestalpine to the progress of the metallurgical industry, and the converter became voestalpine's sharpest weapon. This was St. Hilaire's confidence, as this technology would dominate the steel industry for the next 60 to 70 years and was very advanced. As for building blast furnaces, the technology was already mature. The difficulty lay in the equipment and the construction period, but that could also be resolved. Now, we finally come to the purpose of today's meeting. We are cooperating with 2 of the most advanced steel plants in Europe, which can provide production technology and equipment to everyone present. They are now preparing to return home to help with the construction of Argentina's steel industry. This is a great step forward. St. Hilaire suddenly stood up, tears welling in his eyes, and vigorously waved his fist, his voice somewhat hoarse. I believe we will soon be able to build more advanced steel plants, far surpassing the Brazilians, and become a world-class steel power. Realizing Argentina's national revival, St. Hilaire was addressing these words to the 3 major steel plants. He wanted to start a steel plant arms race and expand Argentina's steel production. Currently, a 500,000-ton steel plant requires an investment of $5 million. After mass production, the selling price of 1 ton of steel is $220, and with a profit margin of 30%, the cost can be recovered in 2 years, and everything after that is pure profit. After so much groundwork, St. Hilaire finally revealed his fangs, aiming to raise funds to build steel plants and embrace Argentina's future. St. Hilaire was painting a rosy picture without informing the people present of the risks. He was just exaggerating wildly, using some of the traditional sales techniques of later generations, and frantically promoting his idea. With the air of a con man, the atmosphere suddenly became, and everyone was somewhat. If the profits from steel were so high, why bother farming? Only a few people could calmly think of the difficulties behind it. We offer 3 cooperation methods. First, investing in bonds, investing in the La Plata steel plant. Second, we provide resources and technology for you to build your own factories. Third, we only provide channels for you to cooperate directly. Investing in steel plants is investing in our country's future. This speech quickly reached its climax. Saint Hilaire spoke for over an hour on stage, and the atmosphere exploded. Everyone became irrational, eager to make a fortune. This was a golden opportunity, and even if they didn't understand business management, they could invest in bonds. This allowed Saint Hilaire to see the simple Argentinian tycoons who had been exploited by the Perón government for too long, and he became merciless, like a devil tempting them to take action. Saint Hilaire immediately dispatched personnel to negotiate cooperation, backed by the National Tax Bureau, the Stock Exchange, and banks, as well as the reputation of Rain Military Industries, the Radical Party, and the military, clearly indicating that this was a genuine investment in the steel project. Saint Hilaire underwrote a total of $18.76 million in corporate bonds, far exceeding the target, and also sold 7 steel plants and 6 cooperation opportunities. This Steel Wealth Conference was a complete success, marking the first large-scale financial event in Argentine history, and it also allowed Saint Hilaire to see the terrifying private wealth of Argentina. As long as it wasn't plundered, they had plenty of idle funds. The dignitaries present, like Arturo and others, all had one thought in their minds: this kid is a talent, too good at boasting, we can try to win him over, who knows, he might be another spicy skin? With the success of this conference, the banks were also persuaded, and funds were in place to immediately begin building their own steel plant. A telegram was sent to the rolling mill and contact was made with the Port of La Plata to ensure the construction of the ore transport terminal was completed, and mineral reserves were stockpiled in advance. Saint Hilaire was determined to develop the Argentine steel industry, and 2 negotiations with Europe had reached new goals. After the completion of the Prairie International negotiations, he chartered a freighter to transport the necessary production facilities from Austria, and the Austrian United Steel Plant also sent a luxurious team. The first batch of deposit had already been wired into the Austrians' account. The Austrians now possessed the world's most advanced steel technology. They had a new invention for steel converters, and Little Nix had caught up with a good time. Moreover, Austrian United Steel was also eager to monetize these technologies, as Austria needed funds to rebuild Vienna's factories, and American aid was not enough because Austria was occupied by Germany during World War II. After the Soviets entered Vienna, they first dismantled everything that could be dismantled in the Soviet-occupied zone and transported it back to their country. Then, the Soviet Union demanded that Austria, as a defeated country, pay the Soviet Union $250 million in reparations, to be paid in kind within 6 years. The Americans were certainly unwilling to do so. The Soviet Union was trying every means to stay in Eastern Austria and turn it into a Soviet satellite state. Currently, the Soviet Union has 600,000 troops stationed in Eastern Austria, posing a great pressure on the West, but the situation is improving. The Americans disagree with the Soviets' views, especially Stalin's strong stance. Western and Central Europe could never fall into the hands of the Soviets, even if the United States suffered a huge defeat in Asia. Many factories in Austria are being rebuilt and are now working hard to restore production. The Viennese people expressed great appreciation for the friendly hand extended by the Argentinians, and Prairie International had also contacted Rain Military Industries, which secretly went to West Germany. Therefore, progress in Austria was relatively smooth. As a result, Austrian United Steel sent a technical team of several hundred people, who passed through the border from Vienna by waterway and then went to Argentina. Prairie International also recruited thousands of Austrian workers locally and directly chartered a freighter, which was approved by Saint Hilaire on the Belgian side. Their steel plant also agreed to negotiations and prepared to go to Argentina for assistance. The Belgians were very advanced in blast furnace iron making, and they are good at various supporting facilities construction such as more advanced coal chemical industry, electricity, coking, etc. The La Plata steel plant recruited more than 500 people at one time, and used railway transportation to dismantle various steel plant equipment. Belgium's steel industry is currently suppressed by both powerful France and the resurgent West Germany, and Belgium's coal and iron mainly come from the Ruhr area. The cost limit is very large, so they are willing to cooperate with the Argentinians. After all, Belgium also wants to eliminate some old equipment. These second-hand equipment are very advanced for Argentina. In contrast, other countries are unwilling to lose their own steel industry. Fortunately, Europe is not a country, otherwise Saint Hilaire would only be able to find technology from Japan. Although the European coal and steel community has been established, the main influence is still the French and the Germans, and the other 4 small countries are only supporting roles. Even if the treaty stipulates that Belgian steel plants can obtain cheaper raw materials, the priority is still not as good as Germany and France, which makes the Belgians helpless. The work during this period was very simple, that is, raising money to do things. Bank loans are not so easy to get, and fundraising is not so easy to raise. Even if there is someone to guarantee, the bank is still not at ease, so St. Ayres also needs a wealth conference to boost the confidence of these people. Obviously, he succeeded. Argentina's business environment is actually very general, and the development of the financial industry is even more general. Everyone is unwilling to invest money in the industrial aspect. St. Ayres cannot put all his cash flow into this huge investment in the steel plant, and he still needs to use external forces currently. It generally takes 2 to 3 years to invest in the construction of a large steel plant, and he still needs to keep some money for backup. After calculations by several financial officers, this investment requires at least $50 million or more. The funds raised by St. Ayres this time far exceeded $45 million, but instead $57.78 million, far exceeding the target. In fact, the original $45 million was not enough. This is only the funds needed to build a steel plant and supporting facilities. Raw materials can only come from abroad. St. Ayres has 2 goals in mind. One is the iron ore in Bolivia, which is enough to cope with the iron ore needs for the next few decades, but the investment is huge. The second is the undiscovered iron ore in Western Australia, which requires less investment, but transportation is a challenge, and the grade of Australian coal mines is also high, which can be dealt with together. Brazilian iron ore is only the third choice, but it is currently the only choice. Prairie has signed a contract with Vale do Rio Doce in Brazil, because Brazil and Argentina are naturally at odds, so we must also guard against it. Speaking of raw materials, there is also port construction. At present, the draft depth of the port of La Plata is only less than 10 meters, and it can only berth freighters of less than 20,000 tons, which is very unreliable. If you want to safely berth a freighter of 50,000 tons, then the draft depth is best to be 12 meters, which is also a sum of money. Argentina lacks deep water good ports in terms of shipping, which is also a pity, but if there is money in the future, building a few more artificial ports, or even land reclamation, and building a bay is not a problem. The Steel Conference also had an unexpected gain, that is, to promote the infant industry protection theory, at least to have a few more allies, and to gain the recognition of many people, so that St. Ayres' subsequent preparation for customs tariff goals has a lot more voice. These 2 things are actually in progress simultaneously. The steel plant is a pleasant surprise and has also become a breakthrough in tariff reform. This speech was widely publicized by major newspapers, and St. Ayres' popularity has also increased a lot. Such a patriot should be respected and loved by many people. St. Ayres himself blew himself up, and a series of carefully selected photos were selected, and articles began to spread widely, and Argentine's steel empire dream quickly spread throughout the country. Investing in steel is investing in Argentina's future. This article has also been reprinted a lot. Steel power theory, the concept of young St. Ayres and don't let patriots down. We need more steel warriors. On the importance of steel in Argentina's industrialization. The Radical Party has also begun to speak out intensively, bombarding the unreasonable customs tariffs of the Perón government. The New Argentina newspaper followed up and reprinted it in the first time. A public opinion storm has unfolded again, and this time it is going to be real. The military blue faction has also begun to speak out, dissatisfied with the tariff policy of the Perón government. Economics professors have begun to throw out various new economic research data. The Socialist Vanguard newspaper followed up, the Radical Party's Buenos Aires Daily followed up, industry associations followed up, finally, the labor union followed up. The short-term balance was broken again, and the national public opinion suddenly turned, becoming critical of Perón's customs tariff policy. It profoundly pointed out that the time has come for Argentina to change, and the existing customs tariff policy can no longer meet the needs of Argentina's industrial and commercial development. The tariff amount is increasing, but the annual customs revenue is decreasing. 10 sins of high customs import and export tariffs. This article was shocking and truly shocked all Argentines. The disadvantages of excessive customs tariffs. Perón doesn't understand economics. The time has come for customs tariff reform. Unlike the previous praise, now more intensive criticism of public opinion has arrived. Chapter 121 Compromise and Change in the Presidential Palace. On March 18, a few days before the start of the semester, St. Ayres was invited to Arturo's office by Congressman Luis Clearly, The upper echelons of the Radical Civic Union also felt that simply issuing orders was no longer appropriate in their view. St. Hesser was indeed quite capable, even though he was still very young and hadn't even graduated from university, but that wasn't a problem. They also wanted to meet the young man who had recently been stirring up trouble and roiling Argentine public opinion. They sat in another office next door and could see and hear the conversation between the two men through a one-way mirror. This was Arturo's request, so as not to put too much pressure on the young man. Arturo, as someone who had deeply studied the oil industry, also had a strong interest in the steel industry. Therefore, he specifically asked Allende to come and discuss things in detail, and also to tell St. Hesser about the situation in Congress. St. Hesser appeared more composed this time. In fact, St. Hesser was about the same age as their children, but they often lacked the same excellence as this young man and still needed experience. These were basically all Argentine political giants. Even if some of them didn't hold official positions, a single election could directly elevate them to high office. This was the strength of the Radical Civic Union, and it was also a characteristic of capitalist countries. One didn't always have to be in a political office. St. Hesser saw Arturo again. He was still in good shape, with piercing eyes, somewhat different from the restrained demeanor he had shown during their last meeting. As soon as St. Hesser entered, he said, "Cohen, you did a great job organizing the steel conference. The propaganda department has also been doing very well recently. If you weren't so busy with your studies, I would have directly appointed you as the deputy director of the propaganda department." Arturo also expressed his approval of some of the work of the Buchan propaganda department. Luis didn't leave but quietly sat beside them, listening. "These are all duties within my purview. It's all thanks to the efforts of the party members below. They executed things very well. I only started things off," St. Hesser said quickly. He showed neither self-aggrandizement nor undue humility, and was willing to share the credit with his subordinates, which pleased everyone present. St. Hesser also knew that his biggest weakness in Argentine politics was his lack of a deep background. Therefore, if he could gain the appreciation of some people, it would greatly help him in the future. Unless necessary, he should also try not to offend anyone, at least until his wings were fully grown. This achievement will be noted. For now you can interact more with some people from the Youth League. The Youth League is a subordinate organization of our Radical Civic Union, mainly composed of young people. I will also have the people from the Buchan Youth League contact you more. I heard that you started a new youth alliance, which is excellent. Okay, Mr. Chairman, you can call me Allende. Getting back to the main topic, Cohen, your understanding of industrialization is quite profound. Where did you learn all this, especially your understanding of the steel industry? It's quite profound. It can be said to exceed that of the Radical Civic Union steel mill owner. As soon as Arturo finished speaking, he turned the topic to St. Hesser. His intention very clear. He wasn't someone who liked to beat around the bush. This is mainly due to reading more books, practicing more, and learning more, plus General Thompson's help. St. Hesser could only pick and choose from his own experiences. This was a secret he was guarding carefully, so he shifted the blame to Commander Thompson, which was perfect. You're indeed a genius to be able to learn and comprehend these things from books and put them into practice diligently. Already surpasses 99% of Argentine young people. Thompson, that guy, to be able to rise from the city defense force is indeed a remarkable figure. The Cohen City military aircraft manufacturing plant is our first high-tech company in Argentina. It seems to be highly valued by Perón back then. They could even produce cars, motorcycles, and tractors. Damn, was that factory so amazing? He hadn't heard of it at all when he was in Cordoba. If he had known about this, he would have definitely poached their talent to make motorcycles and tractors. It's not too late now. Ryan Industrials Philip will soon return from Japan. When the time comes, he'll have him go to Cohen City to find more people. It's better to use people from his own country. After all, foreigners are still people from other countries. Many of your views are correct. Our country has taken many detours in the last 10 years or so. Relying solely on selling resources is not a promising path. I heard that Europe is recovering and developing very quickly. Argentina, relying on selling resources during World War II, has fallen behind again. In fact, this is a kind of resource curse. This profound theory wouldn't be discovered by the Americans until 40 years later. Of course, St. Hesser couldn't release this theory in advance. No one would believe him if he did. Mr. Allende, in the world, there is also a non-European country that is developing very quickly, and that is Japan. Their economic recovery and development have been very rapid. St. Hesser added that Japan would surpass the Soviet Union economically in just over 30 years, becoming the world's second largest economy, and 60% of the Soviet Union's economy was related to the military industry. In a few years after Stalin's death, it could be said that the Corn Emperor was largely to blame, or so he thought. Is that so? Japan is too distant and unfamiliar to us. If I have the opportunity, I want to learn more about it. Can you tell me your reasons? Arturo admired the American system the most, because it was the world's largest economy, followed by Western Europe. As for Japan, it was too far away, and he wasn't very interested. Yes, Europe itself has many traditional powers, and Japan has managed to transform from a feudal country into one of the world's top 10 industrial powers in just over 100 years, which is indeed worth our learning. An industrial system is an admission ticket, an industrial system is a bargaining chip, and an industrial system is even more the foundation of national welfare. The opportunities for any country and nation to establish this system are actually few and far between, because without this ticket, Argentina will repeatedly miss historical opportunities in the future. The middle income trap. Without its own industrial system, it is basically impossible to cross over. Latin American countries have basically been wiped out. They have been fooled into deindustrializing. Production-oriented countries are much better at resisting risks than consumption-oriented countries. Japan is developing very quickly now. They are rebuilding a completely new steel industry. I heard that a new Japanese steel company, with a capital of only $1.4 million, is planning to invest $45 million to build a new integrated steel plant with blast furnaces. St. Hesser couldn't do such a big thing, and Argentina's financial environment wasn't very good. His investment in the La Plata steel plant exceeded $12 million, and his assets far exceeded those of Kawasaki Steel. This Japanese factory is called Kawasaki Steel. A very young steel company, which in my opinion, is itself a miracle. The reason why this matter has attracted high social attention in Japan is because it has broken the economic control dominated by Japanese bureaucrats, which can be called another miracle. This matter basically only spread in Japan. Even the Americans disdained it, let alone the Argentines. He told this story in detail, embellishing it. This matter was basically told to him by Philip in a telegram, and St. Hesser directly told him to learn from this Japanese person. What he did was very great for Japan, almost reshaping the spirit of Japan, which had lost its soul after the war. As for our Argentina, the social cohesion is also showing a continuous weakening trend. Some people are even planning to leave Argentina and immigrate to other countries. In fact, when I heard about this, I was very shocked. The rise of a country is bound to be the reshaping of the people's spirit. I am cheering for the steel industry for this reason. To learn from this Japanese company, Argentines are already showing signs of, if I'm not welcome here, I'll be welcome elsewhere. For example, the son of the director of the SYDIC cement plant in Meaton Town has already immigrated to the United States. If SYDIC wasn't already in his 50s, he might have immigrated as well. This is actually a drawback of immigration countries. St. Hesser must stop this situation. There are already few Argentines, and reshaping the national spirit is the right solution. Nishiyama Yutaro, who has continuously created miracles this year, is also a person with a rebellious spirit who does not bow to powerful forces. St. Hesser added that some of the people present were also silent. In fact, the Radical Civic Union opposed the dictatorial government, but they were in a weak position, and their resistance was not fierce. Our Argentina has been suppressed by strong forces for a long time, and in this environment of submission, it is difficult to produce leaders with a pioneering spirit. Leaders like Mr. Arturo, who are tough, are actually very scarce. Although these people in Japan are also facing the harsh reality of the nail that sticks out gets hammered, they never give in and always insist on the indomitable fighting spirit of being hammered but still sticking out, which is what I want to learn. After Perón came to power in 1946, he vigorously promoted Peronism, which advocated dictatorial rule. Peronism became a national political symbol of Argentina. This history of dictatorial rule has actually accompanied Argentina for more than 100 years after its independence. The resistance of the Argentine people has never stopped, but it has always been suppressed. What you said is very good. Except that some of the words are not quite in place, but I think the rest is very reasonable. Most of the people present nodded seriously. Obviously St. Hesser's views were also relatively profound. Even if he was still a bit naive in politics, ignoring the flattery, these words were already quite remarkable. With the expansion of agricultural exports, land ownership is becoming more and more concentrated, while a large number of farmers have no land to cultivate. In the city, industries related to agricultural exports have spawned a wealthy class. The start of manufacturing has also created a group of nouveau riche, while countless urban residents cannot escape poverty due to unemployment. Perón's high welfare policy is actually beneficial to urban residents, but it is not sustainable because the wealth pie cannot be made bigger, and may even shrink and eventually disappear. In fact, Although Argentina's industrial scale is not large, it was still somewhat promising in the previous 10 years. Now, however, it is all because of the customs taxes that harm its teammates, plus the fact that the first 5-year plan is almost entirely related to light industry and export agricultural product processing. Heavy industry and the steel industry have made no progress and are half dead. St. Hesse looked at Argentina's industrial data over the years with a look of emotion. Resource-rich countries are never short of luck. In the 1940s, Argentina took advantage of the loopholes in World War II and once again abandoned the primary food processing and other primary industries that it had managed to establish. It sold various resources in large quantities, and its GDP was able to maintain a growth rate of over 6%. However, this rapid advance and scorched earth export led to the breeding of corruption, triggering social injustice and greater turmoil, coupled with the prevalence of conservative ideology. This is why St. Hesse's theory of a strong steel country has a market. Argentines have solved the doubts in their hearts. Why is it that the more they develop, the less money they have? The heavy industry in Argentina in later generations started in the 1960s, which was already a bit late. The world situation has changed drastically. At least the cost will be several times higher than it is now, and the difficulty will also increase a lot, making national original accumulation even more difficult. In order to satisfy the needs of nationalists and workers, Perón nationalized a large number of energy, telecommunications, railway, and electricity companies. Since workers' strikes were legal rights, they often demanded a 30% salary increase, high vacations, and high wages. In the end, the heavy industry and chemical industry that had just been pulled up existed in name only. Argentina used a policy of gradually replacing primary product exports with light industrial product exports to drive economic development and achieve industrialization, which belongs to the first stage of import substitution. Industrialization. St. Hesse didn't say these words later, and the topic turned to other aspects. Public opinion warfare is also a key point. For this public opinion war, I only have one request: do nothing that harms national interests and do not organize strikes. Arturo's request coincided with St. Hesse's. He didn't want to be in the limelight and be targeted for the time being. Okay, this is also my own opinion. St. Hesse nodded in agreement. And then said, everyone makes mistakes, and the government's decisions cannot always be right, so this is not the main point of our attack. Our common goal is to make the country's future development better. Well, it's good that you understand. Even the radical party won't help too much or too deeply. This cannot become a confrontation between the two sides, and the radical party cannot mobilize all its strength. St. Hesse also discussed some things with Arturo Lau. He didn't leave until 3 full hours later. Allende, Luis, Nick, Mick, Ron, what do you think of this kid Cohen? The person on the other side of the office opened the door and came out from inside. Arturo raised his head, smoothed his hair, adjusted his glasses, and said slowly, I think he's doing a great job. He's very young, very motivated, and has his own organization and methods. Luis said, it's great. When I was in college, I couldn't do such a big thing. A very interesting young man. We can help him in the future. Indeed, he's pretty good. He is indeed a good seedling and can be cultivated. Arturo and his important teammate Allende exchanged glances. There is no doubt that the Radical Party may have a major reshuffle in the future. The Radical Party is indeed splitting internally now. The ideologies of the conservatives and the hardliners are incompatible. They are also examining some young seed players. St. Hesse is very suitable for their hardliners, but he is a bit too young. He has practical ability, but he still needs to be trained. Luis, you can take care of Cohen more. This person is very suitable for our hardliners and cannot be pulled away by those old guys and softies of the conservatives. Arturo set the tone. Okay, Chairman. Luis was non-committal. Whether this young man is a tiger cub or a flea, we may know soon. To the west are the majestic Andes Mountains, and to the east is the endless Atlantic Ocean. Apart from Brazil, there are no strong countries around, and the national defense environment is extremely safe. Successive presidential palaces and companies have neither attached importance to nor been eager to develop the foundations of industrial systems such as chemical industry and steel. Now, all parties in Argentina are attacking the presidential palace by attacking customs taxes. This public opinion war initiated by St. Hesse has begun to be supported by the whole country. To be honest, the impact of customs taxes on Argentina's fragile industry is indeed devastating, but at least there is still a breath left to rescue it. from the fact that St. Tessa's establishment of the Import and Export Association can attract 400 members and the popularity of the Steel Conference fundraising activities, it proves that Argentina's foundation is still good, but the direction is wrong. The characteristic of this public opinion is that it is relatively mild. Everyone is not causing trouble. Although the headlines of the newspapers are exaggerated, every sentence in the article expresses regret for the fact that the country cannot be strong, the nation cannot be revitalized, and the factory continues to decline. Patriotic theories are overflowing, and therefore it has won the sympathy of the people across the country, calling for national policies to reach a time when they must be changed. The Radical Party is even lobbying through Congress, rather than relatively extreme methods such as strikes, so the presidential palace is still very decent. It is impossible for a government to make all the right decisions. This is the first and most important tone of St. Tessa's public opinion campaign. This time, it can be criticized but never tries to confront. Arturo and the others also feel that there is no need to engage in internal friction on this kind of thing, because it takes a lot of effort and there is not much benefit. St. Tessa's relationship with them is not so deep, so limited help is provided, and support is shown. The same is true for the people in the Import and Export Association. The military also agrees with a non-confrontational approach. After all, this is not a political struggle or a power struggle, but just a modification of wrong decisions. The labor union movement has lost its original purpose in the past few years, and they have become tools for new rent seekers. March 22, 2 days after the start of the new semester, the presidential palace, under pressure from all sides of the country, supported the modification and reduction of tariffs, and the Congress also successfully passed the new customs bill. Argentina will implement a brand new tariff policy, a trade protection policy, which has caused some sensation in Latin America. Among them, two core policies have also caused a sensation in the country. When Argentina was the strongest, it implemented a free trade policy, which led to the country being controlled by British and American capital. Then Perón came to power and implemented a failed trade protection policy, which was actually a malformation, but the new policy is indeed very suitable for Argentina at present. The new policy is as follows. First, take various measures to restrict imports to protect its domestic market from competition from foreign goods, and provide preferences and subsidies to its domestic export goods to encourage their exports and reduce export tariffs. Second, for industrial production equipment, machine tools, especially equipment useful for heavy industrialization such as steel and chemical industry, the most favored nation tariff is adopted, and private investment and bank support are encouraged in the next few days. Supporting policies for equipment imports and industries including electrical, electronic, automobile, and shipbuilding will also be introduced. When St. Tessa heard about the tariff policy changes, he waved his fist vigorously. Argentina's future has completely turned around, and his goal is to preserve this achievement. At least the equipment of the steel plant does not need to pay high tariffs, and exports do not need to go through too many smuggling channels. With just this one change, Argentina will definitely be able to stop the downward trend in the next few years, cultivate a new batch of companies, and even if it is implemented well, the national treasury will receive a lot of new taxes from customs. A gust of early autumn wind blew by. St. Tessa stood on the balcony of the consulting company, holding the railing, holding a newspaper in his hand, and threw it on the ground. Argentina seems to be changing. It's getting more and more chaotic. I hope it's in time. Urban guerrillas injured 5 policemen yesterday. Guerrilla members suspected of being university students. Chapter 122. Argentine urban guerrilla. St. Tessa was a little speechless. How did the urban guerrillas appear ahead of schedule? Wasn't this thing supposed to appear 10 years later? Urban guerrillas generally refer to guerrilla organizations that appeared in Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile in the 1960s and 1970s. To be honest, these were okay in the early stage, but later they became like gangsters and terrorists. St. Tessa was no stranger to guerrillas. The Thunder Cross of the Potassium Triangle had contacted the Bolivian guerrillas. The Bolivian guerrillas were supported by the Chilean Soviet embassy, and the leader was called Paz Echencoro, who seemed to be the former Minister of Finance of Bolivia. The real god of guerrilla warfare is in New China. He remembers the 16-character policy clearly and will never forget it. The enemy advances, we retreat; the enemy camps, we harass; the enemy tires, we strike; the enemy retreats, we pursue. The Latin American region fought jungle guerrilla warfare and became small warlords. Their level was not very good. Later, they were besieged by the military government. St. Tessa did not like guerrilla warfare or mobile warfare. He preferred the firepower thinking, and the Argentine army's level was indeed not good. Only the Air Force was barely passable. St. Harris felt that when fighting a war, it should be a modern three-dimensional warfare. Fighting counterinsurgency warfare and street fighting are last resorts and are complete failures. The best strategy is to subdue the enemy without fighting. But if you really want to fight, he is not afraid. War is just a means to achieve goals, but if you are controlled by the military, that is military government thinking. A gun that cannot be commanded is not a good gun. Guerrero, do you still have records of that guerrilla team in Bolivia? The one whose leader is Paz, St. Harris asked suddenly. Guerrero was standing behind him. The two were discussing the further development of the Falcon Bureau. Intelligence work really burns money, and it is also necessary to design some special agent weapons, such as eavesdropping devices, miniature pistols, and small explosives. The latter two are okay. The simplest eavesdropping device is a small gadget like a voice recorder, but Argentina can't do it yet. Argentina's electronics industry is not very good. There is a radio factory, but it can only produce some small gadgets. The post-World War II period is a stage of rapid development of electronic appliances. It seems that when the steel plant, motorcycle plant, and tractor plant are initially completed, it is time to invest in this area. This is the advanced industry of the future. Okay, boss, I'll go to Bill from the Potassium Triangle to get some information. I'll let Andre report to you personally about the urban guerrillas. Bill Bird is now the deputy director of the Falcon Bureau, an all-rounder, responsible for the construction of the intelligence system in Morado Town, Oran City, and other key cities in the entire north of the Potassium Triangle, and also supervises the Thunder Mining headquarters, cement plant, tobacco factory, plantation, etc. Okay, you go first. Just bring it to me later. Recently, he has been busy with customs, public opinion, and the steel plant. He has not contacted the Potassium Triangle for almost a month. Looking at the weather, the tobacco should also be harvested. Selling tobacco can bring in a lot of money after a while. Andre knocked on the door and came in. Andre, do you know anything about the urban guerrillas in Buenos Aires? St. Harris looked up and asked directly. Boss, I know a little about this, but it's just a more formal gang. Of course, they are indeed more novel gangsters. They got a few guns, and unlike ordinary gangs, they don't bully ordinary people, and they like to get involved with some unions. It seems to be quite different. Maybe it is the ancestor of the urban guerrillas. Perón has a lot of opposition. Is guerrilla warfare attractive? To be honest, he doesn't think much of these people, but he has to be affected. If it really doesn't work, kill them and send them to see God. Even if there are classmates inside, prevention is better than cure. These people are bandits and gangsters in order to make money. Argentina is not suitable for them. It is better to send them to Uruguay and Paraguay. The people of Brazil also need them. Argentina does not need these scum. It's just like that. It is estimated that a new leader has been replaced. The tactics are still very good. They killed several people from the police department, which made them famous, and they are very good at escaping and hiding. Running away after doing it once is probably still very active. Let them collect more intelligence about guerrillas and gangs, and if it really doesn't work, kill them in a legal way. St. Harris added that Argentina cannot be too chaotic now. He wants to set up some industries in Buenos Aires, and there are too many who stand out. Okay, by the way, how is the security near the Paladi district in Buenos Aires now? Is it suitable for building a factory? The security in the Paladi district is okay, and there are many workers, but the unemployment rate is very high. Well, then arrange for someone to see if there is a suitable place. Prepare to buy a few factory buildings, prepare equipment, and set up textile factories, clothing factories, and shoe factories. Arrange the addresses of the textile factories and shoe factories downstream, and keep them away from the beverage factory. The Paladi district is the location of Prairie's third beverage factory and St. Harris's first production factory in Buenos Aires. This is mainly a food factory after all now. Many new businesses have been produced now. The export business has been changed, and it is a good time to show off. Building a bunch of new factories in Buenos Aires is also a good way to expand the scale of operations and open more factories to make money. Okay, boss, but it may be more troublesome to get raw materials for clothing and textiles in Buenos Aires. There's a large company here that almost monopolizes more than half of the market. It is not the same as in Maria Town. There's a large company called Bern. This company is also the owner of most of the cotton fields in the country, and controls large garment factories. The prices of cotton and ready-made clothes are determined by this company. They also monopolize many industries in Buenos Aires. It seems that this company is not very famous. They did not participate in the Import and Export Association. If we intervene, there may be a lot of conflicts. To be honest, the only thing that SYNOPSIS in Buenos Aires may have a big conflict with other local companies is the beverage factory, but it is basically smooth sailing because Argentina's domestic beverage industry isn't very strong, and Prol International is involved in foreign trade, or rather, since SYNOPSIS mainly focused on overseas markets after developing the domestic market, its current effort to establish itself domestically will inevitably conflict with other domestic companies. These former caudillos aren't so simple either. Have Rod, the boss of Andy's Peace clothing factory, come see me. I didn't expect that the clothing industry would need a local snake to succeed, SYNOPSIS instructed. Yes, boss. Bill has transmitted a secret telegram, classified as secret level. Guerrero handed the intelligence to SYNOPSIS, who took it and began to read through the documents. The more he read, the more he realized that Paz was quite capable. The number of guerrillas he organized was even more than the Thunder Cross. And he was really preparing to return to Sucre to start a rebellion next month. Bill was also invited, but he didn't agree. However, he sent some local specialties and secured an order for a used Chicago typewriter, with the final payment to be a few mines in Thunder Mining to choose from after the successful uprising. This guy is interesting. I think he might succeed. Bolivia's economy is much worse than Argentina's, even worse than northern Argentina. Coupled with the war with Paraguay, it's a purely agricultural country with a small population, a mountain of foreign debt, and a tribal political system with a large number of landowners and nobles. But Paz is a well-educated military man who understands economics. He's developed foreign trade to support a guerrilla force and established the Nationalist Revolutionary Movement Party, planning to launch an armed uprising next month to overthrow the Bolivian dictatorship. Send a telegram to Bill. SYNOPSIS, am investing in this venture. Also, sponsor some supplies, such as canned food. Send more bullets and some guns, maybe half sell, half donate. Anyway, in the future, replace them all with Rhine products. By the way, have Rhine Armaments send 3 mortars and 300 shells. Since it's a venture capital investment, he's definitely going to play it big. Bill has a good impression of Paz and thinks he's capable. Rhine Armaments can already produce mortars. It's just a matter of stamping and manufacturing. Sending 2 or 3 isn't a problem. Maria Town has plenty of raw materials for the shells. Yes, boss. Taking leave just after the start of the semester is embarrassing for the teachers, but with Professor Pukins covering for him, it's not a big deal. SYNOPSIS still got first place in the final exam last semester, so he has privileges during the summer vacation. The new youth league wasn't idle either, continuing to expand off campus. Recently, the Radical Civic Union's youth group also plans to cooperate, which is a win-win. Most of the members of the Import and Export Association are small and medium-sized companies. SYNOPSIS only cooperates with Rod. As for military industries, he can handle those himself. Mr. SYNOPSIS, how can I help? How much do you know about Bern Corporation? Bern Corporation is the largest textile group in the country, with 8 large garment factories. They control 80% of the country's cotton. It's backed by 2 families, the Bern family and the Bench family, both from Buenos Aires province. Their history can be traced back to the colonial period. Argentina has such a large factory? SYNOPSIS, am ignorant. In the end, the information wasn't up to par. However, the Falcon Bureau has fewer people assigned to commercial information, and they are mainly serving Maria Town. Rhine Armaments and Prol International don't need the Falcon Bureau's help. I plan to set up a few factories. How should I go about it? If suitable, I'll set up more. In comparison, light industry is currently the fastest way to make money. The equipment is simple, and you just need enough workers. While the foreign trade policy is changing, I need to quickly prepare to start working and make money. Mr. SYNOPSIS, I am willing to help with all my strength, just to cooperate with Blue Cloud Clothing. SYNOPSIS hadn't revealed that he was the owner of Blue Cloud. Okay, please gather more information for me on this matter, as quickly as possible. This is the time to grab money, but it's not a rash entry. As the location of the customs office, Buenos Aires provides convenient export and good supporting facilities. Okay, Mr. SYNOPSIS. A few days later, SYNOPSIS bought many factory buildings in Buenos Aires, brought some garment factory managers and some old employees from Maria Town, and quickly set up the framework. With Ron's help, it's basically going smoothly. First, get the garment factory up and running, Then comes the more troublesome shoe factory, which requires more complex equipment, but it's not a big problem as for Bern Corporation. Their strength is just so-so, but they do have a lot of wealth behind them, with 250,000 hectares of land, equivalent to 2,500 square kilometers of cotton fields. They really have a large-scale operation. It's not like there aren't opponents. Argentina doesn't lack cotton. If it really doesn't work, I'll work harder, get rid of a few caudillos and send them in, and then I'll have everything. While St. Tessa was enthusiastically preparing for the factory, two good pieces of news arrived. Horst from Rhine Armaments returned fully loaded, having recruited some light and heavy weapons design talents. The top German design talents were basically snatched up by the Americans and Soviets. Horst brought some good news, recruiting several weapons design experts, especially experts in assault rifles and artillery, which greatly excited St. Tessa. The assault rifle has a lead. The Sturmgewehr 45, improved version. The AK-47 is very precious now, and there's no possibility of importing a production line. But the Germans have assault rifles, and they are not allowed to have a national defense military industry. The Sturmgewehr 45 was an experimental assault rifle developed and produced by Mauser in 1945 during the late stages of World War II. The literal translation is Storm Rifle 45 or Assault Rifle 45. The Germans fell, and the Soviets and Americans ate their fill for light and heavy weapons. The Soviet and American products are good, with a full range of submachine guns and assault rifles. The steel mill team will also leave the port of Holland and head south across the Atlantic, preparing to return home. They haven't been back to Argentina for more than half a year and are homesick. Boss, Philippe has arrived. Philippe, thank you for your hard work. Was this trip to Japan smooth? It takes about 3 months to travel from Argentina to Japan by ship. While the aviation industry is developing rapidly, Argentina, apart from the presidential plane, doesn't have much else. All overseas travel is by ship. It was quite smooth. I brought back a lot of old equipment this time. Do you have a suitable place ready for the factory, especially the German equipment, which was secretly acquired a lot? I've had people arrange it. It's not a big problem. Pay more attention, okay, boss. We've hired many Japanese experts to help us with construction, okay? This is a very important matter. The future of Argentine agriculture depends on us. This is no exaggeration. As long as we get the tractors sorted out, this place will be on a large scale. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Improved STG-45 Assault Rifle. After welcoming Philip and helping him settle in, he had to rush off to deal with the new factory's affairs. Ryan Industries was still very fragile and needed his personal attention. The tractor and motorcycle factories were only in their initial stages. It would probably take a lot of time to get everything sorted out. St. Tessa couldn't offer much help, so he could only have someone buy Philip a house near the new Rhine factory and give him a raise. Besides the usual empty promises, he would provide enough money. The next day, at the Rhine France factory, St. Tessa drove over to meet Horst at the factory's new office. St. Tessa, seeing Horst full of energy, said with some emotion, "Horst, your trip to Europe this time was really not easy. It was simply too dangerous and really exhausting." During Horst's trip to Germany, both the Falcon Bureau and the Thunder Cross had several members sacrifice themselves. It was the most dangerous of the several teams he had sent out. Even with great caution, it was unavoidable. Germany was at a time of chaos after World War II, transitioning to recovery. Horst went to places where the Allies and the Soviets were fighting fiercely in the shadows. The armies of 4 countries still occupied Germany. The most dangerous period after the war in Germany had passed. West Germany was experiencing its strongest recovery phase. In a few years, it would be harder to recruit people on a national level. A strong West Germany was in the interest of the United States, Britain, and France. The Americans needed to use West Germany as a pawn to maintain their military presence in Europe and counter the Soviet Union. The French were now trying to win over West Germany to form the European coal and steel community to resist the United States. The British consistently maintained a balance of power on the continent. On a grassroots level, the image of the German nation had changed from the perpetrator of Nazi Germany to a victim who was dismembered by hegemony and striving to stand up from the rubble. Anyway, It was quite magical. East Germany was more difficult and chaotic because the Soviets had dismantled and taken away industrial equipment. The economy was worse, and the Soviets were not easy to deal with. It's okay. Having such a thrilling and exciting experience is a rare memory in life. Horst appeared very calm. This trip to Germany was completed very successfully, and Saint Hesse was very satisfied. He deserved a reward. His main trip was to Zuhl, Thuringia, in East Germany. This city was famous for its weapons manufacturing and gun production and was Horst's key target city in East Germany. He also went to Berndorf in West Germany, the headquarters of the Mauser factory, as well as Dusseldorf and other places in the Ruhr area, recruiting many young weapon designers. The process was indeed very thrilling, often subject to a lot of questioning by the Soviets, Americans, British, and French. Germany was still quite chaotic, and the Iron Curtain had already formed. The two chatted briefly. Well, shall we go and take a look at the factory's situation now? Saint Hesse didn't say anything more. Making money was the most practical thing. He wasn't someone who liked to comfort men, so he simply went to see the factory's designers. Okay, boss. Horst was non-committal. Some hardships were destined to become memories. The two walked one after the other, chatting about interesting things from their trip to Europe, such as encountering some German girls, but being lustful but not bold, and also seeing many German widows, all of whom were pitiful people after the war. They wanted to take care of their business, but were too embarrassed. Horst also seemed more relaxed since returning to Argentina. This near-death experience had made him feel more and more open-minded because there were far fewer men in Germany. Women often had to work as well. In addition, although German factories had recovered, military industries were banned, so many weapon designers were unemployed. Switching careers meant low wages and hard work, so recruiting designers was quite easy. It seems that we still need to continue to work hard. We actually need a lot more designers. Saint Hesse stroked his chin, considering seriously. It took more than 5 minutes to walk from the new office to the factory. There were quite a few green trees along the way, because the noise from the gun mold factory was relatively loud, and soundproofing work was also important. As soon as Saint Hesse entered the factory building, he heard the roar of the mold workshop. In the distance, stamping machines were producing some gun parts, and rows of bullet production lines were visually striking. The sales of the MP40 were amazing, and many new workers doing mechanical processing had been recruited. Every additional gun produced meant earning a lot more US dollars. The workers on site were carrying out production in an orderly manner. Assembly was in a separate workshop. Boss, you need to get more copper wire coils over here. The production pressure for bullets is still very high, Horst said earnestly to Saint Hesse. Especially after the boss had developed overseas markets, the demand for bullets was very high, and the demand for copper wire had increased a lot. Apart from steel mills, Argentina's domestic metal smelting industry did not involve other metals like copper and aluminum. Most of it needed to be imported from Chile, which was still very expensive. It seemed that copper metal smelting plants also needed to be established simultaneously to meet the needs of increasing bullet production. The Andes Mountains had many copper mines. Thunder Mining needed to step up its efforts. There were some ancient mines in the Lithium Triangle that could also produce copper ore. There was no need to worry about copper ore. After mining, setting up a smelting plant would not be a problem. Metal copper smelting was relatively easy. Okay, the steel mill will get the basics sorted out first. I'll see if I can establish my own smelting plant. The two continued to walk forward, turning several times to a relatively quiet place. The confidentiality was well done. 2 Delta security guards stood at the door. Because they were familiar faces, the two quickly entered. Saint Hesse walked into a large research room, pushed open the door, and found several middle-aged German weapon designers disassembling and analyzing several assault rifles. They were discussing things in German. There was also a finished product on the table, which was a bit similar to the STG-44, with a cylindrical shape in the front, looking a bit ugly. Saint Hesse's favorite assault rifle was the AK-47. Its production process was relatively simple, low-quality raw materials could be used, and the price was cheap. But now there was no way to contact the Soviets, and the Soviets themselves had not yet fully equipped their troops. So it was even more impossible for the production line to be leaked. Boss, these are my German compatriots, some young people who used to work at Hummel and Walter, and some who came from East Germany. Hello, I am the boss of Rhine Armaments. I hope to cooperate more in the future. Saint Hesse spoke in German, which was a bit awkward, but barely understandable. After everyone got acquainted, Saint Hesse asked, by the way, Do you know a company called HK and Berndorf? This German company was quite famous in the field of light weapons, especially rifles. HK Company, I know this company. It was originally called the Hut Factory. After the war, it produced office machinery and sewing machine parts, bicycles, and household appliances. Their three founders are very famous, named Edmund Heckler, Theodor Koch, and Alex Seidel. Not only can they produce parts themselves, but they also design and manufacture cutting, stamping tools, and precision machining gauges. Their factory already has more than 200 people, and it seems they have moved into a new factory, but not as big as ours, a middle-aged German man replied, apparently very clear about these things, probably from the same place as HK Company, with a slightly bald head. Germany is really amazing, able to rise again from the ruins. If possible, this HK Company can be invested in. Saint Tessa praised the Germans again. HK Company had already undergone a transformation, and Germany was not short of talent. Although some official views were incorrect, they were indeed a remarkable nation. What kind of rifle are you researching now? It seems to be the STG-44, but not quite. Is this the STG-45? It looks a bit ugly, Saint Tessa said without hesitation. Seeing the STG-45 on the drawing, he suddenly realized they were studying these assault rifles, which looked simple in shape and had fewer parts. They were far less handsome than the STG-44, let alone the AK-47 of later generations. Obviously, this was a very crude version, boss. This is the mass-produced imitation version of the STG-45 assault rifle that I reported to you, an experimental assault rifle developed by my former motherland at the end of World War II. It is also the cheapest assault rifle. The shape is indeed not very good looking. It was originally designed to save costs. This model was designed and produced by Mauser in 1945, but because Germany is now divided into two, some famous designers have basically been lost. These are the young designers I recruited, and they are all very experienced. Light weapons? These industrial and military powers can easily produce them. What they need isn't production lines, but blueprints, equipment, and, even more importantly, design concepts. Besides, most of the famous German light weapons designers have been recruited by them. Light weapons aren't exactly high-tech, but for Argentina, they are still quite impressive. One of them, apparently the team leader, spoke up. Actually, the old man was just released by the Soviets, and he's too old now. There's nothing we can do. But he's still stubborn. If we could get him to optimize it, there would definitely be no problem. Yes, when it comes to assault rifles, he can be called a founding father, the others agreed. The old man they were talking about was Hugo Schmeisser, the chief designer of the STG-44. Schmeisser and 15 other German firearms design experts were stationed in Izhevsk. In the southern Urals, the Soviet military specifically established a special design bureau number 58 for them. Schmeisser was appointed as one of the 5 designers of the bureau. Such high-level talents were closely watched, and San Jose didn't dare to try to win them over. In 1945, the Wehrmacht planned to replace the STG-44 with the STG-45. The cost of the STG-45 was 45 marks, and the production time and raw materials were also less. The cost of the STG-44 was 70 marks. Unfortunately, the STG-45 was never officially equipped until the defeat, and only 30 were produced. We are now only making them based on memory and blueprints. We are not the main members of the design team, but we have all had a lot of contact with it. Horst had obviously gathered a lot of information and quickly reported it to San Jose. Being able to recruit these people was already very good. So cheap? What is our estimated cost in Argentina now? Calculated this way, the STG-45 is cheaper than the MP-40. If that's the case, then we'll make a lot of money. Based on the exchange rate of 2.5 German marks to $1 during World War II, the cost of an STG-45 would be $18. Impossible, right? Although it does look relatively simple, the cost of an MP-40 was more than $30. If we could produce a few million of them and sell them for $80-100 each, we would make more money than with the MP-40, San Jose thought naively. Boss, actually, this is based on German industrial calculations. If it's produced in Argentina, it should be much more expensive. It's estimated to be at least $25 each, and there are also currency devaluation and other factors. The STG-45 still has a lot of room for improvement. After the improvement, the cost will increase, but it will still be considered low, so that's how it is. Now the STG-45 is indeed not as good as some newly developed rifles. The AK-47 is very good, but the design ideas of the two guns are different, and the working modes are also different. San Jose picked up the assembled rifle. It was so heavy, even heavier than the STG-44. And this was without ammunition. After loading the bullets and magazine, the weight of one would be at least 10 pounds. For individual combat, especially rapid marching, it would be a great burden. This assault rifle is too heavy. Do you have any information on new rifles? It really needs to be improved. Although the production cost is low, the market acceptance is estimated to be very difficult. I suggest 4 kilograms would be about right. Replacing the solid wood of the gun stock with engineering plastic would be good. The middle can also be hollow. Make a folding gun stock. Some accessories can also be replaced with engineering plastic to reduce the weight as much as possible. The magazine can also be made of plastic. We have our own plastic factory and have developed many new high-strength plastics. San Jose did a simple calculation, gave a reasonable improvement weight number in his opinion, and gave several suggestions for improvement. In fact, his goal was a 3-kilogram assault rifle, but that would cost several times more in terms of cost and design time, and it would be like redesigning a rifle. The Mariatown Plastic Factory was one of San Jose's earliest factories. It not only produced food-grade plastics, but also often invested money in the development of various high-strength plastics, especially with the support of San Jose's ideas. The technical reserves were already very advanced. Especially with the mode of industry-university cooperation, and with the Department of Chemistry of the University of Science and Technology being the strongest in Argentina, no one in Argentina was more powerful than him in plastics. Thinking of this, San Jose couldn't help but feel proud of his foresight, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, making Horst feel that the boss was a little silly. Okay, boss, that's also a good idea. I've written it down, boss. Horst was not particularly optimistic about the suggestions of the amateur boss, but he still wrote them down carefully in his notebook. I'll let the petrochemical plastic factory prepare to open a production line here, otherwise it will be too troublesome. Mariatown is also hundreds of kilometers away from Busha. San Jose got carried away, talking endlessly, wishing he could immediately get a plastic factory over here, setting up a petrochemical plastic reaction workshop here, and then injection molding or something would be very convenient, which would also be conducive to subsequent improvements. Lightweight rifles are an important trend in the future, boss. Actually, there's no need to rush too much. Maybe there are other improvements that can be made. Okay, the gun stock doesn't have to be wooden. My plastic engineering laboratory has a high-strength plastic that is really suitable. San Jose felt that they didn't pay much attention to it, so he said seriously, okay, boss, you can have them send some over. There are also several injection molding machines in the factory here, so we can directly open the mold when the time comes. Lightweighting can also be done with aluminum alloy, but Argentina simply doesn't have a metal aluminum industry, so he was very self-aware and didn't mention metal aluminum. Also, the issue of bullets should be easy to solve, right? Intermediate power bullets are already the mainstream in the world. Actually, I want to develop smaller caliber bullets, such as 5.8 millimeters or even smaller. Small caliber rifles are the trend of the future. Guns come after bullets. It's too difficult to develop them independently now. Being able to get it done and absorb it is already very good, boss. Actually, as long as the raw materials are sufficient, after we debug the equipment, it's no problem to produce several times more in a month. Short bullets are relatively cheaper. Now we lack raw materials, especially copper. Small caliber bullets may not be powerful enough, and to change to such a small caliber, we need to redesign the production line, and the gun also needs to be redesigned, which will take a lot more time. Horst emphasized to San Jose again that it would take several years to redesign a gun, and it would be relatively simple to modify it. Moreover, these rifles are all stamped parts, not cut parts, and the production process and difficulty are not great, and the cost is also low. Okay, what do you think of the Soviet-made AK-47? Can we improve this STG-45 to be like it? San Jose couldn't forget the AK-47 and talked to these people about it to see if there was a chance. The rifles designed and manufactured by the Soviets are indeed very powerful. We are also learning some new design ideas. Our final cost will be lower than theirs, and the shooting accuracy may be a little worse. Team leader Brian said truthfully, hearing that this rifle had some of the old man's ideas in it, but he didn't know if it was true. That's a shame. I hope our rifle can be designed smoothly. There's no problem. After all, this is just a modification. Just optimize the appearance and modify the accessories. This rifle is still very good. San Jose finally went to several production workshops to watch the production, and in the afternoon, he gathered these gun design and artillery design teams, planning to establish a formal team and directly set up an on-site office. This group of weapons designers from Germany, or rather, the Young Weapons Design Team, has a total of more than 50 people, mostly light weapons and gun designers. Together with some German-American designers already in Rheinmetall Armory, there are already more than 80 people in total, which is a very large scale. The Fritz factory has newly established an improvement and optimization team, and has specifically established a storm rifle design bureau. The first task is to be responsible for the improvement of the STG-45 assault rifle, and the name of the new gun will be changed to RM-52 assault rifle to avoid some things. A Rheinmetall Artillery Design Bureau was also established, under the management of the Rheinmetall Artillery Factory, responsible for the research and development and production of rocket launchers. There are now several German design experts in charge of the design and mass production of rocket launchers and mortars. Previously, there was a shortage of people, and the plan only remained on paper. There is also a Rheinmetall Pistol Design Bureau, under the management of the Fritz factory, which packages the pistol design personnel of the Fritz factory into it. After arranging these 80 or so people, several large offices were specially established for them to have a better environment for office work, while increasing wages and benefits. The time given to the Rifle Design Bureau is 2 months to produce the latest optimized and improved gun, and to design the molds and production line. After forming, add another 2 months to achieve a monthly output of 2,000 guns. The basic speed is still relatively fast, and San Jose returned home very satisfied. He must go to school tomorrow, otherwise Professor Perkins will go crazy. Cohen, maybe we should break up. You don't love me at all. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Elena's words. Chapter 124, Yearning for a Better Life. Upon hearing this, St. Hesser gasped, making a small contribution to global warming. He had only spent 2 days with his girlfriend during the entire summer vacation, feeling he had been quite remiss. Eilina, I'm really sorry. I've been too busy lately. How about we go out for dinner tomorrow afternoon and then catch a movie? I heard there's a new movie that's supposed to be good, St. Hesser said apologetically, his voice low and sounding a bit hoarse. He really did look miserable. He had attended a gathering with the design bureau that evening and only realized he was driving after taking a sip of wine, which he quickly spat out. Oh? What movie is it? Is it good? It's not about soccer, is it? Eilina's anger dissipated for the most part. After all, St. Hesser was indeed busy every day, and she had seen it for herself. He wasn't lying, he was a man who worked hard. Definitely not about soccer, St. Hesser emphasized again, guaranteeing it. It's a bit late tonight, and it's not safe on the main road. Let me take you back. Oh, right, look what I brought you today. This is a gift I kept from my time in the military. It's very precious. St. Hesser carefully took out a full copper 7.92mm short bullet from his pocket and solemnly handed it to Eilina. It still retained his body heat. If she hadn't noticed the inscription LEIEN 1952 on the bottom of the bullet, Eilina might have almost believed him. Oh, I really like it. This is the first time you've given me a gift. Only a fool like St. Hesser would think of giving a girl a bullet. Eilina looked at her boyfriend with some helplessness. Haha, actually, this is the first time I've given a gift to a girl. If the girls his past self had dated didn't count, along with a few ambiguous relationships, St. Hesser pretended to be simple and honest, scratching his head. He drove Eilina home, secretly relieved. Luckily, he had been bored today and grabbed a bullet. He needed to prepare a gift for Eilina tomorrow. He didn't know what to give. Perhaps a necklace would be good, or a ring. His memory was still good, but unfortunately, most of the shops in the city were closed. He should still have time tomorrow afternoon. To be honest, he also wanted to have a serious relationship like a normal college student, but as an Argentine, he couldn't watch his country slowly decline and let those upstarts gain fame back at home. He reviewed some telegram information sent by the Falcon Bureau. There was nothing that needed special attention. He had been busy non-stop for the past half month and was indeed quite tired. St. Hesser made careful annotations and recalled some of the important events of the day, finding no major oversights. The next morning, St. Hesser carefully shaved his beard, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Looking gentle and refined, he made a simple plate of spaghetti, ate while reading the newspaper, and wash the dishes and pot. St. Hesser washed his hands afterward. He looked at himself in the mirror seriously for a while, noticing that he did look a bit haggard. He was also somewhat pleased with his handsome appearance, smiling foolishly at himself. Then, he stood up straight and, as if addressing Commander Thompson, solemnly saluted the man in the mirror before slowly walking downstairs. He walked to school today. The security in the inner city was quite good now. The people on the road were full of vitality. They should still be full of hope for the future. It was already autumn, and there weren't many pedestrians on the road, hurrying along the streets. The autumn wind blew through Buenos Aires, bringing a slight chill. People didn't have time to stop and thank God for this blessing. After entering the school, there were quite a few freshmen in small groups. The older students had already graduated and scattered to their respective destinations, most of them staying in Buenos Aires to work. This was Argentina's first-tier city, and some continued their studies. St. Hesser also felt much more relaxed. He arrived in class, where the same group of lovely classmates were. They were at the prime of their youth, carefree. Hey, President, you're really amazing. You took a week off as soon as the semester started. Impressive, impressive. Powell, who was chatting and laughing with a female classmate, quickly came forward. He hadn't seen this busy president in a long time. Hey, it's just that being handsome is unavoidable. Even the teacher gave me leave. St. Hesser pretended to be narcissistic. President, that's not right. No matter how handsome you are, you're not as handsome as me. Ha ha ha. Powell regained the mood he had when they first met, clearly much more mature. It's okay, study hard. After all, you got one of the lowest scores last semester. Didn't Professor Pukin scold you to death? St. Hesser knew that Powell's grades weren't bad, but he had gotten the 6th lowest score last semester. Apparently, he had left one exam blank and slept through a class. Who knew I could fall asleep in the exam room? Sigh, don't mention it. The end of semester grades were still very important. Powell couldn't help but feel a little sad when he thought about this. He casually chatted with the other classmates. Soon it was time for class. St. Hesser flipped through his books, which Powell had helped him collect in the morning. It was Professor Pukin's class. He did some in-depth research on legal theory. St. Hesser seriously studied it and directly engraved the knowledge from the textbook into his brain. Professor Pukin cited classics, lecturing vividly and excellently. After class, Pukins looked at St. Hesser, who had run to his office, somewhat speechless. Cohen, you rascal, you come to me with this as soon as the semester starts. Pukin stood up and tugged at St. Hesser's ear, saying with some disappointment, it's mainly because I've been a bit busy with some things lately, but I've been seriously studying the textbook knowledge. You can listen to me recite it if you don't believe me. St. Hesser scratched his head, intending to show off his memory and recite a passage. All right, you've indeed done well this time, at least in the matter of customs and tax reform. You've done very well, and the steel factory is also doing well. What you said makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Professor Pukins was also paying close attention to this matter and had helped a lot. I really appreciate your help, Professor Pukins. I was originally doing it for myself, just doing a little something. St. Hesser bowed seriously. To be honest, if it weren't for Professor Pukins, he might have only been able to become an ordinary member of the Radical Party, let alone the propaganda department, or knowing big figures like Vice President Frondizi. It's just a small matter, no need to thank me too much. It still depends on your own ability, Professor Pukin said seriously. By the way, Cohen, I'm going to Harvard University in the United States for an inspection in June this year. Are you interested in going with me? It's a publicly funded trip abroad, and you don't even have to attend classes. Going to the United States? I might need to consider it. Actually, I quite like attending classes. Since arriving in Argentina, St. Hesser hadn't been abroad. He always sent his team to help, not even leaving for nearby Brazil. Maybe he could give it a try. Okay, take your time. Just remember to write your thesis for me. Professor Perkins shook his head, unsure how to teach the student who skipped class every other day but had excellent grades and talent. Understood, Professor. St. Hesser thought seriously for a moment. He estimated that a trip would take several months to half a year, which was indeed a bit long, but he also wanted to see the world of Americans. After saying goodbye to the professor, it was noon. He treated Powell and some key members of the new Youth League to lunch and busied himself with recruiting new members for the new year. President, this time we must work hard and strive to make the new Youth League the largest student organization, Powell said excitedly. The stronger the new Youth League became, the happier he was. Okay, I'll leave the work of recruiting new members to you. This time, we must recruit more promising members, understood, President? By the way, are the people at the University of Buenos Aires participating in urban guerrilla activities? Yes, there are a few students who have participated, but they can probably be sentenced. Powell looked at Saint Tessa and replied with a smile. Saint Tessa arranged things and then instructed Powell, the new youth league can cooperate with a radical civic union youth. You can give it a try. There was another class in the afternoon, Scarlett's class. She wore a white shirt and a light blue long skirt, which showed off her slender figure, making Powell and the others' eyes light up. Lecturing on the history of law and the continental law system was quite interesting, and Saint Tessa also raised his hand to ask questions several times. To be honest, he was very interested in legislation. Argentina's legislation was not perfect enough, leading to insufficient centralism and too much local power. He had always been thinking about whether there was a way to solve these problems. Learning from history can reveal a lot. Saint Tessa went to the library as usual to study for a while before remembering his afternoon appointment and hurrying to the store to buy a necklace. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Saint Tessa rushed to the physics department's laboratory. Elena was not doing experiments and was already waiting for Saint Tessa. I'm really sorry, I just forgot and went to the library. Let's go get some food first, okay? Elena was wearing a light yellow shirt and a white dress today, with black rimmed glasses, and a shallow dimple when she smiled. Looking very gentle, Saint Tessa naturally took Elena's hand and walked towards the restaurant together, chatting and joking along the way, talking about some interesting things. The Orange Peel restaurant was as crowded as ever. Saint Tessa found a seat by the window, where he could see the scenery of the street outside, and the two chatted and laughed. Saint Tessa looked out the window and felt very relaxed, with a warm feeling. The dishes were very rich. And Saint Tessa picked up an ice cream cone and started eating. Elena shook her chair, stood up, and wiped the cream from the corner of Saint Tessa's mouth with a paper towel. Saint Tessa's face suddenly turned red. Elena, I have a gift for you. Saint Tessa took out a small box from his pocket and placed it in Elena's palm. Thank you, Cohen. Please put it on for me. Saint Tessa walked behind Elena and helped her put on the necklace. This necklace suits you very well, Saint Tessa said seriously, thinking that her fair neck looked very beautiful. Elena smiled and nodded without saying a word. She sat elegantly on the soft chair and took a small sip of ice-cold sweet soda. The two continued to chat and laugh, planning to go to the movies later, but at 6 o'clock, the weather outside the window suddenly changed. Sand and stones suddenly flew in the sky, and it suddenly turned from dusk to pitch black. Raindrops the size of soybeans hit the glass outside the window, and huge thunder rumbled in the distance, one after another, like cannons firing on the battlefield. Elena, it looks like we won't be able to see a movie today, Saint Tessa said, looking at the heavy rain outside the window. It seems so. Elena's tone was a little regretful. How about next time? When the rain is lighter, I'll take you home. This kind of heavy rain is really rare, and there's so much thunder. After more than half an hour, the rain finally stopped. The two left the restaurant. Saint Tessa then made a little joke, propped up his arm, and put his hands on his waist. Elena was a little stunned, and then naturally put her hand into Saint Tessa's arm, leaning on Saint Tessa's shoulder. The two looked at each other and smiled, tacitly not saying anything. At the entrance of the restaurant were two tall palm trees, with straight trunks extending to the third floor, with broad leaves. It was still raining, and Saint Tessa stopped a taxi, said Elena's home address, and sent Elena home safely. Before leaving by taxi, Saint Tessa went home, took a shower, and went to the study, thinking about writing an article for the propaganda department's newspaper to be published the day after tomorrow, but hesitated and muttered to himself, tonight, my thoughts are not very concentrated. Tomorrow morning will definitely not be like this. Besides, I am a little excited today. How can I write a good article in this situation? He climbed into bed, turned off the lights, and fell asleep almost immediately. The next day, he woke up early, as he often did, with a manuscript unfinished. Saint Tessa jumped out of bed, went to open the window, and took a deep breath of fresh air. I wonder if the air will be much worse in 2 years. Several small and medium-sized steel plants have been arranged in Bucharest, but it's better than unemployment during a future economic crisis. Saint Tessa looked into the distance. The morning fog was not heavy, and he could see the outside of the academy area. There were only 1 or 2 street cleaners on the street, and a sprinkler truck passed by. The entire city of Bucharest was bathed in the brilliant morning light, and the houses on the street seemed to be painted with a layer of light yellow filter. Saint Tessa opened the old typewriter and quickly typed on the machine, One word at a time encircle and suppress the mafia. We must mobilize the power of the people of Bucharest. After carefully finishing the article, Saint Hessa washed up. Today was Saturday, and he went to see the specific construction of the tractor factory. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen Japanese people, and they were also here to help. Chapter 125. Our steel mill is finally here. April 1st, the cargo and passenger terminal of La Plata port. Today, the entire terminal is bustling with activity, as many people are on site preparing to welcome these Argentine heroes. As Saint Hessa has been promoting yesterday, he led his team in a motorcade to the nearby city of La Plata to welcome Ian Travis and his team members. Representatives from Prairie International also returned home together. In addition to Saint Hessa's team, many people from other organizations were present for the welcome, including representatives from the City Hall, Provincial Government, National Ministry of Industry, Presidential Palace, the military's Blue Faction, the Radical Civic Union, the Socialist Party, the Republican Party, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, the Customs Department, newspaper reporters, bond representatives, and people from other steel mills. Representatives from the Argentine Bank, high-ranking officials from the province of Buenos Aires, the mayor of La Plata, and the city council were also present. This is the largest industrial investment in the history of La Plata, and also the largest industrial investment in the province of Buenos Aires and even Argentina. Congratulations to you all, you are all heroes of Argentina. Saint Hessa warmly embraced Ian, which was his privilege as the big boss. This is Jensen Hodgson Crew, the head of the Belgian steel mill, and this is Gustav Jelinek from the Austrian United Steel Mill. Hello, Saint Hessa Cohen. Thank you very much for coming to Argentina and providing great help to the Argentine people. Saint Hessa switched to German to greet them. Hello, Jensen Hodgson, Gustav Jelinek. Then, representatives from various parties gave speeches, and a press conference was held on site to announce the establishment of the La Plata steel mill project. There were 4 or 5 speakers, with brief, powerful, and quick remarks. A statement from the presidential office, the largest steel mill investment in Argentine history, and the first steel company in Argentina to be built through the issuance of financial bonds, is also a great investment. The La Plata steel mill will be included in the second 5-year plan, and the state will also provide financial subsidies. Wow, direct funding. Saint Hessa couldn't help but be impressed. Being included in the second 5-year plan with state endorsement is a very high level of treatment. Phelps Oster, mayor of La Plata and member of the Radical Civic Union, the La Plata steel mill is officially established today. On behalf of the citizens of La Plata, I welcome the construction of the steel mill. At the same time, we will recruit construction workers throughout the city to speed up the completion of the steel mill. The mayor announced some policies on the spot, as well as various assistance and support for the construction of the steel mill. Representative of the banking industry, congratulations on the establishment of the steel mill. We will provide the steel mill with a 5-year loan at normal interest rates, and also provide financial assistance. Representative of the Belgian steel mill, thank you to the great Argentine steel mill people. We, the Belgian steel mill, will use our strength to help you. Representative of Austrian United Steel, the friendship between Argentina and Austria has a long history. We will do our best to build it faster. After a large group of people finished speaking, the reporters took pictures. These reporters were all taking photos with cameras, which were already scheduled for tomorrow's headlines. The flashes of the lights kept flickering. The white flashes seemed to form a line. Then came the reporter interview session. The reporters scrambled to ask questions, and Saint Hessa also answered the reporters' various questions with great grace. Next was the groundbreaking ceremony for the steel mill. In the afternoon, a group of people drove in cars, with municipal buses and people from the police department responsible for protection, first to welcome the Austrian and Belgian companies and people from all walks of life. La Plata in the early 1950s was already relatively prosperous, with office and residential buildings rising from the ground, wide streets, and a livable environment. Except for the smaller population, it was more delicate and refined than the city of Buenos Aires. The welcoming banquet at noon was held at the Silver Sea Hotel, the largest hotel in La Plata, which was large enough to accommodate so many people. The city hall also urgently mobilized many chefs from the city to receive so many heavyweight guests. Saint Hessa did not get involved in the matters of those political bigwigs, but discussed future development issues with Ian and the others while eating. Boss, isn't the first phase of our project too big? The original first phase of the project was 1 blast furnace and 2 converters, with an annual output of more than 1.5 million tons. Now, doubling it is indeed quite strenuous. An assessment has been done. If it is built in 3 phases, Not only will the time and output be too slow, but it will also fail to meet actual needs. St. Tessa didn't care too much. It's not like they were going to complete more than 5 million tons at once, which would cause problems. Okay, then we need to work harder. We have seen the new type of converter at the Austrian steel mill, which not only reduces raw materials but also speeds up the time for steel production. Yes, it's really too lucky. I propose a toast to the great Austrians. St. Tessa's table stood up and used soda instead of alcohol. Everyone took a drink. Everyone didn't drink alcohol at noon, mainly because there were things to do in the afternoon. Our steel mill. This is our steel mill, St. Tessa muttered to himself, his face flushed with excitement. This is Argentina's steel ambition. The morning was a grand event for the entire city of La Plata, the first super-large investment in La Plata, and also the largest private investment in Argentina in recent years. After various publicity efforts, the people of the city expressed their welcome to the steel mill. La Plata itself has a weak industrial base, which can also solve a large number of unemployment problems. The industry here is far less developed than the capital, even as a provincial capital. Moreover, the steel mill is relatively far from the city center, in an undeveloped area in the east of the city center, and does not occupy the land of existing residents. All aspects are also relatively suitable, and it is also promised to solve the employment of at least 2,000 local people, which was quickly approved by the council. Of course, St. Tessa would not let go of public opinion propaganda. There is also a branch of the New Argentina newspaper here, which has been intensively promoting it. A month ago, a steel mill with an annual output of 3 million tons requires tens of thousands of workers. This is also somewhat difficult for La Plata, so it can only be aimed at the whole of Argentina, and foreign workers must also be recruited first. They headed to the La Plata steel rolling mill. The land had already been leveled and compacted, waiting only for construction to begin. The surrounding supporting construction sites, refractory brick factory, and the expansion of the steel rolling mill had been completed. Once the construction of the blast furnace, converter, and coal coking plant were finished, steel and molten iron could be produced. This wouldn't happen in a short time. In the afternoon, a group of people wearing safety helmets went to participate in the groundbreaking ceremony. The number of people was much smaller than in the morning, as it was more for publicity. Reporters excitedly took pictures everywhere. Now, except for the steel rolling mill section, most of the steel plant had been cleared and made into open space. 2 blast furnaces will be built here. Iron ore and coke transported from the new port of La Plata will be transformed into molten iron at this location, St. Tessa said to the mayor, pointing to the large open space. The blueprint was imprinted in his mind. This is the converter. After the molten iron passes through here, it can be turned into steel ingots, crude steel, and then transported to the steel rolling mill for various processing. This is the coking plant, which is also where coal will be processed in the future. A water plant will also be built here to serve the steel plant. Now is the age of the ocean. Larger and more advanced port terminals are essential, which requires the help of the city hall. St. Tessa spoke eloquently, constantly drawing a pie in the sky, which made the people present feel a surge of passion. When the first pillar was laid at the steel plant, St. Tessa felt a little teary-eyed. It was too difficult, taking nearly 6 months. It really wasn't easy. The total investment for the first phase of the project was $34 million, with an annual production capacity of about 3.2 million tons. St. Tessa commissioned the Belgian steel plant to build 2 1,580 cubic meter blast furnaces with an annual output of more than 3 million tons of molten iron. This was also the maximum construction of 2 blast furnaces that St. Tessa could currently afford. In fact, he had also prepared more than $10 million in reserve funds for this. Austrian Steel helped build a converter, a total of 3 120-ton converters, with an estimated annual output of more than 3 million tons of steel after it was put into operation. The difference between a blast furnace and a converter is that a blast furnace smelts iron ore into molten iron, which either directly enters the converter for steel making or is cast into iron billets, while a converter is used for steel making. St. Tessa's construction site had 7 large projects starting simultaneously, with quite a few workers on site. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the group went to the hotel again for dinner. It was okay to drink appropriately tonight. As the initiator of this project, St. Tessa definitely had to be present at the dinner. St. Tessa met many high-ranking officials from La Plata and the province of Buenos Aires. For a time, everyone was happy. After dinner, most of the ordinary people said goodbye and left, and the people from the Radical Civic Union also left directly. as did all the people from the factory. A small number of bankers and government officials, however, were still in high spirits and enthusiastically invited St. Ayres to the next event. He had no choice but to stay and accompany them, following them to the secret cabaret on the upper floors of the hotel. These Argentine girls had already arranged a uniform group of beautiful waitresses to dance with them, allowing St. Ayres to witness the corruption of capitalism for the first time. He criticized it fiercely in his heart. St. Ayres finally danced a song with a young Argentine girl, then sat back at the bar to rest, politely refusing the girls who invited him to dance. Dancing with other people, these girls might be a little helpless and disgusted, but inviting St. Ayres was very happy and full of expectation. After all, a young man as handsome and wealthy as him, even if they could latch onto him for a few months, would be especially worthwhile. 2 or 3 girls sat next to St. Ayres, letting him truly experience the feeling of being surrounded by beautiful women. After more than 2 hours, St. Ayres, feeling a little embarrassed, quickly said goodbye to these big shots and then fled the scene. St. Ayres had the Delta team find a place to rest before falling into deep sleep the next day. After the excitement had dissipated, St. Ayres convened a team meeting at the La Plata steel plant. Compared to yesterday, the steel plant staff today were more calm and composed, and were not blinded by yesterday's flowers and applause. St. Ayres was very satisfied. Obviously, everyone was doing practical work. The trip to Europe made them deeply aware of the gap between Argentina and industrialized countries. First of all, welcome to our friends from the 2 major European steel plants for their great help to our La Plata steel plant. Let's applaud to welcome them. There was thunderous applause at the scene. Compared to the contempt of the Italians, the disapproval of the French, the resistance of the Germans, the disdain of the Spanish, the arrogance of the British, the conceit of the Dutch, and the casualness of the Luxembourgers, it was clear how valuable the willingness of these 2 countries to cooperate was. The Belgian and Austrian steel plants were able to cooperate with the Argentines and sent so many engineers, which was indeed remarkable, and it also included a lot of technology transfer. They took a huge risk, which St. Ayres was grateful for. Our steel plant plans to complete the first phase of the project in 1.5 to 2 years, completing the construction of the steel conglomerate. Everyone doesn't need to worry about funding at all. We have at least $50 million in funding, with various logistical support and personnel cooperation. I believe we will definitely achieve complete success this time. The meeting lasted for more than 2 hours, and the cohesion and combat effectiveness of St. Ayres' team at the steel plant were strengthened. St. Ayres also gave them a lot of bonuses. This long business trip was really quite difficult for them. The successful trip to Western Europe also resulted in the sacrifice of 2 members of the Thunder Cross. After the meeting, St. Ayres led the team back to Buenos Aires by car, intending to study peacefully. He had been neglecting his studies recently, which was really not good for him. Then he received a report from Thunder Mining in Australia, saying that they had bought more than a dozen large iron mines and coal mines, but they didn't have enough follow-up funds, so St. Ayres had to prepare to raise funds. Mining equipment and transportation equipment are all big guys, and the investment is also quite large. St. Ayres finally breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly collapsed on the table, burying his face in his hands. He got up and walked out. The sun outside was shining brightly, and his heart became filled with joy, forgetting the soreness in his waist. Sure enough, continuous learning is essential. The next morning, St. Ayres saw that the pedestrians on the street were still hurrying. He washed up, ate breakfast, and then slowly walked towards the school. Today, the new Youth League and the Radical Civic Union Youth League are going to reach a strategic cooperative relationship. As the president, he must participate in this major event, and he also wants to meet some of the young leaders of the Youth League. After finishing class in the morning, St. Ayres, Powell, and other members who joined the new Youth League followed behind him. They were going to hold a session of the new Youth League, and the topic of this meeting was cooperation with the Radical Civic Union Youth League. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.